One shot. That's all it took to drop a giant rabbit dead. Everyone's looking at this guy like he's some level 100 legendary hero. But here's the kicker. The man is only level 6. To one-tap a beast like that as a warrior, you'd normally need to be at least level 90. Maybe an assassin could pull it off at 70 with a lucky crit and every buff in the book. But level 6, that's just insane. Honestly, that's not even talent anymore. He's basically spitting in the face of the game's entire balancing system. The girls who witnessed the hit, instantly obsessed. One of them is literally the 4th-ranked player in the world and leader of a top-tier guild. She's standing there, jaw on the floor, absolutely desperate to recruit this mystery man into her ranks before anyone else grabs him. But what they don't know is that his weapon was actually complete garbage. It takes a full 60 seconds just to load a single shot. He wasn't even shooting at first. He was just using the rifle as a heavy club to beat those rabbits to death. Talk about a melee sniper build. So why is he so good? Simple. In the real world, he was the deadliest sniper in the Imperial Special Forces, a true ghost. The kind of guy who lands headshots during a hurricane. He hasn't missed a single target in years. Not one. But life's a jerk. A box of explosives went off during a mission, and just like that, he lost the use of his legs forever. Thankfully, his mom and his best friend got him a VR rig for the new fantasy world of Albion. Finally, he can walk again. He spawns in totally naked, classic, and meets a high-ranking spirit responsible for managing the entire world of Albion. After a quick joke about his small sword, he's told to pick a name and look. He chooses his real name, Liam, and keeps his original face. Even the spirit finds it weird. Usually, people want to be handsome elves. But Liam, he's just happy to feel the ground beneath his feet. And we're off. He's teleported straight into the starting kingdom. A flash of light, and he's standing on solid earth once more. First order of business, testing the legs. He throws a massive high kick and just starts sprinting like a maniac through the capital city. Suddenly, a shady-looking guy approaches him, claiming to be the guide for new adventurers arriving in the Midlands. Basically a walking tutorial. This NPC explains how stamina works, then points at a girl across the street with a weird smirk. The quest, go over there and, well, harass her. Yeah, the NPC actually tells him to go feel her up. Turns out, it was a test on how to get thrown in the dungeon. Liam isn't having it and just starts pummeling the guide instead. The guide gets up, laughing, saying if Liam had actually done it, he'd be banned from the kingdom. That was the real lesson. Talk about trauma-based learning. Seriously, what kind of messed-up tutorial is this? The NPC just tells him he's a fast learner and points him toward the training grounds before vanishing into the crowd. Liam keeps testing his limits, running around the city like a dog off a leash until he actually unlocks a professional runner skill. Nice, more stamina. He heads to the training field and grabs a rusty sword just to see how the combat feels in this world. An instructor is screaming at the recruits that as long as they have the will to survive, the god of war will clear their path. Liam swings, but it feels weird. His body is moving on its own. He realizes the game has an auto-aim combat assist turned on. It feels too fake, too robotic, so he decides to override the system and swing using his own real-world military experience. Big mistake for the dummy. He completely obliterates the straw target with one single, devastating strike. Everyone freezes. A level 1 doing that? Impossible. He gains another hidden talent, and suddenly we see that redhead from the guild again. She acts like they're old friends, but Liam is just confused. Man, it's literally only been one day. It's time to choose a permanent class. Weapons are everywhere. He spots a magic staff that looks cool, but something else catches his eye. In the corner, there's a rifle, a long-barreled beauty that calls out to his inner soldier immediately. The demon girl holding it explains it's a relic. To Liam, it looks like an old M1 Garand, just a bit more primitive. She corrects him, it's an old-school musket from the 1700s. Liam is hyped. He grabs some powder and leads to test it out. The reloading is brutal. You have to pack the powder and ram the ball in by hand. It takes forever, just like the real history books. It's heavy, clunky, and slow, but Liam knows the power. If this hits, it's game over. He fires, and the bullet curves wildly while smoke blinds him. Complete miss. From point-blank range, the girl laughs, saying muskets have the lowest accuracy in the entire game. Liam isn't giving up. He spends another minute reloading, complaining about how trash this thing is. Who would ever use this in a real fight? She's actually impressed he even hit the target area. He asks if there are any other long-range options that don't suck. She points to the bows. They're faster, lighter, and better in every way. Liam sighs. One mistake with this musket and you're dead meat. She explains the weight is there for balance. He asks how to turn off the combat assist for it, but she just repeats her NPC script. Right, the system doesn't want people going manual because it's too hard. He's going to have to figure this out himself. He decides to go full manual, more range, more precision, and pure damage. He tries to log out to calibrate his mental aim, but the system says, access denied. Locked in the class selection room, classic rookie trap. Leo wants out, but the keeper NPC just stands there with a blank stare. No exit until a path is chosen. Rules are rules. He realizes it's a dev trick to stop players from checking wikis for the meta builds. Smart, but annoying. Cornered with no other choice, he has to pull the trigger. He ignores the rusty musket and reaches for the glowing magic staff. But the second his fingers brush the wood, boom, he's launched into the digital stratosphere, screaming his head off. Next thing he knows, he's back in his room with his mum hovering over him. She's already yanked the headset off, looking worried sick and asking if he's dying or something. He tells her he's fine, just a bit rattled. She explains she saw him thrashing around in pain, or so she thought, and had to pull him out before things got worse. Leo sighs, catching his breath. He's okay, really, but he asks her to just use the headset's call button next time. Tearing a player out mid-jump, that's how you fry a brain. She leaves him to rest, but the stress kicks in. His cousin mentioned the real money is in high-tier classes, and then it hits him like a freight train. The NPC wouldn't let him log out without a class, but the physical world forced him out anyway. So, what exactly is he now? He hits the forums and finds a poor soul who went through the same glitch. Results: the system just rolls the dice and gives you a random class. Absolute nightmare. To make it worse, deleting a character takes 3 to 6 months. He can't wait that long. He tries to stay positive. He definitely touched the staff, right? He has to be a mage. He logs back in, praying for fireballs. Instead, class musketeer. He's stuck with that clunky, useless piece of junk weapon. Talk about bad luck. 6 months is too long to wait, so he sucks it up. He accepts the hand he's been dealt and checks his new skill tree. One of them is a bayonet charge, which looks like total trash. It drains every drop of his mana in one go. He just lies there complaining. At least he can stab things when he inevitably misses. A guild guide approaches him with the standard "Welcome to the Kingdom" speech and hands him a quest. Task: hunt rabbits, riveting stuff. He heads to the meadows and watches other players easily slicing through white rabbits. He finds a target, steadies his breath, and lines up the shot. Aim, hold. Fire, the musket kicks like a mule and smoke fills his vision. There's no way he missed at this range. No way. The smoke clears. The rabbit is standing there, looking absolutely livid. He missed by a mile. He panics, trying to reload while the fluffball charges him down. He hasn't even poured the powder before the rabbit lands a flying kick. Reloading is impossible under pressure, and the damage is real. So he does the only logical thing. He bolts. He gets some distance and looks back, thinking he can try again. Wrong. This rabbit is a speed demon, closing the gap faster than he can think. It catches him, hard. Another kick lands, and it feels like being hit by a literal cannonball. This game's realism is no joke. Other players are actually laughing at him. Getting bodied by a bunny? Just uninstall, mate. He's already down to 50% health, and he hasn't even landed a hit. That's it, he's had enough. He drops the rifle, screams right back at the rabbit, and grabs the gun by the barrel. He swings it like a massive club and sends the rabbit flying. Lightbulb moment. The gun isn't just for shooting. Gasping for air, he uses the musket as a crutch and charges right back into the fray. It's a mess. He's taking kicks, his health is tanking, but he's swinging that heavy wood like a madman. The players nearby have stopped laughing, they're just confused now. A ranged class fighting in a muddy melee brawl. He finally secures the kill, barely, but he's still in total shock that he missed a point-blank shot earlier. If a starter rabbit is this much of a boss fight, he knows the monsters deeper in the woods are going to absolutely end him. He watches a squire execute rabbits with zero effort. Leo feels like the entire system was designed specifically to screw over musketeers. But he's not a quitter. He decides to beat the system at its own game. He logs out and starts deep diving into real-world ballistics and weapon mechanics. Trajectory, windage, effective range. He realizes the assist mode is actually a trap. It limits him to 1 shot per minute. That's a death sentence. The plan is simple. Use the musket as a club until his proficiency rises. Just as he's getting into the zone, his mum walks in again. She notices he's looking brighter and says she should have bought the game sooner. He gives her a smile, tells her to go to bed, and promises he won't be much longer. This isn't just a game for him. He can't walk in the real world, and if he can make enough gold here, he might finally pay for the surgery to get back on his feet. Back in the world of 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒓𝒚, a gunshot rings out, startling a group of knights. Wait, someone is actually playing a gunner. They watch Leo reloading with a speed that looks like a glitch. He's proud of the progress, but the local high levels just start mocking him again. They tell him the class is a dead end and he should just quit. They mock him for hunting wooden stumps instead of real prey. He just tunes them out and keeps practicing. He checks his lead pouches and heads back to the fields. This time, he's not charging in, he's stalking from the tall grass like a pro. He calculates the distance and the breeze, waiting for the perfect moment. Bang! The bullet clips the rabbit's paw. Close, but now the thing is twice as angry. And we're back to a fistfight. Leo drops the ranged act and starts pistol-whipping the bunny, absolutely fuming that his perfect shot didn't land. After the chaos, he finally bags another one. Achievements start popping up, his stats jump, and he even cracks the bottom of the hero leaderboards. But there's a catch. The musket is basically broken. It wasn't meant to be used as a mace, and the stock is splintering. It's practically disposable at this rate. Nearby players are just staring. They have no idea what they're looking at, a marksman who refuses to mark anything. He smashes his way through another rabbit, shouting that clubbing them is way more efficient than shooting. He levels up again, and the crowd actually starts to look impressed. Rumors start spreading about the madman with the musket who pistol whips monsters to death. He finishes the quest and finally gets a proper traveler's backpack. The NPC offers a repeat quest, but Leo shuts that down immediately. No more rabbits. Not today. He stops to count his copper. It's nowhere near the cost of surgery, but it's a start. While walking through the village, he meets Madame Lou, a tavern owner who offers 7 copper for every bit of rabbit meat he can bring. It's go time. Madame Lucille needs a massive haul of meat for her tavern, and she asks if he's willing to help out for a price. Elias picks up a new quest, hunt a black-furred rabbit. He notices a number 1 next to it. This is just the start of a massive chain. Lucille warns him these beasts are rare and hands over a stinky rabbit skin pouch to lure them in. But there's a catch. Bring back the wrong meat, and she'll come at him with a butcher's knife. Before heading into the wilds, he needs ammo. The supplier charges a fortune for gunpowder. Turns out, there are barely any musketeers in this town for a reason. The class is already bottom tier, and yet the maintenance costs are still absolutely daylight robbery. The merchant suggests some cheap, unstable powder, but Elias knows that'll just ruin the meat and his profits. He pays full price anyway, but when he tries to snag another quest, the shopkeeper flat out refuses him. "I've got nothing for someone who whines about the price of bullets," the man sneers. Elias storms out, grumbling that he should have just become a mage. Then it clicks. Quests in this world have hidden prerequisites. The cook only offered that job after seeing the rabbit meat he'd already successfully hunted. Now he has to figure out every NPC's specific requirements. Suddenly, his stomach growls, "Great, there's a hunger system too." If his hunger drops below 30%, he'll get hit with penalties. He rushes to the tavern to test the food and asks for bread, but the owner says they're closing up. The world follows real-time hours, so shops shut their doors at sunset. He sprints around to the last open stalls, but everything is ridiculously expensive. The shopkeeper explains the crisis. Rabbits are eating all the wheat. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 senses a quest opportunity and tries to bargain his way into a meal. He mentions his work for the vice captain. Could he get some bread if he solves their pest problem? She just laughs, saying he's the 20th adventurer to try that line today. Those things reproduce way too fast for anyone to handle. But her tune changes the second he mentions Madame Lucille's Black Rabbit quest. She asks if he means Angus, a beast far stronger than the normal ones, and looks at him with pure doubt. Someone actually capable of dealing with that monster wouldn't be broke enough to beg for bread. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 pulls out the foul-smelling pouch Lucille gave him. She instantly believes him and asks for a huge favor. He needs to gather herbs deep within the rabbit's territory. It's basically a suicide mission, all for a loaf of bread and a handful of coins. She warns him that Angus makes the other rabbits even more aggressive. He's called Angus the Black because his fur turns pitch dark whenever he gets enraged. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 agrees to the job, but tells her he's starving and might pass out before he even starts. A single loaf of bread would go a long way. Annie asks if he's just going to eat and disappear into the night. He promises to follow through, so she hands over the bread, but she's making the terms much harder. Now there's a strict time limit. If he fails, his reputation with her and every NPC in the castle will be ruined. He agrees and heads into the dark. The negotiation even nets him a new skill, haggling. He ignores the notification, wondering how on earth he's supposed to finish this in under 12 hours. He spots a group recruiting players to hunt black rabbits. He asks to join, but he's almost too embarrassed to admit his class is musketeer. He calls himself a long-range specialist instead. They nearly reject him because his gear looks like trash, but since it's just a weak boss, they let him tag along. Someone else disagrees, arguing that if they die, they lose the mission for good. The leader looks at 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒂, or Leo as he's calling himself, and tells him to get lost. Well, at least he finds out their quest isn't the same as his. Alone again, he counts his ammo and gets himself ready. He visits other shops and convinces the NPCs to accept different rabbit parts as well, stacking multiple quests together. His haggling level starts skyrocketing. With 12 hours left, he spends 4 just training. Exhausted, he finally hits level 5, though his musket handle is worn down from being used as a club. It looks like it might break any second. With a bag full of loot, he suddenly hears a piercing scream and watches the chaos from a distance. It's that same group from earlier, and they are in serious trouble. Their archer is already dead, and they're wondering if this was really meant for beginners. Mages are attacking, and the cleric is healing, while the warrior tries to tank the hits. They're losing health fast against a giant, shadow-furred rabbit. Not even a fire arrow does much damage. 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒂 is jealous. Those mages cast spells in seconds, while his reloads take forever. The tank goes down and the rest of the group flees. Under the moonlight, the monster looks absolutely massive. It really is Angus the Black. While he's trying to think of a strategy, he sees the players running past him, screaming at each other in total panic. Then he realizes the horror. It's not just one. There are 2 giant rabbits. Now he's panicking. After hitting level 5, dying costs you an entire level, and 1 hit from a beast like that would wipe him out instantly. Since he has 5 quests tied to these things, he decides to go for it anyway. If he fails, he'll lose his friendship with basically the whole town. He stands up and reminds himself, a musket exists to drop a target with a single, perfect shot. As a trained sniper, he trusts his instincts, especially in a world that feels this real. He dumps every single point into his dexterity stat. Once it's over 55, he's ready to go all in. While the other adventurers run, he steps out to draw the rabbits' attention and buy them time. His attack power is high enough. He just needs to land one shot. If he misses, it's game over for everyone. He loads the gun, but two players sprint straight toward him with the rabbit right on their heels. He yells at them, asking why they came back. The red-haired mage screams for him to hurry up and save them or they're done. They're talking so much trash that he actually considers shooting them instead. He takes a deep breath, remembers his training, and waits for the exact moment to pull the trigger. The rabbits catch up to the mages, who drop to the ground right in his line of fire. He shoots. The bullet whistles past the mage's head and nails one rabbit right in the forehead. Down it goes, dead, but the friar is still hauling tail from the second beast until he trips. There is literally no time. Leo grabs the sorceress and bolts before they're the next targets. She is completely paralyzed. One shot. Was that a level 90 move? Our boy just wanted a second to reload his musket. He never expected the friar to actually kick the bucket. He needs distance to reset, but that beast finishes its meal and turns its sights on them. He thinks it's all over, but his legs keep moving anyway. Survival instinct is a hell of a thing. Suddenly, a girl with hair like winter ice appears ahead, weaving a spell. "Get down!" she screams. Spears of pure frost whistle past Leo's ear, pinning the monster to the spot. Amidst the chaos, she asks for his name, classic party invite style. She wants to repay the debt for him saving her hide earlier. He gives his name, the pact is sealed, and she unleashes a literal fire tornado. The frozen beast doesn't stand a chance. It's finally over. Level up. Leo's finally got a squad, but he's sweating over the loot. Did the fire burn the items? Of course, she swipes the goods first. Her logic, she landed the killing blow, so the spoils are hers. But since he soloed the first one, he can keep that. Fair trade, right? Battle's done, but now these two girls are following him like lost puppies. It's starting to get on his nerves. The ice mage introduces herself as Lady Seraphina, and the fire slinger is her sister, Alina. They're genuinely offended he doesn't recognize them. Apparently, Seraphina is a legend in the kingdom of 𝑽𝒔𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓. They call her the Snowflake Princess. Leo just shrugs. "Have you heard of me?" They haven't. "Exactly," he tells them. "So we're even." He tries to bail, but Seraphina points out the starlight route he was hunting is still right there. Now he's panicking. They told him the location was a total secret. Did he just fail his contract? Seraphina tells him to relax. He can tell whoever he wants. Alina just rolls her eyes. She knows he's just worried they'll steal his prize. Then comes the big question. How did he one-tap a high-tier beast with full health? "Luck," he says. Meanwhile, his interface is blowing up with achievements and stat boosts. One notification stands out. He's starting to master the art of finding weaknesses and landing critical hits. The sisters drag him to a high-end tavern to celebrate. Leo's suspicious. A shopkeeper lets Seraphina pass without even a second glance. Who are these people? Alina finally lays it out. They are the daughters of House Valerius, noble blood and high-tier power. Leo's still skeptical about the fire mage title since Alina spent most of the fight running for her life. She snaps back, but they get back to business. "What's the secret behind that shot?" she asks. He sticks to his story. He just pulled the trigger. They don't buy it. "What level are you really?" Seraphina chimes in. That was an instant kill. With his current gear, even a lucky crit shouldn't have done that. Only an instant death effect makes sense. Leo is rattled. How does she know his gear and skills? She tells him straight. It would take a level 90 warrior to drop that beast in one go. Not level 90 strength. Level 90 overall. He remembers a weird achievement asking if he wasn't ashamed to hunt in a newbie zone. The realization hits him. He beat a challenge meant for endgame players, and the world's logic just broke. Questions remain, but Seraphina makes him an offer. Join their order. Her sister is top of the global rankings, and their name is famous across the realm. Even if he's low tier and broke, they can power level him fast. But here's the kicker, Leo says no. He jokes about his mother's advice, never take candy from strangers. In reality, this offer is just too good to be true. Why would a top-tier order want a nobody? He tells them he needs to do his own research first. Seraphina actually respects the hustle. It's better than him being a mindless yes man. She sends a friendship request, and he clicks accept. He stands up, offers to cover the tab, and thanks them for the save. While her sister pays the bill, Seraphina keeps flirting, promising they'll meet again soon. They split up. Leo tries to make sense of the madness while heading back to Annabelle to collect his reward. First stop, an accessory shop. The merchant is floored that he finished the hunt in under a day. Next, he hits the forge to turn in a contract to the blacksmith. Cha-ching, more gold. He hits another level, drops the monster hide at the tailor, and walks out with a fresh set of enchanted armor. His social standing in the city is skyrocketing. Finally, he makes it to the bakery. Annabelle greets him with a massive smile and free bread. They're officially friends. Other players are losing their minds. Last time they saw her, she was calling him a penniless beggar. She asks for the herbs, and he hands over the starlight root. She nearly faints from sheer happiness. "Is it really that special?" he asks. She tells him the scent is intoxicating. He doesn't have the heart to tell her it was found in monster droppings. He takes his leave, turns in the mission, and pockets a fat bonus. He's still wondering if all that stress was actually worth it. At Duchess Roseline's manor, the rumors of his fight have already arrived. Being in the inner circle changes everything about how people treat him. He delivers the rare meat and gets a special lunchbox in return. But the Duchess tells him to wait, there's more. Part 2 of the contract appears. Objective: slay the Silver Eagle of Mount Celestia, the final boss of the Citadel of Radiance. Level 10 required. "Wait, the reward is just food?" he asks. She's brutally honest. She's going to sell that meat in the capital to buy off politicians. He's stunned. Even the game world has political corruption. At least she gives him extra rations because of the hare hunt. He checks the lunchbox and his jaw drops. Permanent stat buffs. It's a rare item, just one step below epic and unique tier. Unbelievable. Our boy Liam realizes he could make a fortune selling this loot, but there is just one problem: it is soulbound. Total buzzkill, right? Still, he plays it cool and thanks Lady Catherine for the gift. Rare or not, he knows he needs to stay humble because in the kingdom of 𝒂𝒊𝒔, fortunes change in a heartbeat. So, when the lady asks if he is ready for the eagle's trial, he accepts without a second thought. He heads out and checks his status window. Level 8. He is only 2 steps away from the Big 10, so it is time to get back to the grind. But first, food. He digs into his rations and honestly, it is incredible. The texture is so realistic he actually has to give it up for the game masters. They really nailed the immersion. He is all hyped up to train until he realizes he is completely out of lead shot. Liam curses the heavens and makes a break for the local trade post. He is hoping a little charm might land him a friend discount, but nope. The shopkeeper is a total prick, rude, arrogant, and his prices are absolutely highway robbery. Low on coin, he only grabs 23 packs. The merchant notices his pouch is a bit light, but catches a strange scent coming off him. Liam just shrugs and tells him it is rabbit meat. The man nearly loses his mind. That is no rabbit. It is the legendary herb bread baked by Anna herself. The shopkeeper recognizes that heavenly smell instantly and begs for a piece. Liam plays hard to get since that stuff was a nightmare to find. The man eventually cracks and offers a single silver coin. Liam pushes his luck and asks for 5 silver. It almost blows the whole deal, but he activates his haggle skill and refuses to budge. The merchant tries to pivot, offering extra ammunition and 2 coins instead. Liam holds the line at 5. It is a total battle of wills, but eventually the guy hits his limit. The final trade: 1 loaf of bread for 70 packs of rifle ammo. Plus, Liam scores a direct contact for the alchemist's gunpowder supplier. Talk about a win. Back in the real world, he is celebrating. Saving gold on powder is a massive head start. He needs to get rich and fast so he can finally take care of his parents. For now, he kicks back and watches 𝒂𝒊𝒔 Diary, keeping an eye on market prices and potential high-tier quests. The streamers are buzzing about the latest rankings, and Lady Rowena's legendary, blitz through the citadel of light. She is a total superstar, and for good reason. She is the heiress to the massive Sterling consortium. Everyone is wondering why a high ranker like her was hanging around a starter village. One interviewee claims she was actually scouting for a secret recruit. Nobody has a clue who the mystery player is, but the consensus is clear. They must be an absolute beast. Liam realizes, wait, that was him. He is feeling relieved that his identity is safe until the host mentions the player was using a firearm. He completely freezes. He was the only rifleman there. He literally falls out of his chair in shock. To make things worse, they play a clip of him talking to the girls, and his face is clear as day. The comment section is brutal. People are convinced he was just some pro, pretending to be a newbie just to flirt with elite players. He actually kind of digs the secret pro theory, at least until the trolls start asking what kind of idiot would play a musketeer class in this day and age. He figures joining a guild might speed up his leveling, but the whole situation feels too good to be true. Better to just dive back into the game and keep grinding. Back in the realm, he turns in some fox furs for a pathetic reward and picks up a wolf hunting contract. At least he gets a free repair coupon, thank God, because his rifle stock was falling apart. He treks out to the Whispering Plains, where danger signs are posted everywhere. He sits down and waits, hoping for a party to show up. He needs cover while he reloads, but the plains stay empty. Fine. He decides he will only pull lone wolves and conserve his lead until he hits level 10. He is crawling through the tall grass when he spots a professional squad in action. A tank holding the line, mages raining hell, and healers keeping everyone upright. Feeling a bit jealous, he decides to make his move. He spots a wolf, preps his rifle with a steady aim trick he saw on a stream, and pulls the trigger. Boom, direct hit. The wolf drops instantly. But then another one appears, red eyes, snarling, and it came out of nowhere. His rifle is on its last legs, so he absolutely cannot afford to get hit. He reaches for the powder. He needs a full 60 seconds to reload, which is an eternity when a hungry wolf is staring you down. He is working as fast as humanly possible, barely getting a chance to aim. Then, something weird happens. The wolf stops its charge. It is actually moving side to side, trying to stay out of his line of fire. These animals are smart. Hitting a zigzagging target is nearly impossible. If he misses, he is dead. He thinks about retreating, but he refuses to leave his loot behind. It is all or nothing now. He goes on the offensive. He lets out a massive, guttural roar to get its attention. It works. The wolf loses its mind and charges straight at him. That was the plan. With its movement now predictable, Liam fires and clips the beast. It is enough. The wolf collapses, probably not even realizing how it just got played. That shout perfectly mimicked the sound of a gunshot and tricked the AI. Liam can't decide if the wolf was brilliant for spotting his pattern or just a dumb animal for falling for the bait. After his rifle skill levels up, he takes a moment to scan the area for more threats. Everything looks clear until a massive shadow looms over him. A deep voice rumbles behind him, asking exactly how he pulled that shot off. He turns to see 3 massive players, a giant, a lizard man, and a crow. Liam panics, thinking they are monsters, but the lizard man quickly explains they are just players. He is stunned. He has only ever seen those rare races in the lore books. He tries to make a quick exit, but the lizard calls him back, and Liam awkwardly apologizes for the freakout. They are impressed. They want to know how a solo player is one-shotting wolves like that. They end up offering him a spot in their party. Their levels are pretty close to his. Even though he is nervous, he realizes they are actually pretty chill and just need a heavy hitter to help with packs of 3. They noticed his reload speed is trash and offered to pull aggro while he preps. He agrees, asking if being level 8 is a problem. They just laugh. It is more than fine. The hunt begins. It is smooth as silk, damage over time from the lizard, while the giant tanks and heals. The lizard introduces himself as Silas the Serpent, a poison mage. The massive guy is Godfrey. Liam asks about his class and suddenly gets hit with a massive wave of déjà vu. Then it clicks. He knows exactly who this guy is. So Julian's a bit of a klutz. He burned all his energy just picking a path and ended up as an Earth Warden by mistake. The big guy's actually blushing about it. It was so pathetic he actually got coins tossed his way in pity. Barnaby shifts the talk, mentioning he hails from the distant Western Marches. Liam actually likes this ragtag crew, even if he's the one doing all the heavy lifting. They decide to dive in, but man, the fight is a total train wreck. Julian starts screaming at his pet crow to attack like a toddler having a tantrum. Liam's trying so hard not to laugh that he almost loses his focus. Barnaby looks like he's prepping a legendary venom strike. Then he just spits this tiny, sad glob that does nothing but make the wolves angrier. Liam can barely see through the tears of laughter, but every miss means a full 60 seconds of reloading that heavy flintlock. Time to get serious. He locks on and nails a wolf right before it shreds Julian. But wait, another one's lunging. Julian raises those massive fists and bam! A hammer smash crushes the beast. Barnaby darts in, finishing it off with a wicked blade. A third one jumps out, but Liam's already reloaded. One shot, one kill. He's actually starting to dig this teamwork thing. His marksman skill levels up. Level 9. Barnaby gives him a nod and Liam thanks them. Barnaby just shrugs. It was Liam's firepower and Julian's thick skull. The giant gets all shy. Liam wants to head back to the Citadel, but Barnaby stops him. Wait until you're nearly at level 10, he suggests. That way, the reward puts him over the top, and they can tackle the Great Eagle mission together as a real squad. Deal. They spend days out in the mud, grinding away while other adventurers give their weird trio some seriously judgmental looks. Julian's getting better, taking hits like a wall and shouting out every move. Barnaby's a ghost, appearing out of nowhere with that weird spit. Then Liam steps out of the shadows and ends it with a bang. It's ugly, but it works. And get this, Barnaby can cast spells while sprinting. Julian says it's like running with a brimful goblet without spilling a drop. Liam realizes only legendary knights like Sir Percival can do that. How is this low-level scout pulling off master-tier moves? Liam keeps his mouth shut. They take a breather to check their progress. Barnaby admits the Great Eagle is usually for level 13s, but if they hit 10, they might just have a shot. Liam thought it took 5 veterans, but Barnaby wants to try with just the 3 of them. Night falls, and finally, the XP hits. All 3 of them hit level 10. They head back to the village, hand over the wolf pelts, and Liam officially hits the milestone. Suddenly, Liam's vision flashes blood red. He panics for a second before he sees it. He's triggered a hidden legendary quest. 100% reputation with the village. He gets the honorary guardian, title, flashy golden effects, and a rare repair voucher. Everyone's staring. It's awkward as hell, so he just bolts. Outside the gates, he catches his breath, cursing the unwanted spotlight. Barnaby explains it. Only rookies stay here. Nobody in the history of the kingdom has ever maxed out their reputation this early. Liam's suspicious. How'd you know that? Barnaby claims he saw the animation in a scroll once. Liam pretends to believe him, but something's off. Usually, you only get 60%. Then Liam remembers all those annoying little errands he did for the villagers between hunts. Barnaby and Julian are floored. They had no idea. Internally, Barnaby's still reeling that Liam took down the Black Beast at level 5. Next stop, the armory. Even with his new title, the prices are highway robbery. Liam starts haggling like his life depends on it. An old shopkeeper tries to give him a side quest, but Liam shuts him down. Just give me the Eagle mission, now. He grabs the contract. The reward, royal reputation, that's gold dust. With their gear packed, the 3 of them head out. On the road, they pass groups that got wrecked. Liam calls them laggards, ignoring the fact that he's basically doing the same thing. They push past the crowds to the base of the mountain, where the real parties and high-end merchants are gathered. Barnaby mutters that bad knights need shiny armor just to stay alive. Liam sees a pro squad failing and wonders if they're suicidal. He suggests finding more recruits, But Barnaby says no one would join a level 10 trio with a giant and a scaled man. Trust me, Barnaby says. I've got a plan. The portal to the nest opens. Cover me, he whispers. Elsewhere, Helena is fending off a pack of wolves until her sister, Lady 𝒔𝒆, arrives and tells the beasts to back off. Then, she freezes the world. Helena pouts because there's nothing left to kill. 𝒔𝒆 just sighs. Save your energy. These mongrels aren't worth the effort. Helena teases her for showing off. 𝒔𝒆 just coolly replies that the spell didn't even tickle her mana reserves. Must be nice having a carry, Helena laughs. 𝒔𝒆 reminds her she still needs to land the last hit if she actually wants to level up. No time for games. 𝒔𝒆 tells her sister to prep a big one. Since the next targets fly, Helena's worried about range, but 𝒔𝒆 just smirks. She starts chanting in an ancient tongue. The air turns brittle. Suddenly, the sky erupts in shards of ice that impale everything in sight. The monsters fall, barely clinging to life. 𝒔𝒆 steps back, leaving the finishing blows and all that sweet XP to her little sister. Helena lets loose with her enchanted fire arrows. Meanwhile, back in the nest, Liam readies his flintlock. Barnaby asks if Julian can commune with the earth. He can, but it's not for fighting. Perfect, Barnaby says. Liam's starting to wonder how Barnaby knows all this. The scaled man just tells him to stay close. You'll see soon enough. The mission begins, and the plan is set in motion. Basil douses himself in lethal toxins. Leo thinks he's absolutely lost his mind. But Basil just tells Julian to focus on his connection to nature and trust the process. No predator will touch them now. They head straight into the heart of the forest toward the beast, the monarch eagle. Suddenly, a wolf emerges from the shadows. Leo reaches for his weapon, but Basil tells him to stand down and walks right up to the beast. The wolf just recoils. The plan actually worked. See, the game's AI is too smart to eat poison prey. Since Basil is a lizardman with natural resistance, he can just drench his body in the stuff to stay safe. Julian blends into the environment like a tree, while Leo just has to reek of poison. It's a genius loophole, until a crow starts screaming Julian's name. The disguise shatters instantly. The wolves finally catch their scent, and it is not good. 20 of them are closing in fast. Julian is devastated. He offers to play bait so the others can run, even though it means being locked out of the game for 2 whole days. But Leo isn't leaving a comrade behind. While the others are panicking, he's locked in, calculating a way to exploit the AI's logic. Give me a second, he mutters. Julian is skeptical. If they don't move now, those wolves are going to tear them to pieces. Leo gears up. We're a team, he says. If they're going down swinging together. Basil asks for the play. A musket usually only takes out 1 target, but Leo is loading double gunpowder and no bullet. Cover your ears. He pulls the trigger, and a massive blast rocks the clearing. The other 2 are left ringing and cursing at the deafening noise. Well, the wolves are definitely aware of them now, but the pack just ignores them and sprints away in terror. Run now, talk later, Leo shouts as they flee. While they're making their escape, he finally explains the trick. Wolves hunt by smell, and they followed the gunpowder trail. Basil realizes it was a brilliant sensory distraction for the AI. It only worked because the world is so realistic. Even a human couldn't handle a blast like that right in their face. Basil is impressed. He asks if Leo's played 𝒂𝒊𝒅𝒔 before. Leo's like, duh, we're literally in the game right now. But Basil just brushes it off. Julian asks them to look away so he can call his crow. The guys think he's about to unleash some legendary secret technique. Nope, he's just embarrassed. They refuse to look away, so he has to perform a ridiculous, sparkly dance with a grand finale pose. The guys are absolutely dying of laughter. Julian snaps back that the magic comes from the heart. No dance, no crow. They tease him until the bird finally arrives. Then, it's time. They head to the mountain peak to face the king of the skies. From a distance, the eagle is massive, way bigger than any legend. Leo jokes that pretty soon they'll be fighting monsters the size of castles. This boss is 4 times the size of a normal raptor. Basil warns them, It starts with a deadly high-speed dive bomb. It'll rip your arms clean off. Then it lands and releases a deafening screech to stun you. They need to strike while it's still perched. Once its health hits 30%, it can't fly. Julian is on heavy damage, Basil's on crowd control. But Leo, he wants the first shot. Basil thinks that's suicide. He wants to clear the smaller birds first. Why take the risk? He asks. It's a 90-meter shot, nearly impossible. But Leo's confident. If he misses, Basil can start his spells. Oh, and he tells Julian to get down. He's using Julian's massive frame as a tripod. The big guy isn't happy about being a literal gun rest, but Leo's already aiming. The eagle lines up perfectly. The bullet is slow, so Leo leads the target and boom, direct hit. "Go in!" he yells. Suddenly, a notification pops up. A new achievement. He took down the monarch eagle in a single shot. Everyone levels up. Musket level 4. He loots a silver feather and gets a permanent stat boost. Julian is thrilled with the bonus, while Basil is just standing there in shock. They grab the loot. 30 seconds until they're kicked out. More achievements flood in, one even mocking him for hunting in a beginner zone. Then comes the big one. The sniper's origin title gives him the calm heart, skill, and massive bonuses, and it doesn't stop there. He's only the second player in the world to earn it. He's entered the Hall of Fame, but there's no time to celebrate. Basil screams at them to move. Back in town, the celebration is real. They're finally true players. Everyone is buzzing about the legendary bonus rewards. Basil has one question. How? That boss wasn't some weakling. Even with insane damage, it should have been a long fight. Was it a buff? A critical hit? Pure luck? Leo jokes that if he knew the secret, he'd be level 50 by now. Basil isn't buying it. Honestly, Leo is just as confused as they are. Basil apologizes for doubting him, while Julian is just happy they hit the jackpot. Leo remembers the sniper's code. Never let them know it was you. He decides to keep his head down and reports to the commander. His reputation with the kingdom of Albion skyrockets. He levels up again and receives a recommendation to the St. George Marksman Academy in the capital. The commander says that's where he'll learn to hit real vitals. Leo wonders how the commander knew about his weak point, knowledge, then realizes his achievement basically broadcasted it to the world. Suddenly, the veteran soldier pulls him into a bear hug, thanking him and begging him to become a legend for the kingdom. Leo knows it's just the maxed-out reputation talking. But man, is it awkward being hugged by a mountain of a man. Even the other players are staring. He asks his team about their next move. Julian is heading to the Verdant Wilds to master the ways of the druid. Byron is striking out for the Whispering Wilds, while Alistair sets his sights on the grand capital of 𝑼𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓𝒚. Alaric's band, they're officially calling it quits for now. Farewells are exchanged with promises to cross paths once more. Now truly alone, Alistair pulls up his records, and wow, the list of achievements is staggering. His attributes are sky-high despite dumping everything into finesse. Now at level 12 with points to burn, he discovers a curious new ability, Steady Pulse. It sharpens his aim if he holds still for 3 seconds, but the 30-second cooldown is a pain. He grumbles about the duration, hoping it scales up eventually. He heads off to report back to Lady Rosamund. She spots him immediately, invading his personal space while addressing him by his formal knightly title. She teases him, asking if the prize is just some clever forgery. Alistair scoffs, swearing it's the real deal as he presents the prime raptor meat. Satisfied, she begins packing the promised rations, mentioning how much her husband regretted missing out on a proper chat with him earlier that day. Suddenly, the husband looms over them, massive and unsettling, staring holes through Alistair. He offers a bone-crushing hug, declaring that no true carnivore could ever be a villain. Then comes the offer. Does Alistair want to master the culinary arts? He knows there isn't a dedicated chef class, but crafting skills are always useful. With only 2 slots available, he wonders if mastering recipes that provide permanent attribute boosts might actually be a stroke of genius in the long run. He agrees. The legendary master Julian Thorne vows to train him. A notification flashes, asking if he's ready to apprentice under such a renowned culinary titan. He accepts without a second thought. He survived the mess halls during his military service, so how hard could a bit of gourmet cooking really be? Training begins and it's a disaster. Julian shreds his work. The chef screams like a madman, claiming even a stray dog would turn its nose up at it. The insults just keep coming. Honestly, the only reason 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 doesn't draw his weapon is the fear of being exiled from the kingdom, so he just seethes. After agonizing over countless failed plates, it's time for the final test. Pushed to his absolute limit, 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 finally snaps and levels a cold threat at him. Pass me now, or I fire for real. Miraculously, Julian approves the dish, even having the audacity to credit the success to his own brilliant teaching style. Scared for life, 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 flees the kitchen, resisting the urge to go back and end the chef. At least he walked away with a new skill. Stumbling out with a massive fatigue penalty, he crosses paths with Lady Rosamund again. She finally hands over the specialized traveling rations he was promised earlier. Then she asks for one more favor. 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 groans about the endless errands, refusing to agree to anything until he hears exactly what this entails first. Looking slightly piqued, she sets a second parcel down. The task: deliver these supplies and a sealed letter to her sister residing within the capital city. If he fails, his reputation with her will absolutely tank. It feels like an awfully high-stakes consequence for what should be a simple final delivery quest. He asks if monsters are the threat. She warns of something worse, cutthroats and assassins. Then she bursts out laughing, claiming she was only pulling his leg. Given a month to finish, he reckons he can reach 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 in half that time. Besides, he needed to head there for the Royal Academy anyway. He takes the job. Rosamund explains the parcel is enchanted against rot, but the flavor is fleeting. So basically, he better not dally on the road. Grabbing both bundles, he heads out. Before he gets far, he devours his own portion to give his attributes a much-needed temporary boost for the journey. He muses about the fortune he'd make crafting such delicacies himself. But then, he happens to glance at the item description for the sister's parcel. Massive buffs, a unique rarity tag, and it's actually tradable. His mind instantly jumps to profit. Logging out, he checks the real-world market values for such items. It's worth a mint, enough to cover 5% of the surgery needed to fix his legs. But selling it would make him a pariah in 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓. He wavers. They are just lines of code, mere ghosts in the machine. Is loyalty to a bunch of digital puppets actually worth that much money? Right in the middle of his moral crisis, his mother enters the room, asking with a worried look if everything is all right with him this evening. She wonders why he's still awake, mentioning a late-night engagement tomorrow but promising to leave him dinner. Touched by her care, 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 shelves the lunchbox dilemma. He decides to head for the capital and make his choice later. Back in the world of 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓, he pays a visit to the local armory. The shopkeeper is suspiciously cheerful today, asking if he found the rare herb. 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 admits defeat, but inquires about that munitions supplier they discussed earlier. The man says the traveler is due any minute and offers some tea. Over a hot cup, 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 starts asking about the cost of regional maps. They're 5 sovereigns, a premium expense. Now he sees why players just use sketches. He declines for now just as the supplier, Barnaby, walks in. He and 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 lock eyes. 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 asks for a bulk discount on lead, and Barnaby agrees. The owner tries to shoo the boy away, but Barnaby speaks up. 1 penny for the shot, and 4 for a pouch of fine black powder. 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 realizes he's been getting scammed, confronting the merchant over the 15 crowns he used to pay. He turns to leave, telling the man to find his own herbs. The shopkeeper panics, begging him to stay and offering any reward. 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 demands a high-quality matchlock rifle. Naturally, the man flatly refuses that request. So he points to the overpriced map instead. The merchant wavers, but the moment 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 mentions the herb again, he begrudgingly agrees to the trade. 𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 leaves triumphant, pockets heavy with shot. He sets up a vault account for easier trading before remembering to contact his cousin, Cedric. He shares the news that he's reached level 12, and that they'll finally be able to link up once he reaches the capital's gates. Cedric is stunned that the silver-winged raptor fell so quickly, promising a grand welcome. Then he asks if Alistair encountered a woman named Seraphina. At the mention of her name, Cedric's mood sours instantly. Alistair teases him about being a fan, but Cedric growls that he only wants her head. He explains his whole guild tried to corner her, only to be slaughtered while she just smiled. They lost everything, levels, gear, and he hasn't slept in days. Now he wants blood. Leon's dragged into his cousin's mess, but it's worse than he thought. Kendrick drops a bombshell. His sister is single-handedly bankrupting the border towns. Those two are such nightmares that the 5 great houses actually formed an alliance just to shut them down. Leon realizes something terrifying. If he'd actually accepted that invite, his own kin would probably thrash him in the mortal world. They hang up, promising to talk once the dust settles. He's left shaken. People really do lose themselves in the realm, forgetting what's real. Better to stay a lone wolf for now. He shakes it off and sets his sights on the capital, 𝒂𝒔𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓. He checks his new map. It's magical, tracking his position like a divine compass. He remembers his days in the King's Guard. A marksman with a map, that's a death sentence for his enemies. He double-checks his gear and pushes on. 3 hours of sprinting later, he's miles deep into the wilds thanks to his training. A signpost warns of bandits and beasts. Suddenly, the sound of steel clashing echoes through the woods. A knight is locked in a desperate struggle with a monstrous grizzly, his squires scrambling to support him. Poisonous vipers are everywhere. The knight is a wall of steel, wielding twin shields. Other adventurers rush in. Some flee in terror, others smell easy gold. A makeshift battalion forms right there. They're shouting for anyone who can actually deal damage. Leon watches from the shadows. To take down a beast like that, you'd need 20 men minimum. Besides, lead shot usually bounces off thick hide like that. The group is from the Order of the Rose Petal. Ridiculous name. Leon slips behind a mossy crag to watch. The commander starts barking orders. Priests to the wounded, swordsmen behind the tanks. It's a solid strategy for a bunch of sellswords. An archer draws the beast's ire. Then the bear roars, a sound so primal it freezes the blood. Even Leon, hiding far back, is paralyzed for 2 agonizing minutes. The monster charges to crush them all. Even from his hiding spot, Leon is pinned by fear. It's bigger than a royal elephant. He panics. If that thing sees him while he's paralyzed, he's dead. The feeling of his legs refusing to move. It brings back dark memories of the mortal world. Can these fools actually survive this? The commander screams for the priests to break the spell as the beast looms over them. He steps up, meeting the monster's fury with his twin shields. Amidst the chaos, the commander's eyes lock onto Leon and his musket. He shouts that he'd have welcomed Leon if he'd known he was a marksman. A mage confirms it. Leon just landed a perfect headshot. The commander thinks about distracting the beast for another shot, but changes his mind. Too risky. The boy would be gutted during the long minute it takes to reload. The bear rises, more savage than ever, and roars again, freezing Leon in place. He tries to reload. With trembling hands and leaden limbs, impossible. A few brave souls try to bait the boss, but they're instantly consumed by flames. Desperate, Leon cries out to the commander for backup. Silence. The coward already bolted. The bear finishes the massacre. Leon takes a shaky breath and finally slams the ramrod home. He levels his sights at the flaming titan. Fire, another perfect headshot. The crack of the musket echoes through the valley, reaching the fleeing commander. The survivors are stunned. 2 headshots, back to back. They want to go back and claim the loot, but the commander refuses. Without his shields, he's just monster food. The last mercenary falls. Leon is the only one left standing. The commander decides to lick his wounds, find more cannon fodder, and return later. Maybe even kill Leon for the spoils, back at the village. He spins a tale of heroism and recruits a fresh mob. Half an hour later, they're back at the clearing. The forest is a charred ruin, but the bear is gone. He claims the beast must have fled to its den and tells them to stay sharp. 2 hours pass. Nothing. 3 hours. The new recruits are starting to get restless. They think he's lying. The commander points to the blood and splinters. The proof is right there. The beast is just hiding, bleeding out. The players give him one last chance. If they find nothing, his name in the kingdom is dirt. Cold sweat rolls down his neck. Did that lone musketeer actually finish the job? Backtrack 4 hours. Leon is still in the fight of his life. The bear didn't die. It's just more pissed off now, wreathed in flames and burning the very earth. The paralysis fades, and Leon scrambles for a new position. He sees the commander's group tuck tail and run. Cowards. He swallows his anger and refocuses. He reloads while moving, a trick he spent weeks perfecting. He lines up the shot. 3 headshots, that has to be enough. But the beast is too fast. A massive claw sends him spiraling through the air. Even with the pain dampened to 20%, it feels like his ribs are turning to dust. Health low, vision blurring. He tries to hear the monster through the ringing in his ears, but the bear is moving with unnatural silence. Next hit wins it all. He repeats the sniper's creed under his breath, feeling for the enemy's heartbeat. He rolls, firing a desperation shot right under its chin. The bear reels, but incredibly, it's still standing. No more bullets. Leon charges with his bayonet, a skill he thought was a joke. He plunges the cold steel into the beast's chest and rips it back out with a guttural roar. He takes one final blow, and blackness takes him. Cut to Leon waking up in the dirt, dazed. Then the notifications flood in, level after level. 9 ranks gained, and his musket mastery just hit level 5. He did it. He actually killed the damn thing. Victory. Alistair starts gathering the loot, his heart racing when the system notification pops up. That beast was 50 levels higher than him. Talk about an absolute carry. Boom. He gets inducted into the Hall of Fame, snagging massive stat boosts and permanent damage buffs. He's officially level 21 now, with a mountain of points to spend. He dumps almost everything into dexterity, leaving just a tiny bit for his health pool. Then, he starts scavenging weapons off the dead players. Hey, gold is gold, right? Finally, the big prize. He grabs the boss's drops, a full set of rare Great Northern fur gear, including a cloak, hood, and boots that grant resistance to fear and fire. No new weapon, but honestly, this haul is legendary. Since the Northern set beats anything he's wearing, Alistair equips it immediately to soak up those sweet stat bonuses. It fits like a glove. Our boy is properly geared up now. He keeps moving, but meanwhile, back at the barracks, Captain Thorne is getting absolutely roasted on the forums. The footage of him fleeing in terror went totally viral. In the real world, Thorne is just as massive as his avatar, and he's currently smashing his keyboard in a fit of pure rage. He has no clue Alistair was the one who actually finished the beast, but he's already swearing a blood oath to hunt down whoever stole his glory. He's got eyes on our protagonist, but figures there's no way a low-level could solo a boss like that. Still, he decides to dig into his background just in case. Back in the wild, Alistair is keeping his cool. With that new fire resistance, he might actually stand a chance against Lady Seraphina's scorched earth magic later on. He thinks about his cousin Julian and the high-stakes drama he might face with those sisters soon. Time to check the map and see where the world stands. Lord Beaumont and Sir Godfrey are miles away, and the sisters have already moved toward the Valerius kingdom. Suddenly, his stomach growls, time for some bear steaks. He's hit level 23 already. He spots a target, checks the wind and distance, and pulls the trigger. It's just a graze, but strangely, the bear doesn't even flinch. Turns out, wearing the Great Northern set makes the other bears think he's one of them. One more shot and the beast drops, easy loot for the collection. At this rate, he'll hit level 30 before even seeing the capital gates. But wait, a tiny white cub is watching him, and it's way too cute for its own good. Alistair realizes he probably just orphaned this little guy. The guilt hits him hard, and there's no way he can bring himself to pull the trigger. Instead, he tosses it some bread, and the little fluffball is instantly happy. Not gonna lie, this looks like the start of a legendary future pet. He tries to walk away, but that sad, lonely look makes him stop in his tracks. He sighs, scoops up the cub, and wonders what on earth he's going to do with it. He pings Julian and Arthur, telling them he'll be late to the capital. Julian just tells him to watch out for bears while completely ignoring his own studies for another raid. Alistair asks if you can actually keep pets in this world. Julian's first thought, "You mean a horse, right?" He asks about taming wild beasts, but Julian shuts it down. Apparently, it's basically impossible unless you've got a specific beast tamer class. Most monsters see humans as a snack, but this cub is literally clinging to him. He wonders if he can just raise it like a baby. Julian drops some harsh truth. Cubs are rare, and since they give the same experience as adults, most players just slaughter them on sight. Alistair feels a bit deflated, says his goodbyes, and promises to meet up in the capital. He looks down at the little cub on the grass and just sighs. If he leaves it here, it's just free experience for some random player, so he takes it along. By the next day, his hunting spree has him hitting level 24. Check this out, the cub is gaining experience and growing too. Everything's fine until a golden snake strikes, biting his leg before slithering off into the brush. Poison. He's taking 50 damage every 10 seconds for 3 whole minutes. That's a death sentence. He survives by the skin of his teeth, and the cub finds the snake and ends it. Alistair goes for a hug, but the bear just starts tearing into the snake with zero mercy. After that meal, the cub starts growing way too fast. In no time at all, this little fluffball has turned into a full-blown mountain of a mount. By the next day, Alistair is actually riding the massive beast. Of course, other players keep attacking them, thinking he's some kind of roaming world boss. Our hero has to keep stepping in to save his pet. He's starting to realize that bringing a giant predator into the capital is going to be a massive headache. They reach a local town, but the guards bar the gates immediately. They're terrified. Alistair tries to explain that the bear is basically a giant, harmless puppy. Then the bear playfully nips at a guard's head, and everyone loses it. With no way to get in, he's got no choice but to head back into the wild. He hears the locals wondering why anyone would ride a bear over a horse. That gives him an idea. "Can you run?" he asks, and the bear takes off like a rocket. Now the two of them are blurring past everyone toward the capital, avoiding any trouble. 2 days of hard riding later, the spires of 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂 finally appear. Seeing those castle walls brings back memories of his lunchbox, the academy training, and finally reuniting with Julian at last. Time to hop off and walk to keep a low profile. But here's the thing, walking slowly doesn't help when you're next to a monster. Just the sight of a giant bear makes players panic. Alistair tries to explain he raised it from a cub, but nobody's listening. They're backing him right toward the city walls. Actual city guards show up now, weapons drawn and spells charging. This is getting ugly fast. Annoyed, he warns them that anyone who touches his bear is getting a bullet. The mages ignore him, launching a barrage of fire and ice anyway. Alistair fires to intercept the spells, but then something weird happens. A high-ranking mage steps forward, raising a massive holy shield and an anti-magic zone. The bullet and the spells collide, getting compressed into a single sphere of light before completely vanishing into thin air. A blinding flash leaves everyone stumbling. When the smoke clears, a knight is standing there, ordering Alistair to lower his rifle immediately. Trouble isn't allowed in 𝒂𝒊𝒂𝒂. These guys are the Holy Knights. Their leader calls it a misunderstanding and says nobody will be punished today. But he makes it clear, one more shot and there's no forgiveness. Alistair isn't happy about it, though. He's the one who was attacked first. The commander nods, he's letting it slide this time. But honestly, dragging a literal beast into the city square, absolute chaos, the lady sorceresses, they get off with a stern warning. Lucky them. Magic is strictly forbidden within the capital walls. No exceptions. But since they were just trying to save lives, the law looks the other way. The commander waves his hand, and the gawking crowd finally scatters. Arthur breathes a sigh of relief and starts walking away with his bear. Safe at last, right? Wrong. Wait! A voice booms. The knights want a private word. Here we go. Is this a trap? Arthur's hand tightens on his rifle. But then the knight removes his helm. Sir Alaric. He swears on his holy honor, neither the man nor his beast will be harmed today. Arthur is still totally lost, but he agrees. Alaric orders Sir Cedric to escort them personally through the bustling city. No turning back now. He follows the knight into the heart of the capital. Behind them, Alaric stares at his shield. His holy barrier, meant to withstand anything, has a crack in it. One single shot from that musketeer did that. Absolutely terrifying power. Ding, system alert. Earning a knight's oath isn't easy. Arthur just bagged a rare achievement and 50 reputation points across the entire kingdom. Talk about a massive boost. Cedric stops mid-stride. He's curious about the bear. Look, he says, we know you're an honorary guard of the Fortress of the Sun. No need for the suspicious glares, they're on the same side. Alaric catches up, nodding in agreement. A man with a record like Arthur, S. He's clearly not the type to go looking for trouble in the king's city. Arthur blinks. How on earth did they know his rank? He hadn't even mentioned the fortress yet. Simple, his deeds for the crown speak for themselves. Arthur realizes it now, all those grueling quests. They actually built up enough trust for the king's elite to back him up. So he spills it all, taming the beast on the road to Lion's Reach, surviving an onslaught of predators, and even taking down a legendary bear of agony. It was one hell of a journey. Alaric listens, impressed. He gets it, the beast is loyal, but a bear in the capital, that's a massive no-go. It just can't happen. Imagine the panic. People would be screaming in the streets. A nearby soldier chimes in, bears belong with their own kind. It's time to release the cub back to the wild. Arthur hesitates. His heart sinks. If he lets him go, how will he survive? Other hunters won't see a pet. They'll just see a target for easy experience points. But there's no other way. He has to say goodbye, and he has to do it now. The little guy just tilts his head, looking completely heartbroken and confused. Just before they part, Cedric asks for his name. Arthur, he replies. Arthur the Musketeer. Suddenly, massive white wings erupt from the knights' backs. They take off, laughing about his name, and vanish into the clouds. Arthur just stands there, totally jealous of that epic aura. Arthur leads the bear far beyond the city walls. They walk for hours until the stars come out. Then, the bear leans in for one last, giant hug. This is where we part, Arthur whispers. It was a short trip, but he'd grown so attached. He turns around and starts walking, leaving the lonely bear behind in the dark. Suddenly, chomp, the bear lunges and bites his hand. Arthur yelps in pain, totally blindsided. What the hell was that for? But then the bear gently licks the wound. A blinding light erupts. System alert, soul bond created. This isn't just a pet anymore, they're linked forever. Arthur is only the third person in the entire world to achieve this. Massive buffs, a spot in the Hall of Fame, it's legendary. And the bear, he's actually crying tears of joy. Arthur makes a promise. He'll never forget his friend. He tells the bear to stay safe from hunters, but honestly, at that size, the bear is the one hunters should be scared of. A final goodbye. Arthur feels an actual ache in his chest. It's strange. He didn't even feel this sad when he said goodbye to Barnaby. He kicks a rock in frustration, but it smacks a lurking wolf right in the head. The beast howls and charges for the kill. But then, a new skill icon flashes on his screen. Soul Summon. He can call the bear's spirit to his side whenever he wants. Even if the bear dies, the bond remains. It starts at half his level, but the potential, limitless. Deep in the forest, the bear finds his kin. With the power Arthur gave him, he's not just a cub anymore. He's becoming the king of the forest. Arthur arrives back at Lion's Reach by dawn. The place is absolutely swarmed with people. How is he supposed to find one person in this mess? Time to call his cousin, Julian. Julian picks up, laughing. Apparently, the capital is just the default hangout for every player with too much time on their hands. That's why it's a total madhouse. Arthur asks for his location. Julian groans. He's been waiting at the south gate for ages. Arthur has no clue where that is, but Julian tells him not to sweat it. The gate is pretty generic anyway. No landmarks to speak of. Then he hears a voice right beside him. Julian was standing there the whole time. Arthur's fuming. Why didn't you just say something? Julian just grins. He wanted to see the newbie struggle for a bit. After Arthur finishes chewing him out, he finally takes a good look at his cousin. The gear is incredible, way better than expected. Julian just shrugs it off. For a high-level player, this kind of legendary armor is just standard equipment. Julian eyes Arthur's bear-hide armor. Did you buy that or ninja the loot? He asks. Arthur scoffs. He's no beggar. He earned this set through blood and sweat. Julian can't believe his cousin got this strong this fast. Just then, a red-haired mage steps forward. I'm Rowan, he says, introducing himself with a smirk. Rowan's heard all about him. Word is, Arthur was a legendary sniper in the real world and has the potential to become a true monster in-game. Julian looks away, a bit embarrassed. Arthur can't help but smile. His cousin might be a jerk sometimes, but deep down, he's actually got his back. Another player joins the group and stops dead. He recognizes that armor. Toppling the Bear King at such a low level, that's absolutely insane. The kid introduces himself as Sebastian. They ask if he's from overseas, but nope. He just stole the name from a famous storybook character. Julian asks about the boss fight. Sebastian explains it went viral after a video leaked of a top-tier tank screaming and running for his life. It was Captain Miller. Sebastian looks closer at Arthur's gear and notices something odd, but for now he keeps his mouth shut. Finally, Julian introduces the last member, 𝒂𝒊𝒐. He's gathered the whole squad today for one reason, to power level Arthur to the top. So what level are you? They ask. Arthur casually says 25. The entire group just freezes. They whisper to Julian, you said he was a newbie. Kyle asks if it's true. Leo nods. He's been doing some serious hunting lately. Lord Hadrian does the math. If he bagged a silver wing, he'd be level 12. Jumping 10 levels in a heartbeat makes 0 sense. Kyle asks for Leo's contact info since they'll be crossing paths. The rest of the group wants in, too. Hadrian wraps it up. They have business to attend to. Kyle calls him the Guild High Master. They say their goodbyes and vanish through a portal. Kyle's fuming. Teleporting beats walking any day. He drags Leo to a tavern, demanding the whole story in exchange for a snack. Kyle is floored by his cousin's skill. A field boss, at that level, high rifle damage plus weak point crits, maybe. He brings up the failed Great Ursine raid. The group was a total mess. No teamwork, just pure chaos. He remembers the captain running for his life, leaving the beast to maul everyone else. But that gave Leo time to aim. With the monster already half dead, Kyle finally admits it. His cousin really did kill a boss. He remembers an archer in the guild who couldn't hit a barn door without auto-aim. They talk about range, and Kyle's like, if the rifle only hits 40 yards, how'd you kill it from that far? Leo shrugs. Took 3 shots. Then I finished it with a bayonet when I ran out of lead. Kyle is baffled. How was it still standing? Then Leo drops a bombshell. He's been hunting this whole time with manual aim. Why? To actually master the weapon. Auto-aim caps your accuracy. Without it, it's all real skill. When Leo mentions all 3 were headshots, Kyle loses it. Why didn't he say that sooner? Still impressed, he invites Leo to the guild. Leo says no, not right now. Kyle won't take no for an answer. His guild is the strongest in the kingdom. Their leader is a legend. Shows up on TV, top 8 in Albion. One spell from him wipes whole battlefields. Leo is not impressed. He's already met William, ranked 9th worldwide. So, what's your rank, Kyle? Awkward silence. Kyle brags about being top 100, Sir K. Leo sighs. Global rank 500 isn't that amazing. Out of 100 million players. Yeah, it is. He's 2 levels away from level 200. The cap is huge. Leo's stunned. Kyle says after dinner, he'll show him the capital before the academy tour. Back at the guild hall, Tristan leaves for a mission, leaving Sebastian and Hadrian alone. Hadrian wants a private word. Sebastian uses his mystical eyes to confirm they're clear. Hadrian's impressed. Not many slip past his detection. They look at Leo's portrait. Even with different gear, it's him. Level 25. With hidden stats, he's no rookie. Hadrian asks if he saw his achievements. He didn't. Hadrian suspects the Sisters of Midnight are using this marksman against the guild. He's not falling for it. Cornered, Sebastian says he doesn't know if the sisters know the cousins are related. Hadrian calls him a fool. Those were rhetorical. It's the sisters' next move that's bothering him. Sebastian did see the kid's title, though. Which one? Fearless. It gives a massive attack buff. You only get that by slaying something 20 levels higher. The sisters must really trust him. They let him land the final blow. So this new recruit is definitely the gun guy. He thinks the ladies are helping our hero. Sebastian says they still can't be certain. Hadrian insists. A broke rookie hits level 25 in days with rare gear. No way he did it solo without the sisters' help. Sebastian suggests maybe he's a natural. Hadrian slams the table. A level 12 killing the Bone Devourer solo. No chance. They masked his stats with an item. This was a calculated setup from the very beginning. Kicking the table, he orders a bounty on the sisters and tells Kyle to watch his idiot cousin. He warns Sebastian not to trust Kyle. That's why they added him. Use cloaking items and keep a low profile. Sebastian nods while Hadrian draws a magic circle. With a forced smile, Hadrian asks if he looks friendly. Sure you do. He stares him down. Terrible liar. Hadrian apologizes with a hug before they teleport. Later in the capital city, Kyle and Leo are staring at a floating system screen. Kyle complains about map prices, while Leo tries to find their spot in an alley. Maps are sniper basics. You've got to know the land you're walking on. Kay suggests they head straight for the academy, but Liam's got other things on his mind. He asks about that quest she mentioned, the legendary one for the Holy Grail. Kay sighs. Apparently, once she hit level 100, she hauled herself all the way to 𝑦𝒂𝒔 to check the boards, and nothing. The quest had just vanished. Weird, right? Liam thinks so too. Kay just dodges the question, though, joking that nobody would have bought that cursed lunch box anyway. Thinking it over, Liam realizes something. There isn't even a tavern with that name in all of 𝑴𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓. People in this world just eat from the box, no questions asked. He figures losing a bit of reputation won't kill him. Besides, he can probably grind it back here in 𝑴𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 without trekking all the way back to 𝑦𝒂𝒔 Keep. But then a thought hits him. If he's the first one to actually finish this mission, maybe a new branch opens in the capital. That could literally change the entire map. Kay's over it. Just eat the damn lunchbox already, she says. I mean, it's worth 4 whole levels. Think about that, 4 levels. That's weeks, maybe months of grinding. High-level play is brutal, so she tells him to just swallow his pride and eat. Time is money. But then, Liam gets an idea. Liam's eyes go wide. Sell it. While their gear dries on a nearby clothesline, the two of them start hashing out the details of a potential deal. Eating it feels like a waste, but hoarding food, that's just plain stupid. He thinks about his mom back home and starts to really consider it. Selling this thing could pay for her surgery and fix everything at home. Kay suggests talking to her guild leader. They'll find a buyer with deep pockets for sure. Liam smiles, finally on board. What's the worst that could happen? Kay's already in full salesman mode, talking like she's already closed the deal. But when Liam says he needs to think about it, Kay loses it. She thought he was in. I never said that, Liam counters. Seriously, what is there to even think about? Marksman business, it's private. Liam tells her to keep the item a secret, and Kay snaps back that she's a university student, not an idiot. Then, a voice cuts through. Well, isn't this a nice surprise? 2 royal paladins stroll up. One greets them with both hands, real formal, while the other just gives a lazy wave. Kay, she's absolutely panicking. She's convinced Liam's a wanted man. They start bickering about nightly duties until Liam finally tells his cousin to shut her mouth and be polite. He introduces the guy with the fancy pompadour as Sir Cinderella. The big knight looks totally lost, but his partner, he starts laughing like a madman. Between wheezes, the laughing knight introduces himself as Sir 𝒔𝒂𝒓𝒚. He tries to explain the joke, fails miserably, and just goes back to clutching his sides. His partner sighs and corrects him. It's 𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒄. Liam realizes the mix-up, apologizes, and asks what they're after. The answer? Absolutely nothing. They were just passing by to say hello. Liam isn't buying the casual chat act for a second. He tells them straight up, the bear has already been released in the southern weald. 𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒄 just smiles. He never doubted him for a second and thanks Liam for being so cooperative. Total professional. Then he turns to Kay. Master Kay of the Order of the Star, I presume. They praise her guild's work in the Northwest and shake her hand. Kay, she's literally trembling. Poor girl just wanted to level up in peace. 𝒔𝒂𝒓𝒚 says they've gotta get back to the grind, and Liam's genuinely shocked. They really did come just to say hi. Just a quick hello, 𝒍𝒂𝒓𝒄 confirms with a nod. And just like that, they're gone. Kay is left standing there with her jaw on the floor. It's her first time actually talking to the sacred sentinels. She's half convinced it's because of her own fame, or maybe the prestige of her guild emblem. But then the truth hits her like a freight train. They weren't there for her. They were there for Liam, and she absolutely loses her mind. How does a musketeer know the high-level guards when she doesn't? Liam has to explain the whole thing. They were just checking in on the bear mission. Kay wants the full story, so Liam spills everything. After hearing it, she admits it makes sense, but it's still weird that they know her cousin better than her. Her fame was already at level 150. Liam's confused. His is only 80. Even with the level gap, Kay is freaking out. No way someone has reputation that high at his level. I just did the quests, Liam says, shrugging. You literally cannot grind reputation before level 200. Kay is physically exhausted, just trying to understand how his brain works. They keep walking, and Kay admits she's curious to see what he pulls off next. Liam just tells her he's playing for real. This is how he earns his bread and butter. Kay suggests working on combat skills, but then Liam spots it. A wooden building, old and weathered. The Musketeer Academy. They both just stare at it. The place is basically falling apart. Kay remembers that gorgeous academy they saw earlier. Yeah, that one belonged to the knights. So unfair, Liam groans. Kay explains that since the big classes share academies, their buildings are basically palaces compared to this shack. She hands him 2 gold sovereigns and some supplies, warning him not to sell that armor just yet. Liam's juggling it all, but he's grateful. 2 gold coins, that's like 200 sovereigns. Kay heads off to do her own quests, telling him to give her a shout if he needs a hand. Liam smiles and decides it's time to train. He pushes the academy door open, and it's pitch black inside. Smells like dust. Anyone home? Junk is scattered everywhere. It looks less like a school and more like a haunted shack. Suddenly, a shadow flickers. Cold steel presses against the back of his neck. Don't move, don't speak. Do exactly as I say and you might keep breathing. Liam freezes. This isn't just some regular musketeer. He didn't even hear the guy move. The bearded man tells him to talk, but keep his body perfectly still. Liam slowly raises his hands and introduces himself as a fellow musketeer. Who sent you? The man growls. No one. The man's eyes flash when he hears about the letter from Gerald, captain of the Wickham Guards. 3 steps forward, slow, or you'll be having tea with Queen Elizabeth II. Liam's actually impressed. The distance is perfect, just out of reach, but he's framed perfectly in the man's sights. This guy is the real deal. Liam drops the letter on the floor just like he was told. The gun's empty anyway, Liam says. Mind if I hold that shotgun? Stay back 3 steps. He warns Leo with a smirk, listen up or you're dead meat. The stranger kneels, grabbing the letter. With that attitude, definitely an outsider, a musketeer too. He starts listing Leo's feats. That's when it hits him. This guy has to be a unique master NPC. Scars, a tilted hat, and a look that kills. He tells Leo to follow him into a room where a heavy rifle sits on the table. Leo asks why the academy is a ghost town. The man snaps, shut up and sit. Leo doesn't argue. Feels like being back in basic training. Total drill sergeant vibes. The man mentions Sir Gilbert is proud of him. He reads Gilbert's letter. It's full of praise and support. Who knew that old man could even write this much? Leo offers a thanks, but the man just crumbles the paper and tosses it. Praise is useless. He leans over the table. Ethics, forget 'em. Only skill matters for a musketeer. Leo agrees ethics just waste time. You think you're hot stuff because of those minor achievements. No, the man stomps his foot, annoyed. Good, then this'll be easy. He orders Leo up and hands him the weapon. As they walk, Leo realizes, no sights on this thing. This is going to be a weird lesson. Why does this feel like a trap? Anyone over level 10 can enter. But then, a screen flashes. Entrance test. Fail and you're rejected. No info on the reward. You gonna quit already, coward. Not a chance, he accepts. They hit the training grounds, targets and dummies everywhere. Time to get to work. It's wild. You can train here until level 200, but you can get kicked out on day 1. Brutal. But it makes sense. A bad sniper gets everyone killed. This isn't just about shooting, it's about not cracking under pressure. He grips the rifle. No restarts, no quitting, just him in the field, locked in. The man laughs. Leo's nervous face is hilarious to him. Fail this and you're banned for life. Wind's blowing, 40 yards to the target. Standard distance for a pro like him. The instructor offers 3 paths: speed, accuracy, or penetration. 1 shot, total failure if he misses. Need help. Speed and accuracy are simple, but penetration. He sticks to his gun's accuracy. The man's grin turns wicked. This is going to be fun. Leo raises a hand. Wait, how many people actually pass this? The man stops. Only 2. Leo's jaw drops, even with system assists. Only 2. Out of how many? The man adjusts his hat. I don't remember losers, but over 1,000. Leo freezes. 10 million players and only 2 made it. The instructor starts walking. Leo figures the dummy right next to them is the mark. Nope. He keeps going all the way to a stone wall. 55 yards. Still doable, but getting tricky. But there's no target. The man points to a tiny blue feather stuck in the wall. His own feather. Leo breaks into a cold sweat. Now he sees the catch. In the real world, he's hit targets further away, but never something that tiny. Crazy anyone can hit that, he mutters, trying to stay cool. The man just sits on a bench. Start whenever. Deep breath. Can't back down now. He closes his eyes and activates sync shift. Notifications flash. Light wraps around his vision. Crank the range to max. Accuracy guaranteed at 50%. Not enough. It's all on his own instincts now. He pushes the system to the absolute limit. Danger warning. This will mess with his senses. He hits accept anyway. Light floods in and suddenly the world is sharp. He tosses a round in the air and readies the rifle. Tap loading, the old man asks. You know it. The instructor scoffs. If this was a speed test, he'd be dead. Leo drops into his stance. 55 yards. A tiny feather. You can barely see the damn thing. He calms his heart, visualizes a target 250 yards out. The evaluator watches. The kid's got serious guts. Leo locks in, and that feather starts to get clearer and clearer. Mind like glass. The world disappears. It's just him and the mark. He squeezes. Boom, the shot rips through the air. The wind howls. Leo holds his breath. He knows he hit it. The bullet pins the feather, even chipping the stone behind it. Inside, he's celebrating. Nice shot, the man says, stunned. How can he even see that far? Not going to check, Leo asks. No time for that. The old man adjusts his hat, calling him a brat while smiling. Notifications flood in. Passed. One of the top 3 in history. Massive bonuses, 40 reputation, and a mountain of agility. No wonder the rewards were kept secret. Stop dancing and get in here, the grump shouts. Leo runs in, hyped. The man pours an orange drink into a silver cup. Happy now? Ecstatic. The man just grunts. That level of skill is exactly why Leo's so annoying. Pure luck, that's what Arthur calls it. But Sir Cedric, he just drops a truth bomb. Luck doesn't waste time on the incompetent. It only walks with the best. Cedric takes a swig while Arthur processes that. Turns out, this bearded legend is one of the 3 greatest marksmen in the entire kingdom. The old knight explains the secret. Boldness brings a calm mind, and a calm mind is what makes every movement surgical. A flash of a shot, right through the feather. Perfect. Cedric actually smiles. Maybe this kid has a brain after all. He tells Arthur if he'd shown up sooner, he could have trained him to join the elite royal sharpshooters. Arthur thinks the title sounds a bit much, but he stays quiet. You're still a greenhorn, a rookie. Cedric tosses him a heavy blue pouch. Keep it. What's inside? Special ammo worth 10 silver coins. Arthur's jaw drops at the reward. Basic training is for losers anyway. In this world, only your skills matter. He offers a quick thanks. Don't thank me yet, Cedric mutters. It's about to get worse. He adjusts his hat. Time for a spider hunt. Arthur gets the task and feels the headache coming. No welcome party, no celebration, just freelance grunt work. At his level, hunting spiders barely even gives enough prestige to be worth it. There are bats in those caves too, right? There are. Why? Arthur starts bartering. He wants to wipe out the bats too. Cedric thinks he's being a cocky brat, but Arthur isn't backing down. He knows where he stands. This isn't arrogance, it's confidence. He promises to finish the job faster than anyone. Cedric weighs it over, then kicks open the gate. Fine, kill a few bats if you want. Arthur is pumped. But then, one more favor. If he clears this, he wants to learn a secret skill. Cedric's eyes turn cold. Dead serious. The deal? Kill 30 spiders and 30 bats in exactly 12 hours. Fail and you lose everything. Arthur nearly trips. 12 hours? That's not even a full day. He tries to negotiate, but Cedric just smirks, backing out already. Arthur gives a confident thumbs up. I'm in. He bolts. To him, this is a high-stakes gamble, massive risk, but the reward, unbeatable. The old marksman watches him go, muttering that the kid is actually pretty entertaining. Arthur doesn't stop running. 3 hours to reach the forest, 3 more to get back. And it's not just the kills. He has to harvest 30 rare drops from each monster type. Hunting 60 monsters in that time? Insane. But the old man thinks he can do it, so he has to prove him right. He sprints past a crowd of knights looking for a party. No time for teams, straight to the Gate of Valor. Someone mentions a squad for the Spire of Watch. Arthur stops. He knows that name. The Ares Maidens. He remembers those too. He checks his map, it's past the Great Ridge, ridiculously far. He starts running again. That's Fire Maiden territory, likely backed up by the Frost Maiden. Just thinking about it makes him feel a surge of jealousy. He makes a silent promise. He's catching up to both of them. Night falls as he finally stops. He covered a 3-hour journey in just 45 minutes. Thank God for these enchanted boots. He just hopes they can carry him back at the same speed. He hears voices nearby. Other adventurers are camping out, arguing about the monsters ahead. Spiders are cowards that hide. During the day, they're twice as fast. Bears are a safer bet. Arthur considers joining them for a second, but they're all waiting for sunrise. The bats are sleeping now. 2 of the campers warn him it's suicide to go in alone, but Arthur has no time to waste. He dives straight into the dark woods. The group starts placing bets on his life. 1 silver he doesn't make it to dawn. 2 hours. 1 hour. Arthur hears it all and just rolls his eyes. How rude. He levels his rifle into the shadows. No turning back now. Under the moonlight, he crouches low in the brush, weapon locked and loaded. He sets a challenge for himself. Reload in 63 seconds with his eyes shut. He needs to be faster. Better. He reaches into his pack and pulls out a long torch. With some light, he can cut that time to 50 seconds. The flame flares to life, cutting through the dark. Screech, a massive, bloated spider drops right in front of him. Others start twitching in the shadows. Arthur doesn't blink. He lowers the barrel. Bang. The red spider goes down instantly. Another one nearby freezes on high alert. Silence. The 2 of them stare each other down, waiting for the next move. Arthur reloads in a frantic blur while the creature tries to bolt. It lunges away, but a second shot catches it right in the spine. He lets out a long breath. The reloading, it's definitely getting faster. The dying spider lets out one last hiss. With his senses dialed up to the max, everything feels 100 times more disgusting. He almost feels sorry for the thing. He loots the body. Nothing. A 50% drop rate? This is going to be a long night. He cocks the rifle again. 10 hours left on the clock. Time to get to work. Back at the camp, the other players are convinced Arthur is already monster food. They figure the bets are a lost cause because he's dead for sure. One guy suggests going in to check. The others are terrified of the dark, but the one with gray hair, he's greedy. Just a quick look, he says. Confirm the kill and take the money. He grins, thinking about Arthur's expensive-looking gear. If he's dead, that loot is fair game. He even thinks about using the others as bait if things get hairy. His two companions are jumpy archers. He's a mage, so he conjures 3 fireballs to light the path ahead. Nothing, no spiders, no bats. It's eerily quiet. Not even a single monster shows up, and weirdly, there isn't any leftover loot on the ground either. They keep pushing forward. One of the archers stops, pointing at the ground. Up ahead, there's a massive, greenish lake bubbling and smoking in the dark. Is that a swamp? They ask if this is some kind of nightmare. There was never a swamp here before, and the smell, absolutely foul. The mage pales as he realizes the truth. That's not a swamp. It's a massive pile of melted fluids and remains from every single monster that was just slaughtered. He hits the ground and starts retching, his stomach turning completely over. The archers grab him, trying to pull him back. We need to leave. Now. Suddenly, a scream of pure agony rips through the forest. The archers freeze, arrows notched, telling the mage to wake up, because something is happening out there. One of the footmen glances back, hearing a bone-chilling screech, and his face goes completely white. From the shadows, a sea of crimson eyes tracks the trio, watching, waiting. "This is impossible," one shouts. "Why are they all returning at once?" Then, snap, a giant arachnid lunges, the mage, completely frozen. If the monsters are gathering like this, something is very wrong. Within heartbeats, they're cornered by skittering legs and leathery wings. That's when it hits them. Arthur. He actually cleared this entire sector alone. Elsewhere, in a quiet hall, a scarred hand tightens around a heavy silver tankard. It's Lord Sterling, sitting alone at the Royal Guard Academy. He's brooding, thinking time's running thin, when something catches the old veteran's sharp eye. Pure instinct kicks in. He spins, and a second later, the cold steel of his flintlock is pressed right against someone's spine. Don't move a muscle. He's aiming at our boy Arthur again, giving him that same old stern lecture without even realizing who he's dealing with. Sterling tells him to stay silent, but Arthur just calmly turns around to face him. "Really, we're doing this again just because I stepped out for a bit?" Arthur asks. Sterling's jaw practically hits the floor when he sees his face. How? How did he get back so fast? Arthur drops a massive, heavy sack onto the stone floor. It hits with a wet thud. "Here, everything on your list." Severed spider limbs, venomous bat fangs, the works. He flashes a grin, acting like the stress of that trial didn't almost make his heart explode. "And I brought spares just in case." The old commander opens the bag, takes one look, and just stares in pure disbelief. "You actually survived." Arthur looks insulted. Seriously? No faith? Meanwhile, Sterling is doing some serious mental math, trying to figure out how one rookie hunted over 500 monsters in a single afternoon. He looks at Arthur's oblivious expression and thinks, there's no way, it's physically impossible. To pull that off, he'd have to fire over 500 rounds without even stopping to breathe. Trying to hide his internal panic, Sterling just mutters, "Impressive." A message chimes. Arthur checks it, trial complete. And look at that. He even bagged a bonus for going above and beyond. This is getting ridiculous. Sterling grumbles about how many expensive bullets were wasted, but admits it was probably good training. Then, he flips Arthur a shining silver crown. Another notification pops up. A new skill. Arthur's eyes light up. He can now reload his muskets 30 seconds faster. Game changer. The buff lasts 5 minutes but has a 6-hour cooldown. He closes the menu and immediately asks, "All right, what's the next mission?" The commander clears his throat, suddenly acting very casual. "Before we get to that, we need a quick chat." He asks point blank, "How did you actually kill all those things?" Arthur just blinks, not realizing why that's such a big deal. Sterling breaks into a cold sweat. "I've done the math, lad. This is impossible for a novice. Did you steal these? Loot them off someone else." Arthur just gives him a slightly wicked, confident smile. "You really want the secret." He leans in, laces his fingers together, and rests his elbows on the wooden table. He takes a slow breath, ready to spill the beans. "I just took the skills I had and experimented." Flashback to the dark woods, a massive crimson spider drops dead instantly. A giant bat falls right after. Arthur is leaning against a tree, gasping for air while more monsters dissolve into nothing around him. He admits it to himself. This way is too slow. He doesn't have any flashy abilities. No rapid-fire nonsense to save him. Picking them off one by one takes an eternity. And the loot? A total joke. Killing 4 beasts just to get a single item. Ridiculous. He checks his kit. Calm mind, bayonet strike, and heavy artillery. All single target. He could try to line them up for a pierce shot, but who knows if the bullet would even go through. What he needs is simple. Something that hits everything at once. Area damage. There has to be a smarter way out of this mess. He finds himself in a clearing where 5 paths meet. The perfect spot for some serious splash damage. He thinks of his friend, the Lady of Frost, and feels a tiny sting of jealousy. Mages probably have dozens of spells for this kind of thing. But a musketeer, at his rank he's got nothing. Well, except for one crazy idea from before. He remembers that hunt for the great eagle, the gunpowder smoke. It wasn't an official skill, but it worked. It even sent a pack of wolves running for their lives. If the system won't give me a skill, I'll just make one myself. With that signature, villainous smirk, Arthur decides to go for it. He starts prepping something, eyes scanning the perimeter. It should work. He makes sure to check twice. No other players are around to see this madness. Adjusting his crimson cloak, he props his musket against a fallen oak. He looks like a mastermind about to kick off a truly ridiculous plan. He takes a deep breath and stomps hard on the turf. Using that burst of momentum, he launches himself forward. First target, a massive red spider. "All right, ugly, I'll start with you." A serrated leg swings down to end him. Arthur tracks the movement with cold precision. The spider strikes, but he slides right under the blow on his knees at the very last second. He springs up mid-slide, spinning into a perfect bayonet strike. The sharp tip of his rifle slams right into the monster's armored chest. Green ichor sprays everywhere as the blade lodges deep in the exoskeleton. The spider lets out an ear-piercing, horrific screech. Arthur practically cheers. "Yeah, keep screaming." He takes off sprinting down the forest trail, dragging the shrieking spider behind him like a literal dinner bell. The whispering woods finally stir. Nature is waking up, and it's hungry. Out of nowhere, scarlet spiders swarm from every direction. Giant bats join the chaos too, absolutely fuming after being ripped from their slumber. Liam doesn't hesitate. He makes a bold move, sounding the horn and drenching the trees in neon green nectar. That glowing liquid is a homing beacon, and man, does it work. The beasts are on him in a flash. The sheer noise of the chase rouses even more monsters, turning the pursuit into a full-blown swarm. Our marksman is bolting for his life now. Half the forest is on his heels, a starving, crazed mob of monsters desperate for a kill. One thought keeps racing through his head. If I trip, I'm dead. The swarm is literally breathing down his neck. A spider lunges. Its fangs miss his skull by an inch. Liam dodges barely, but they're gaining ground fast. Panic starts to set in. He tries to push his pace, but his legs are screaming. He knows he can't outrun them forever. He grits his teeth, forcing his brain to work through the fear. Wait, there's still a chance. He triggers his swift-step boots. This quest is way too vital to screw up now. Then he spots his target. There it is, the scarred tree trunk. He clenches his rifle with both hands. The finish line is right there, just a few more yards. In one fluid motion, he spins, putting the trunk between him and the horde. Finger on the trigger, deep breath. He activates marksman's focus. His vision shifts. His focus becomes razor sharp. One shot rings out, perfectly hitting a tiny speck on the wood. Sparks, up close you can see it, a hidden fuse. That trunk wasn't just wood, it was a massive crate of black powder. The spark races home. 1 second, then, boom, a colossal blast incinerates the clearing. Spiders and bats are wiped out in a single, roaring wall of fire. From above, a smoking crater scars the earth. Thick columns of black smoke spiral up into the cold night sky. Liam stumbles back, shielding his eyes from the heat and the stench of charred meat. Face covered in soot, he lets out a crooked little smirk. Knew it would work. The crater is basically a massive barbecue of fried monsters. He has to admit, it blew up exactly like a landmine. That blast radius was huge. Honestly, this felt more like a makeshift claymore mine than a simple trap. He runs a hand through his hair, relieved his extra powder charges did the trick. He almost got caught in the crossfire himself. He grips his weapon, taking a shaky breath. Totally worth it. "I did it," he roars. Suddenly, the flashback snaps shut. We're back in the study with Lord 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓. The bearded veteran is just staring at him in total disbelief. "So, all you did was build a bomb?" 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 asks. Liam just shrugs. "Pretty much." Then he starts explaining the mechanics of a directional mine. It wasn't perfect. It was messy and improvised, but it got the job done. Luckily, he had just enough gear to take down every single target. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 mutters the word under his breath. "A claymore!" He looks at the kid like he just reinvented the wheel or discovered fire. He takes a sip of his orange juice, watching the glass sparkle in the light. "You're something else, kid." He sets the glass down, a massive grin spreading across his face. A very interesting recruit indeed. Standing before the table littered with gear, Liam offers a slightly awkward thank you. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 holds up a hand to cut him off. "Before you get all sentimental, I want you to think about something." Liam looks lost. The old man asks him what that performance says about him, specifically, if that's actually how a royal marksman should behave. The veteran reminds him that the whole point of this trial was to make him a better shooter. Liam gives a quick nod. "I know, and I really did focus on my aim at first," Liam insists. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 narrows his eyes. "Maybe so, but don't try to play me for a fool." Liam gulps. "Understood. I'll be more careful next time." 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 stands, adjusting the brim of his feathered cavalier hat. "You still haven't answered me, boy." Liam stays silent as the question hangs in the air. What is the true role of a musketeer? The kid tries to be smart about it, asking what he means by role. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 just crosses his arms. "Fine, I'll give you an example. Remember the invasion 20 years ago, the Second Great War?" Liam recognizes the event immediately. He recalls the history books of the realm of Albion, an alliance of kings against a nightmare legion of monsters, with legendary generals on both sides. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you're staring down across the battlefield. Victory always falls to whoever commands their forces better. A musketeer, they're just one small piece in that massive game. Liam looks up, his gaze steady. "In a war like that," Liam says firmly, "a musketeer's job is to be the sniper." 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 raises an eyebrow. "And why do you think that?" Liam breaks it down simply. In a human army, if a general falls, someone else steps up immediately. The machine keeps grinding. But monsters, they don't work like that. They don't have that kind of structure or discipline. So the strategy is obvious. Cut off the head. Kill the commanders to create chaos and a power vacuum. Then we hit them while they're scrambling. 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 goes quiet, his eyes half closed as he processes the kid's logic. "So that's why I was allowed to build the Marksman's Academy," he mutters to himself. Liam blinks, totally confused. "Wait, what?" 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 turns away, grabbing his heavy coat. "Never mind, it's not important." Suddenly, a new quest alert pings in Liam's vision. "From what I can see," 𝒂𝒔𝒕𝒂𝒓 says, "there's nothing left for me to teach you." But he pauses. "Actually, I've got one final task. On top of the new quest, the mission is clear. Hunt down a boss. It's time to earn Lord Broderick's real respect and make a name for himself in the kingdom. Just when things were looking up, the goals shift completely. Liam's eyes bulge in pure shock. What? Are you kidding me right now? The updated terms are absolute garbage. He's capped at level 30, can't suffer a single defeat, and he has to fly solo. No help allowed. He's losing his mind. This makes zero sense. You hand me the quest and then gut the rules immediately after. Worst part, he's only level 25. Taking down a level 30 boss alone is basically a suicide mission. While Liam's having a full-blown panic attack, Lord Bramwell just sips his orange juice, completely unbothered. Liam's brain is hitting a wall. Does this old noble actually hate my guts? Bramwell just stares at him, eyes piercing, like he's looking right through his soul. Right when Liam is about to accept this quest as his literal death warrant, the old man speaks up. "Don't lose your head, boy." Liam freezes. Bramwell keeps going, casual as you like. "Be calm. A true marksman solves this with one shot. Just put a bullet right between the monster's eyes." It was meant to be encouragement, but Liam looks like he's seen a ghost. One shot? That's not a plan, that's a death wish. Still, something deep in his gut tells him to dive in. He swallows hard, trying to keep his voice from shaking. "Fine, I accept." Bramwell's face splits into a massive, booming grin. He strikes a heroic pose and bellows, "Go then, complete your mission." Liam doesn't wait. He bolts out the door. Just like the legends of old. Bramwell watches him go, practically vibrating with excitement to see how this disaster ends. As Liam sprints off, he's at least thankful there's no clock ticking. Honestly, though, all I can think about is how badly this kid probably smells after grinding for hours without a shower. He stops, gasping for air. Right, better hit level 29 before I even attempt this. His thoughts drift back to that mysterious old man. Founder of the academy, a legend among sharpshooters. Who exactly is this Lord Bramwell guy anyway? Liam pulls up his system screen and decides to consult the one person more arrogant than him, his cousin, Kieran. He sends a ping. Silence. Another one. Nothing, crickets. That's weird. Usually the big guy is always active. He checks his guild list. Everyone's gathered at the Iron Pass, wherever that is. Kieran is likely out with Sir Alistair and Lady Helena. Liam sighs. Group raids really are the only reason anyone bothers joining a guild, honestly. And then he notices something insane. The legendary Azure sisters are showing up at the exact same location. You've got to be kidding me. Cut to a desolate, rocky wasteland. A massive notification flashes. The fugitives are escaping. A hand points toward the horizon. They're heading deeper into the Iron Pass. We need reinforcements. Surround them both now. Lord Mordecai, the red-maned mage, confirms the allied houses are closing in. He barks at Julian to cut off their retreat path instantly. The assassin vanishes like smoke. The commander orders the clerics to dump every buff they have onto the frontline knights. On it. A scout is tasked with tracking the girls. Too easy, he smirks, vanishing into a sprint to keep them on the radar. Helena watches, confident. There's no escape, not with Julian covering the exits. They're walking right into a trap. On the other flank, Sir Arthur leads the heavy armor division, making sure every knight is in position for the kill. The captain is pacing, sweating bullets. We've got dozens of elites over level 60. There is zero chance they slip through our fingers. Mordecai is staring into the distance, eyes burning with obsession. I'm ending those two today, but first, I need the finisher. He raises his hand, chanting some ancient, eerie verse. A glowing violet magic crest erupts from the ground beneath him. A massive beam of energy shoots into the clouds like an orbital strike. Mordecai roars, "Teleportation is dead. Now they can't escape." But on the other side, a woman's hand reaches up. A counterspell. Blue hair, zero fear, time to hunt. Lady Catherine charges into the light, and suddenly, that glow shatters into 10,000 ice needles, shredding the squad. The fodder units start screaming in absolute agony. Newsflash, guys. Heavy plate armor doesn't do jack against high-tier magic. Mordecai slams his shield down, catching a massive glacier spike just as it nearly pins him to the dirt. Through the freezing fog, the silhouette of Lady Gwendolyn appears, already prepping her next world-ending spell. Catherine is grinning. "Long time no see, boys." The Ice Queen herself steps out of the mist, facing the kingdom's favorite tanks. The lead knight calls the distance, 70 meters. He tells the shield wall to keep their distance and hold steady. Gwendolyn isn't waiting. She summons a literal monsoon of ice spears, raining death from above. The commander screams for a defensive turtle formation. "Hold the line, don't let them break you." Small problem, the magic spam is so intense the knights can't move an inch. Then, boom, the ice flash cooks into a massive fire explosion. The commander is blinking, trying to process the logic, but Gwendolyn steps forward, making it very clear who's in charge. He's fuming. They've already lost half their men and they haven't even touched her yet. He forces the formation to reset, shouting warnings to stay agile. He's trying to stay positive. They've suffered, sure, but they've got them cornered. But he's not stupid. Looks are deceiving. That blue-haired mage, she's literally ranked 9th in the entire world. He charges in, knowing she's a wild card. But just as he closes the gap, a massive wall of ice slams down, sealing the passage. Seeing his prey slip away, the knight loses it. "You think a little frost is going to stop me? Not today." He starts hacking at the stone barrier, shouting for his men to join in. Even he has to admit, that girl's got some serious power to pull that off mid-retreat. He's no weakling, though. With a final blow, the wall shatters. But the second the dust clears, there she is, the frost-haired mage, waiting right for him. He's stunned. Why isn't she running? Then she starts a chant. In a flash, a crimson line opens on his cheek. Suddenly, his whole squad hits the dirt, covered in gashes, his vitality plummeting. That's when he sees it. The ice shards from the wall they just smashed. They're being shredded by them. Admitting she's brilliant just makes his blood boil. Our lead grumbles. Sir Alistair still hasn't shown a single sign of life. Lord Lionel thinks he's probably overthinking it. But then again, there's a real chance his comrades are fighting for their lives right now. No contact, total silence. He's terrified that something truly dark has happened. Meanwhile, over in Blackrock Gorge, the two ladies finally hit a dead end. A voice rings out, "Time to talk. Why keep running?" The knight remembers the redhead, sent a massive fortune in gold to Stirling Keep. But in Shuford Pass, Lord Lionel figures there's zero reason to stress over some tiny, insignificant fortress. The man fires back. If he were her, he'd watch that tongue. Being the second largest investor doesn't mean a thing here. Throwing that much gold around, it's just crushing the common folk. Lionel thinks Shuford is drowning in war gold, too. The guy snaps again. It's dirty play, using family wealth to buy an edge instead of earning it in the field. To him, they're nothing but arrogant show-offs. But Lionel doesn't get it. For her, this isn't a game, it's an investment. Getting straight to the point, the redhead demands a fair price for the keep's rights. The girl's response, a cold no, just to see him squirm. The redhead drops a chilling reminder. In a world this realistic, there are fates way worse than a quick death. It's enough to make both of them feel physically sick. Enough games. The girls snap into their combat formation. The redhead's lackeys scramble to the front. He's cowering behind their shields, dying of shame, because he thought the mage was already mid-spell. Word comes in, the 10 knights sent to block the escape route, wiped out. The redhead can't believe it. He's been standing right here the whole time. The frost-haired girl counts them down, only 44 left. The noblewoman scoffs. She expected more of a fight from these Westerners. The redhead refuses to buy it. Regardless, Lady Alara ignites the sky, launching a volley of fire arrows into the clouds. Why do that? He's already blocked all magical transport. No one is coming. Sir Silas was guarding the flank. No way anyone gets past a level 200 elite Shadow Knight. He tells them again, just take the deal. But part of him wants them to suffer first. He signals his mages, get ready to burn them. Suddenly, a bone-deep chill freezes him in place. He hits the dirt, knees buckling. The shield knight screams it out, it's a curse. Healers rush forward, but it's useless. They can't break it. Duchess Helena shouldn't have been able to do this, but then they look up. The cliffside is crawling with soldiers, a whole army. He spots the banner at the peak, the Order of the Gilded Dragon. But what are they doing here? Helena's house and the Gilded Dragon were rivals once, but it looks like the three great Eastern alliances have joined forces. The Gilded Dragon is the undisputed titan of the East. With 300 elite soldiers looking down on them, the redhead knows they're dead. A warrior steps forward to greet the Westerners. It's Sir Paxton, the fourth-ranked knight in the entire world. The redhead's face turns ghost-white. His squad starts frantic whispering. Those fire arrows, a distress signal. Helena bought her way in with gold, but Paxton, he brought the raw power. It's a perfect alliance of greed and strength. The redhead's brain is racing. He has to fix this, and fast. He tries to sound tough, asking Paxton what he's doing here. The knight's answer is simple. I'm here to protect these two ladies. The redhead stammers. What's the connection between them? Helena cuts him off. Doesn't matter. She gives him one choice. Run now and forget the keep. She'll let him live, but try another cowardly threat. He's getting crushed. Duchess Helena isn't a fool. He knows that by showing mercy, she's going to look like a saint to the public. Then Paxton drops the hammer. Is he really ready to be his enemy? Because if he is, they'll systematically tear the Iron Code Syndicate to pieces. The noblewoman and the legendary knight actually find the threat hilarious. And seeing them laugh, it's absolutely breaking the spirit of the redhead's allies. Sir Percival backs the noble into a corner with no room to breathe. The man is fuming, swallowing his pride as he's about to cave and take the deal. But then, boom, out of nowhere, a massive roar echoes as someone gets taken out of the fight. Every head in the clearing snaps toward the sound. It is a death signal, but that eerie crimson light, definitely not normal. Lord Hugh thinks it's just another one of Lady Scarlet's clever tricks, but one look at her pale face, and he realizes she's just as clueless as him. Percival tells the girls to stay sharp. He tries to explain to Hugh that he is here, but since Hugh doesn't quite get the gravity of the situation, he asks if he means the legendary monster. He's talking about Alaric the Beast, the third most powerful champion in the entire kingdom. Alaric had been wondering why the hunting grounds were so suspiciously empty, but now it all clicks. Without a word, he shifts into his beast form and unleashes his devastating great cross strike. Down below, Percival is sweating. They couldn't stop the transformation in time, but since this chaotic twist actually works in Hugh's favor, he doesn't waste a single second. He orders his men to strike all at once. They're going to butcher the girls and vanish into the night. Meanwhile, our hero, Arthur, is getting restless because his messenger Raven hasn't returned with a reply. He wanted to ask about the rare brown bass, but figures the locals might be more useful. He heads to a nearby tavern, hoping the commoners there have some gossip. The moment he steps inside, the place is buzzing. Everyone is whispering about the absolute slaughter happening at Twilight Pass. They're talking about legendary champions clashing, over 200 knights dead, and a massive web of noble houses involved. Apparently, Alaric was just trying to train, but people kept getting in his way. So, he went after the Order of the Golden Dragon, and the knights from the Eastern Realm got caught right in the crossfire. Luckily, Arthur sees that his friend Lord Kay is still on the field, but he's worried sick about him. The problem is, right after that, Sir Silas vanishes from the field, followed by a bunch of others. Arthur decides he needs to leave his meditation chamber and check on them in person. He steps out of his combat pavilion and immediately calls his friend. "Are you still alive?" Kay apologizes for the silence, but Arthur isn't having it. He needs to know exactly what went down in that bloodbath. His friend tells him the world-class champions are strong on a terrifying, almost godly level. He warns Arthur that he needs to focus on his training if he doesn't want to end up in a grave. He hangs up, but that strange behavior just makes Arthur even more suspicious. He consults a scrying mirror to watch the records. And there it is, that chilling death animation appearing the exact moment the beast arrived to fight. That crimson light flashed right before the knights fell, and Alaric literally absorbed the energy into his own body. It left everyone paralyzed with shock. Before they could even think about running, he charged in, completely bloodthirsty. Still, Percival managed to pull at least 2 of them back, leaving the 2 champions standing face to face. Alaric just sneers. "Who's the kid? You actually going to try and stop me?" But then his eyes drift. He notices another skirmish breaking out down the hill. He spots the 2 girls and realizes they are the warriors' only focus. Without hesitation, he goes straight for their weak point. Alaric leaves Scarlet frozen with fear. Percival screams at the top of his lungs for them to get out of there. Suddenly, the blue-haired maiden shoves her friend back and chants an ancient spell, Ice Forest. Massive pillars of ice shoot toward the beast, but he's absolutely livid now. He dodges the frozen spikes with terrifying speed, accelerating right through them. That magic also traps the Eastern Knights, who scramble to break free, but Alaric gets there first. He's got everyone shaking. He looks ready to slaughter them all, too. A massive explosion rocks the side of the mountain, and when the dust finally settles, Alaric levels his sword at the Easterners. He cracks a sick joke about them all looking the same, then swings his massive blade to knock down the ice tree, but it only leaves a tiny crack. He realizes he won't be able to shatter it in a single blow. Fine, he decides he'll just wipe out the Eastern Knights first instead. Kay shouts for the shield bearers to protect the Grandmaster and hold the line, but the beast gets there first. He carves through their formation like they were made of paper. He takes down 2 men with 1 strike. Then, his blade moves at an impossible speed, sending 2 more straight to the afterlife. He starts absorbing their essence like a vampire, but Percival flies in with a kick that sends the monster skidding back. Jaws drop. Alaric is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. Percival just raises his hands, beckoning him to come and get some. The beast flashes a terrifying, eager grin. And then, they just go at it, pure head-on carnage. The 3rd and 4th ranked champions in the kingdom are moving so fast you literally can't see what's happening. It's the perfect moment for the Easterners to run, but that ice magic is still blocking the path. Their warriors are desperately fending off ice arrows, and the body count is rising. But one of them manages to hold his ground, because he's right in the thick of it. Before swinging at the girls, he offers a hollow apology, telling them to just die already. Percival screams as the blade falls, but the knight is stunned. His sword is caught in a web of ice vines. It was a magic snare. He's tied up tight in these razor-thin threads. And now, Percival is absolutely fuming at the Eastern Knights too, because he actually tried to help them against the beast. And then they moved in for the kill on his allies. Thomas didn't even flinch. He knew his longbowman skills gave him the advantage in distance. But having more range, it meant nothing against the 3rd-ranked Titan in the world. Arthur screamed, absolutely terrified for his friend. This monk lunged forward, barking that he was going to teach the brat what true noble honor really felt like. Boom, shield charge out of nowhere. The monk's kick never landed because Arthur threw himself into the line of fire to save his teammate. He managed to tank the hit, but he wasn't stupid. He couldn't take another. He grabbed Thomas and bolted. Percival was closing in from behind, but then, the berserker showed up right on cue. Thomas was out cold. The blonde knight shouted he was heading for the cathedral to get help from the healers. He was about to bring them back, but it didn't take long for that monk to get grounded. Once he went down, Arthur glared at the berserker. He was fuming. The beast hadn't gotten his fill of blood back at the mountain camp. This massive werewolf, he needs to stay fully topped up on life force. Arthur told him to shut his mouth, but the berserker just swatted his shield away like a fly and snatched the boy by the neck. Total disaster. The kid was basically screwed because he'd already burned through every defensive move he had. And the power gap, massive. Igor needed blood, and he was just going to take it straight from the source. See, this monster, Lord Igor, is a level 260 giant who can literally shift into a werewolf. Transformation kills his vitality, sure, but he survives by draining the life out of anything, monsters or players alike. Now our hero is only level 26, but Arthur, he's pushing level 200. He wasn't going to just die without a hell of a fight. It was Arthur who dragged Leo into the game when he was stuck in a wheelchair, losing his mind with depression. He's a true brother. Seeing him get slaughtered like that, Leo wants Igor's head on a silver platter. Leo knows it's time to grind like a maniac. It's the only way he'll ever touch that psycho. Back on the platform, he's just hoping Igor's ready for the reckoning. Cut to the fight in the ice forest, pure chaos. People are screaming, losing their minds in fear. Rose is frantically searching for Percival, complaining that all this carnage is only happening because of that damn berserker. Percival actually had a shot one-on-one, so backing off was the smart play. Helen begged to leave, but her friend was already chanting an ice crystal storm. She didn't even look at her, just a cold apology, and then she told her own friend to die. Brutal, but Helen agrees, as long as Beatrice promises to wipe every single one of those bastards out. That's enough for Beatrice. She calms down and focuses. The werewolf hears the noise behind him and honestly, he's hyped for the slaughter. Too late, though. Beatrice is already finished with the casting. Helen knows the second that magic hits. It's game over for everyone, but Rose just sighs. It's already too late. Power unleashed. It rips through the air, freezing and shattering players like they're nothing. Total annihilation. And since she can't aim it, Rose gets caught in the blast too. She just mutters she'll be back in 48 hours and vanishes. Over in the 𝒂𝒔𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 market, Leo managed to scrape together 4 gold by selling off his loot. A new musket costs 3 gold, so he figures he'll stick with his current gear for now. Suddenly, a guy calls out to him with a smug grin, asking if they've met. Leo says no, but then the guy pulls out 2 shields. Memory unlocked. That's the warrior from the bear hunts. No more games. The guy accuses Leo of looting all the gear that dropped from the dead players. Leo plays it cool, acting like he has no clue what this guy is rambling about. The guy loses it, screaming that he's been hunting for Leo everywhere and finally cornered him. But Leo remembers. He remembers asking for help and these guys just turning their backs on him. While this shield bearer was running away like a coward, Leo stayed and killed the bear. That gear, it's the proof. Leo demands proof, so the guy admits he killed the bear but demands the player's items back anyway. Leo says he doesn't have them, and the guy snaps. He's a veteran and the noob should know his place. That was it. Leo's done being nice. He tells the guy to stop being such a pathetic nuisance. Insulted, the guy starts barking about his guild's power. Leo doesn't care. Keep it up, he says, and I'll call the paladins down on you. He doesn't actually know them, but getting the law to show up, not that hard. The guy tries to grab him, but Leo is way too fast. He leaves him in the dust until the guy just gives up, exhausted. Without the speed bonus, you'd need to stack dexterity from level 47 just to catch him. The problem is the wolf. The berserker who killed his friend is 10 times his level. Priority 1, leveling up. With that, Leo sprints off toward the peaks of Shadow Peak. Around the main gate, crowds of adventurers are scrambling to find a crew for the next hunt, but the standards are high. If you're not at least level 40, you're basically invisible. Elias is scratching his head, wondering where this Knoll chieftain is hiding. He's starting to think old Captain Thorn was absolutely mental for telling him to slay the realm's deadliest boss before reaching level 30. Honestly, his only goal right now is to hit level 29 and keep his head down. But then he catches a shout. Some tank is looking for a damage dealer, and they've apparently got a darling little priestess on the team. And from the looks of it, they're scouting our hero. This massive unit of a man stomps over and takes one look at the weapon. Right then, he says, a ranged specialist are we. He asks Elias what his level is to see if he fits the bill, so the lad tells a little white lie, says he's level 41. It works like a charm. The big guy grins. Perfect. Elias realizes this guy is the party's shield, but he cuts to the chase and asks about the priestess. The big man calls out Lady Clara from the crowd, and she steps forward with a greeting so polite it's actually adorable. She's a proper nun-type class, and 𝑬𝒂𝒔 is impressed. She seems like the heart of the team. Sir Barrett, that's the big tank, just laughs. See, I wasn't pulling your leg. After dealing with nothing but cold-hearted mercenaries lately, 𝑬𝒂𝒔 thinks she's a breath of fresh air. The introductions wrap up quickly. Barrett is a level 42 knight, and Clara is holding her own at level 40. 𝑬𝒂𝒔 introduces himself as a musketeer. They lock the party in, and they're off, heading straight for the Greystone Peaks without wasting a single second. Suddenly, while they're pushing through the thicket, Barrett signals for everyone to drop. 10 o'clock, he whispers. 2 Knoll scouts are lurking just ahead, and he reckons it's safer to just loop around them. But 𝑬𝒂𝒔 isn't here to play it safe. He wants the experience points. He asks the group if they've ever actually seen how a musketeer fights, suggesting they should probably practice their teamwork before they hit the high mountain. The trouble is, explaining the mechanics of a black powder rifle takes far too long. So he just drops to the grass and tells them he can take the shot from 50 yards out. Now, normally, a musket's range is a bit shorter than a longbow's. Barrett is too polite to say anything, though. He just offers a quick apology, which explains why musketeers aren't exactly the most popular class in the kingdom. The knight tells the lad he'll carry the burden, but 𝑬𝒂𝒔 doesn't mind being underestimated. He just settles his aim and pulls the trigger. Boom! The sound nearly rattles their teeth. He offers a quick sorry for the noise, because yeah, it was bloody loud. But Barrett doesn't care about the noise. He's staring at the carnage, asking Clara if she's ever seen anything like that. 𝑬𝒂𝒔 just dropped a Knoll worker with a single shot. Lad, Barrett asks, are you really only level 41? He's basically caught him red-handed in the lie. But Barrett isn't mad. He's convinced 𝑬𝒂𝒔 is a smurf, a legendary master pretending to be a rookie. Even Clara is looking at him like he's some kind of mythical hero. They start whispering about how high-level players love hiding their true power just for the fun of it. 𝑬𝒂𝒔 tries to deny it, but the two of them are already hyped, hoping to get carried to some easy victories. They push further past the brush when, suddenly, a massive cragworm erupts from the earth. It bursts out of the dirt, gnashing those nasty teeth and smashing everything in sight as it lunges straight for 𝑬𝒂𝒔. Clara is fast, though. She casts divine protection just in time to shield him, and 𝑬𝒂𝒔 finishes the combo by putting a lead slug right through the monster's open maw. The beast goes down hard, but 𝑬𝒂𝒔 is confused. Why do the monsters keep focusing on him? And more importantly, how did Barrett know exactly when it would appear? After the dust settles, he pulls the knight aside for a quick word. Barrett is the tank, but he's not using a single taunt skill. 𝑬𝒂𝒔 wonders if he's just incompetent or if he was actually trying to let the monsters eat him. Barrett nearly jumps out of his armor. I'm not that kind of guy, he bellows. So 𝑬𝒂𝒔 asks why he isn't using his skills. Turns out, the poor guy doesn't have many. Knights in this realm aren't pure protectors, so they don't actually have a taunt ability. All he's got is a focus strike, which can sometimes, if he's lucky, grab a monster's attention. He does have one called Cavalry's Honor that lets him take a hit for a teammate, but there's a catch. According to the Knight's Code, that skill only works if he's protecting a woman. Seriously. So the only useful skill is that focus strike. 𝑬𝒂𝒔 just sighs and tells him he'll do what he can. But look on the bright side. At least now he doesn't have to feel guilty about the long reload times. After a bit more hiking, the group reaches a massive Knoll settlement, at least 100 huts. The plan is simple. The bigger the tribe, the faster they fall apart once you take out the chieftain. They slip into the caves, an old mine that serves as a storage area and a nursery. It's a gold mine for experience, but a nightmare for a gunman. I mean, there are enemies lurking in every single corner. 𝑬𝒂𝒔 realizes he needs a proper vantage point to do his job, so he takes off running. It's officially hunting time. Barrett kicks things off, slashing through one knoll before immediately pivoting to finish off a second one. But as the second one falls, 2 more leap from the rafters, aiming right for his head. Clara isn't slacking, though she casts a protection spell that turns the knight's shield into a wall of light. He manages to shove them both back and bellows for 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒍𝒗𝒆 to take out the one on the right. But our boy is already 10 steps ahead. Right as the monsters jumped and the knight was prepping his strike, 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒍𝒗𝒆 let a single shot fly. The bullet ripped straight through both of them in one clean line. Talk about two birds with one stone. 𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒍𝒗𝒆 just calmly tells the crew to head west. There are more monsters waiting to meet his lead. He explains to a stunned Clara that his rifle has piercing capabilities. It also helped that they were standing so close together, basically a gift-wrapped double kill. One of those foul beasts just refuses to die. Arthur turns to the knight, asking for a sturdy rope, explaining these little creeps are actually smart enough to form organized tribes. They bind the small creature tight, and surprisingly, they manage to talk. The monster begs for a quick death, but Arthur, he's got something way more creative in mind. He starts tickling the little wretch relentlessly until it's ready to spill every secret. It's the perfect interrogation, pure agony, but you can't die or pass out from a laugh. He demands the boss's location, but the creature just drones the same line over and over. Fed up, Arthur levels his musket at its head. "Fine," he says. "I'll just find a different monster to interrogate." Let's be real. The big boss isn't showing his face unless something major is going down. Arthur needs to know exactly what that trigger is. Turns out, the tribe is facing some sort of internal crisis, but the creature sneers that no mere human would understand. It even has the audacity to scream that it's of noble blood. Arthur ends its miserable life, finally seeing how this world works. His teammates warn him. The boss lurks deep within the mines, and so far, no one survived the encounter. Most people would just give up right then and there, assuming it's impossible. But Arthur starts connecting the dots. He realizes this boss is a unique spawn, a monster that only appears when specific conditions are met. A tribal crisis plus a human intruder who refuses to back down. That sounds like the perfect recipe for a showdown. Thinking back to the sniper title he was given, everything starts to click. He asks his companions if they've ever pushed into the heart of the territory, because he's dying to see it for himself. Problem is, the place is absolutely crawling with enemies. For a small trio, sticking to the outskirts is the only safe bet. They talk about recruiting more hands, but Arthur, he's not waiting around. He wants to keep the hunt going right now. After a brutal grind, he finally hits level 27, and his friends are genuinely floored by his progress. Now, the healer is actually the one hyped to take on the boss. She starts praising Arthur's strength so much that he can't even find a way to say no. Suddenly, the knight's eyes go wide. A group of players is marching straight toward the tribe's lands. He spots the guild crest on their cloaks, and Arthur's heart drops. He recognizes that emblem from the shield user he met before. He's in deep trouble. The moment that guy spots him, the screaming starts. Cedric shouts that there's no escape, calling for his leader, Lord Alaric, to come and deliver some justice. He's staring right at Arthur's rare iron ursine gear, the hood, the boots, the coat. He wants it all. If they kill him, those items are going to drop, and Cedric is already bragging about handing them out to his cronies. Arthur can't wrap his head around it. Did this many people really show up just to hunt him down? Alaric looks like a high-level beast, and even if Cedric is a joke, the rest of the pack is level 40 or higher. Cedric starts playing the victim, yelling to Arthur's team that they're protecting a thief. He spins a lie, claiming Arthur will backstab them and steal their loot the second they let their guard down. He tells the team to just hand him over before things get ugly. Arthur's partners don't buy it for a second, but Arthur isn't about to let them get dragged into his mess. He thanks them for the backup and turns to face the mob. "All right," he says. "What do you want?" Cedric wants every single item he owns. If not, Alaric promises they'll spawn kill him until he's back to level 5. Now, the Chaos Index is the real kicker here, a penalty for attacking players outside of a duel that ruins your reputation. Arthur realizes his only play is to bait them into striking first. He laughs in their faces, calling them nothing but cowardly bandits. Alaric snaps, and just like that, the mob starts closing in to surround him. His teammates are stunned, not thinking he'd actually stand his ground. But the knight realizes this is about to get bloody and grabs the healer to make a run for it. As they bolt, Arthur yells that he'll catch up later. Alaric is absolutely fuming that this nobody is acting like a hero. One of his mages steps forward, chanting a dark spell called Nightmare. Suddenly, the system pings. The player is marked as an aggressor. Arthur smiles. Since they attacked first, he can fight back without his chaos score going up. The dark mage doesn't hold back, using necromancy to summon a literal monster. A massive, skeletal stallion erupts from the ground, letting out a bone-chilling shriek that whips up a gale. It's that same fear debuff Arthur felt before, complete paralysis. The mage mocks him, thinking a low-level scrub won't even be able to twitch. Meanwhile, Alaric is already imagining the promotion he'll get for bringing in these rare items. He's picturing a better team and a clean reputation, all thanks to Arthur's gear. Alaric orders his men to charge, but tells them to keep him alive. He wants to break the kid personally. Then, crack, out of nowhere, one of their allies drops dead from a perfect headshot. Alaric freezes as the skeletal horse vanishes into mist. Arthur just smirks. Thanks to his Iron Ursine set, he's immune to fear. He activates his Precise Touch skill to reset his cooldowns and starts moving like lightning. The enemy archers try to draw their bows, but Arthur is faster. The musket roars first. Alaric is losing his mind, screaming for the tanks to get in front and shield him. He thought he was hunting a noob, but this kid just deleted 2 level 50 players in seconds. Even Alaric couldn't pull that off. Panicked, he bellows for everyone to chase him. He can't let this monster escape. Alistair tries to warn them that Arthur's flintlock takes time to reload, but too late. Another mercenary hits the dirt. Now the man is shaking in his boots, and Lord Baron is breathing down his neck. The captain orders them to keep the pressure on, but since 3 men are already dead because of Alistair's incompetence, he shouts that if this goes south, it's all on him. Then he drags Alistair along. The problem? Our marksman is heading straight into the Forbidden Forest, but Baron doesn't give a damn. High up on the ridge, Arthur's squad thinks he's absolutely mental, but in a legendary way. They were ready to jump in, but it looks like he's got this. Besides, there wasn't much they could do from that distance. But with the traps he'd set, the knight claimed he could wipe out the whole lot. He explains he brought a secret weapon, just in case she ended up in a life-or-death situation. For now, the kid's mess wasn't their business, but they figured keeping a close eye on him was the smartest move. Then Lady Alina asks if Arthur is actually a threat too, and her partner doesn't blink. Yes! Just then, a rogue gremlin jumps out and gets silenced instantly. One of the grunts grumbles about these monsters popping up like flies. He vows that when they finally catch the boy, he's going to make him pay in blood. They're still hunting for the kid. Talk turns to a legendary dagger that dropped recently and a rank treasure. None of them liked taking orders from the captain, even with the promise of gold, but Baron was listening to every single word. Baron asks if they've got a problem with his leadership and mocks the new generation for being soft. He asks if he's wrong, but just hearing the kid's name makes his blood boil. He's done with the whole respect your elders nonsense, so he takes a breath and lets a clean shot fly. The bullet tears right through the old man's leg. He howls in agony, but at least he manages to spot Arthur perched high in an oak tree. Arthur messed up. He should have ended it with one shot. Suddenly, a magical alert from the Dawn Order flashes before him. So he learns their name, and honestly, he thinks it's garbage. The shield-bearers regroup in front of the old man while the attackers line up, but they're getting fed up with Baron barking orders from the shadows. Arthur screams that the first person to twitch gets a lead salad, using the panic to find a way out of this mess. His steady hand skill isn't cooled down yet, and there aren't enough monsters around to use as a meat shield. Then, by some stroke of pure luck, a bell tolls out of nowhere, and a massive foot slams down right beside them. It's the High Chieftain himself, Hadric the Great, the very beast they were hunting. Our guy can't believe they're even the same species. Every beastman in the tribe gets 10% stronger just by standing in the chieftain's presence. The beast goes into a frenzy, hitting everyone with a wave of pure terror. Arthur resists thanks to his Ursine terror armor and stays steady, though he's a bit rattled. But Baron, he's absolutely paralyzed with fear, especially when the chieftain asks if he's the intruder. The old man begs the monster to listen, and holy hell, the beast actually speaks the king's English. Baron stammers that they're just hunting a human and will leave peacefully. But Hadrick asks who slaughtered his kin back there, knowing it wasn't the shooter because the wounds weren't from lead. And since he knows humans always lie through their teeth, he declares he's done playing nice and cleaves one of them in two. The gremlins swarm, and the mercenaries start hacking at the smaller ones. One guard shouts that he's using a taunt skill, but he's silenced the moment he opens his mouth. Hadrick just one-shot a level 50 tank. Unbelievable. Everyone loses their minds. Hadrick points at Alistair and tells him to do something since he's the one holding two shields. So Alistair activates High Guard and charges in, full of false confidence. A second later, the monster leaves the man with nothing but a bloody stump for an arm. He screams and drops to the dirt, which is all the opening the chieftain needs to finish him off for good. Even Arthur wasn't ready for that brutality, but at least he realizes the real trouble starts when you overstay your welcome after a massacre. Arthur figures these enemies are around level 60, meaning Hadrick is on a completely different power level. The chieftain is about to execute the captain, so Baron desperately screams that there's still a hidden sniper in the trees. He begs the shooter to help him, promising mercy, but Arthur stays dead silent. He's not about to give away his position. Hadrick keeps scanning the area, but Arthur knows it's too early to move. If he misses the one-shot kill, he's a dead man, and the other beasts are still crawling around. If he pulls the trigger now, he's basically signing his own death warrant. Arthur decides it's time to ghost them and slip away. The monster warns the man never to step foot in his domain again. Baron turns around, spitting venom, telling him to go to hell and threatening political fallout if he dies. But the intimidation falls flat. He wants his leg back. No, he wants his life. The chieftain isn't buying the bluff and slices him clean in half. Up in the tree, Arthur is breaking out in a cold sweat. The Dawn Order guys are officially wiped out, but they've lured in every monster in the district. Even if a rescue party came from the village, they'd be walking into a meat grinder. The High Chieftain orders his pack to find the hidden human. They start fanning out. This is Arthur's only chance to vanish. Hadrick is on a whole different level from anything we've seen. Just being in his shadow gives you the chills. Then, the monster catches a scent nearby and locks eyes with our protagonist up in the oak tree. Game on. Our hero gets into position, the pressure mounting as the beast draws near. He takes a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and lines up the perfect headshot. But then disaster. Their eyes lock and the warg lord bellows to his guards, "Found him, the human is right there." It's too late to pull the trigger now. But strangely, the boss completely ignores Arthur and screams at his minions to hold the main gate instead. Arthur has no clue what's going on, but he's not wasting this chance. He relocates fast, wondering who on earth is causing such a scene at the entrance. He's grateful for the distraction, but make no mistake, that boss's head is still his for the taking. So who was at the gate? It was Arthur's own teammates, Matthias and Alina. Curiosity got the better of them, and they'd come to see the boss for themselves. They were absolutely floored when they saw how Liam had completely dismantled the elite Sterling Knights. Matthias is scratching his head, wondering if the hero actually summoned the boss with just those few clues. But there's no time for questions. Alina's gasping for air, totally out of stamina. With the monsters closing in, Matthias plays his trump card, a massive wall of searing fire. Boom! A whole pack of the boss's underlings gets fried instantly. Just a little further. He grabs Alina and bolts. The small fry are dead, but the boss, he's big enough to walk right through those flames like they're nothing. Almost there, Matthias grabs her hand, desperation in his voice, and activates his ultimate escape spell, Return. Just as they're about to vanish, a shot rings out. The monster takes a heavy hit and drops to its knees, leaving the two of them to escape in total confusion. Rewind a few minutes. Arthur had just reached the old stone watchtower, looking for the perfect vantage point. Using the glow of his fire magic, he gauges the distance. 150 meters, hardly any wind, perfect conditions for a sharpshooter. The beast starts moving away, 180 meters now, still within range. Arthur doesn't hesitate and pours everything into one final shot. Crack, the bullet finds its mark right between the beast's eyes. It hits the dirt hard, and the entire pack of monsters swarms their fallen leader in a panic. 4 levels, our boy just leveled up 4 times from 1 kill. He lets out a massive victory shout. Now that's what I'm talking about. With the boss down, every monster in the area gets hit with a massive 50% debuff. They're basically sitting ducks now. Most of them are level 20, and they've dropped a literal mountain of loot just waiting to be picked up. The rewards keep coming. He bags a rare achievement for slaying a demon war remnant, plus another for that legendary one-shot kill. His dexterity stats skyrocket. He's officially entered the Hall of Fame, but the system description, it sounds surprisingly grim. Apparently, taking down a boss at this level is supposed to be impossible for most, though he figures the world's top-ranked knights could probably pull it off too. Honestly, without those PvP master buffs, he'd be toast. He dumped 20 points from those achievements straight into dexterity right before taking the shot. Time to clean up. With the monsters weakened, the kid tears through them until he hits level 32. Pure efficiency. He takes a breather and realizes he's sitting on 35 unspent stat points. Deciding where to put them is a headache. Being a musketeer isn't just about long-range sniping. Sometimes, you've got to get your hands dirty in close combat. Still, a shooter's gotta shoot. He dumps 30 points into dexterity, betting that pure accuracy will carry him all the way to level 63. At this rate, he'll be catching up to that legendary berserker sooner than anyone expected. Back to the city of Oakhaven. Time to dump his loot, though he can't help but grumble about how lackluster the quest rewards are. One reward is literally just an invitation to the grand opening of the Holy Grail. Seriously. But hey, that's just life in a medieval kingdom. You take what you can get. Over in the square, a red-haired girl is fuming because her sister hasn't shown up. She got the same letter as last time. Either a dud or the same person won the lottery twice. Now that he's in town, our hero finally takes a look at his haul. He'd been so busy, he almost missed it. An epic protection ring. This thing creates a literal force field around the wearer. It blocks hostile entities and soaks up damage like a second life bar. Talk about a survival upgrade. He also grabbed a bone necklace and the boss's wicked crescent spear. The necklace is the real prize here, a 10% boost to critical hits. He was hoping for a set bonus, but he'll take the win. Next stop, turning in the quest and finishing this job. He arrives at the gates and just sighs. His academy is easily the most beat-up, run-down building in the entire district. He's mid-complaint when, *bang, gunshots erupt from inside. Arthur grips his weapon, eyes narrowing instantly. Someone's inside causing a scene. Another shot rings out, followed by a gut-wrenching scream of pure agony. An intruder stumbles out, swearing revenge. "You're not the war hero you used to be," he bellows before fleeing into the night. Turns out those 3 shots came from Old Man Brown. The sheer speed of his draw, it absolutely blew Arthur's mind. The old man gives a casual greeting, but Arthur is frozen, doing the math. 3 shots in just 20 seconds. That's insanely fast for a single-shot rifle. And the kicker, the old man just casually hangs the weapon back on the wall like it was nothing. Arthur calculates that if the gun is preloaded, it takes 10 seconds per shot, but if not, this guy is reloading and firing in just 7 seconds. Pure madness. Even a semi-auto can't match that fire rate. Only a bolt action has that kind of potential. If Leon could replicate that mechanism, He'd be the absolute god of this medieval age. Those 3 blades sitting on the wall rack, pure 3 musketeers energy right there. Old man Arthur clears his throat, apologizing for the mess. Apparently, the royal knights were just here because Sir Hydric has vanished into thin air. Leon casually drops that he already handled the guy. Arthur's jaw hits the floor, respect points skyrocket, and the hidden mission. Consider it done. He smashed every single expectation. Our boy just hit 100% affinity with the old veteran. Arthur figures it's a total waste of time, sending the kid to fetch bare innards now. Leon's a pro at sucking up, but the old man knows it's time for the real deal. But before that, the kid asks how that musket fires so fast. Arthur just scoffs. Think that was quick. Keep talking like that and I'm calling you brat again. Leon tries to explain it away with magic, but Arthur isn't buying it. Magic my foot. It's all about the hardware inside the gun. Silence falls right after that. Leon knows the answer is buried somewhere in the conversation. He just needs to find it. Remembering that 3 Musketeers achievement, he takes a shot in the dark. Does the black musket link back to the original founders? Boom, Arthur slams the table, demanding to know what the kid has heard. Leon hits the jackpot and name drops the legends: Bess, Arthur, and Elizabeth. That's where the Royal Academy's name comes from. Back in the day, those 3 made this place the ultimate hub for every rookie in the kingdom. People used to line up just to take a shot at the range, but those 3, they were on a different level. Leon asks the big question, where are they now? Turns out they vanished during the Great War. But Arthur's seen enough. He's finally ready to put his trust in Leon. The trio fought at the Fields of Valor, but only Arthur walked away. He's desperate to find out what really happened to his comrades. New mission unlocked, searching for lost legends. At first glance, this looks like a total breeze. If they disappeared, they might still be out there somewhere. Doing nothing is a guaranteed fail, so Leon signs up for the hunt. He offers to track down the 2 founders himself. Better to try and fail than to just give up on them, right? The old man sighs, saying Elizabeth would have liked Leon's spirit. He officially gives the green light. During that final battle, the missing 2 went off to scout the best sniper nests while Arthur stayed with the Minute Alliance. That's his only lead. It's a needle in a haystack. 20 days in this world is only 4 days for us, but get this, 2 players actually cleared this mission before. It's doable. Our main character hits up the local merchant for intel and ends up having to pawn off some armor just to keep his pockets full. Hey, at least his barter skill leveled up. Take the small wins where you can get them. At the weapons shop, he asks about the missing legends. The clerk says they're both dead, but Leon notices the story sounds off, like it was changed. Leon tells him to spill the real story. The guy leans in close and whispers the truth right in his ear. Leon nearly jumps out of his skin. It's the most detailed, over-the-top, ridiculous thing he's ever heard. He's not buying it for a second. But the merchant insists it was a miracle. The humans won in a way that sounds so serious it might actually be real. The seller can't guarantee it, but anyone who laughed at the story got a massive beatdown from the academy director. Serious business. Leon asks where the rumor started and learns it came from an actual witness of the Great War. But the name isn't free. The guy will only talk if Leon buys something, and he's already eyeing an 18 gold musket. Leon checks the stats. First option, garbage. Second one, actually decent for his level. He locks in the needle rifle as his new primary. But he's not paying full price. He uses his barter skill and manages to shave 70 silvers off the total. Every penny counts. More importantly, the seller says the witness lives in Northgate, right near the Fields of Valor. We have a solid lead. He goes to grab a carriage ticket, and the girl says it costs 80 silvers more than he just saved. Classic. No choice, he teleports there instead. He lands in the new city, and another girl welcomes him to the gates. He's looking for a one-armed veteran, but first, he finds some kids bullying a beggar. The old man is chasing the brats, screaming for his sword back. Leon figures he might trigger a quest if he deals with the kids. So he makes a mental note to come back. He did notice one thing, though. The old beggar was hiding one of his hands the whole time. He hits the tavern first, but he's the only one smiling in there. Even the receptionist looks like someone you definitely don't want to cross. The place is packed with thugs and aggressive types. Leon can't get a single useful word out of anyone. He scours the town asking about a man named 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓, but it's a dead end. He's going to have to search without any real info. All he knows is 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 was a rapier master, the same guy who started the rumor that the musketeers betrayed the kingdom. According to the shopkeeper, those two actually went over to the demon camp. If that's true, the director is going to absolutely lose it. Time is running out. Leon needs to hit every remaining shop in the city before the sun goes down. It's like searching for a ghost. Some people haven't even heard the name Sir 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓, while others just give useless, cryptic answers that lead nowhere. Honestly, our hero is starting to lose his mind. The guy is supposed to be a legend, a rare master of the rapier. You'd think someone in this kingdom would at least recognize a high-tier celebrity like that. He keeps hunting, checking every dark corner of the city, until that same ragged beggar from before suddenly ambushes him, babbling about playing war games. Lena tries to brush him off with a polite maybe next time, but this old man is like a dog with a bone. He just won't let it go. That's when it hits the kid hard. Despite his soul sync being at 50%, he didn't even sense this spaced-out old man approaching. That shouldn't be possible. The hero pauses, his eyes tracking down to the man's missing left arm. He doesn't even need an answer anymore. He knows exactly who he's looking at. He's found 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓. Suddenly, the beggar starts howling for his squire to go fetch his rapier. He's acting like a total madman, lost in some delusional fantasy world. Lord Hall wants to see if the legends are actually true, so he tries to settle the man down to ask a few serious questions. But 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 just bolts. He's sprinting away, ranting about incoming battles, and he's moving so fast the hero can barely keep up. This definitely isn't a normal beggar. Fearing he'll lose the trail for good, Hall screams out at the top of his lungs. It's about the musketeers. That stops him. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 finally looks at him, but his eyes are full of terror. He tells the hero to run for his life, claiming Lord Brown is about to open fire. Our main character is completely lost, having no clue who these people are, while the beggar keeps hysterically rambling about someone named Elizabeth. The man clearly knows the truth, but then he just breaks down, sobbing and begging Brown not to abandon them. It's clear as day, 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 is suffering from severe battle trauma. The hero recognizes the signs immediately. He saw plenty of soldiers shattered like this back during his time in the military. Since 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 is literally trapped in a war inside his own head, Hall realizes he needs to stop talking and try a different, more creative approach. Deep within the Holy Grail castle, he puts his level 5 culinary skills to work. If you want to catch a wary target, you lure them in with a smell they can't resist. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 falls for the bait like a hungry bird. The hero tries to strike up a conversation again, but the old knight is so far gone he doesn't even acknowledge he's being spoken to. He just keeps muttering about invisible enemies lurking in every shadow, insisting they need to be dealt with immediately. He starts calling Hall a great cook and demands they head to the front lines. Hall just plays along, warning him that it's dangerous and that they'll need the help of Brown and Elizabeth. The second those names leave his lips, the atmosphere shifts. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 snaps that it's not happening. Those two were the ones who turned into their worst enemies. It turns out, when he tried to expose their betrayal, the nobility crushed him. They couldn't risk the public finding out the hero's filthy, blood-stained secrets. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 was clearly the last witness to their crimes, but before Hall can get more details, the old man vanishes into the brush again. This time, a new quest notification pings: escort the veteran. Hall has to find the man's lost sword, and if he fails to protect him, 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 dies and Hall takes a massive penalty. He shadows the old man through the wilderness until they hit the desolate border of the kingdom of 𝑭𝒂𝒑𝒂𝒓. The place is a nightmare, an overgrown wasteland literally crawling with high-level monstrosities. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 warns him about cursed trees and dark sprites, but then the crazy old man just charges straight into the fray without even checking their levels. A sane person would have circled around, but the beggar is already screaming about bringing down divine punishment on their heads. He's running wild, yelling for his squire to bring him his steel. He's searching frantically for a sword that simply isn't there. Hall can't just watch him die, so he draws the monster's aggro. He uses his precise hand technique, aiming for a kill shot on the biggest one, but the bullet only leaves a shallow hole in its gut. His raw power just isn't cutting it. With the swarm closing in, he grabs the old knight by the collar and hauls him away as fast as his legs can carry them. He reloads his musket with shaking hands, deciding to focus his fire on the smaller, faster threats first. He drops one with a clean shot and rams his bayonet through another. Thankfully, the small ones go down in one hit, and those cursed trees are too slow to catch them. It's a slow, grueling process of kiting and shooting, but eventually, the clearing is silent. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 actually starts praising his squire for the victory. The beggar won't stop rambling, which is really starting to grate on Hall's nerves, especially since he just wasted a skill with a 6-hour cooldown on a bunch of trash mobs. He tells the old man to put a sock in it, explaining that they need to be quiet if they're going to sneak in and destroy the Demon King's fragment. But just as they finally get on the same page, a humanoid lizard steps out of the shadows and recognizes our hero. It's an old acquaintance named Sir Bam, and the lizard warrior explains he's just out here doing a bit of routine hunting. Hunting asterisk here. The hero realizes this place must be an experienced gold mine, and he's dying to know how a lizard can survive it alone. Meanwhile, 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 is just baffled that his squire is friends with a reptile. It turns out 𝑏𝒖𝒔 is miles away, so the lizard is currently flying solo in this dangerous territory. They trade stories about how much stronger they've gotten, and 𝒂𝒐 immediately notices Hall's new high-end gear. The hero is surprised the lizard has such a sharp eye for equipment. Hall suggests they party up. The lizard acts like he's too busy at first, but his curiosity gets the better of him, and he agrees to tag along. 𝒂𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 starts cheering that his army is growing, forcing Hall to explain that he's just a confused legend with some issues. But there's no time for talk. More enemies are closing in. The lizard tells the hero to stay sharp and keep his eyes glued to the cursed tree at the center of the pack. The dark fairies start mocking 𝒂𝒐 because of his race, but he just puffs out his chest and unleashes a massive cloud of poisonous gas, wiping them out in an instant. He gives the signal, and Hall fires a perfect shot at the tree. At the same moment, 𝒂𝒐 launches a volley of poisonous spit, shredding the monster until it finally collapses into splinters. Alistair stares in pure awe. That toxic spit, it hits way harder than any of his lead shots. Seriously, he's never seen anything like it. The fight is over, so they take 5 to let their skills recharge, but Barnaby, the guy's a restless soul. He can't sit still for even a second. Look, our hero just hit level 33 here, but let's be real. This territory is a death trap for anyone under level 40. Alistair finally asks the lizard his rank, and the answer: level 51. He's stunned, but Barnaby just laughs it off. Leveling is all about knowing the right hunting grounds. First things first, though, they've got a quest to wrap up. Suddenly, Sir Roland starts screaming about his fallen brothers buried in the mud, claiming he led the charge in the Great War before sprinting off to find his lost blade. Alistair thinks the old veteran finally got his memory back, but there's a massive problem. The path ahead is crawling with swarms of the restless undead. Still, the old man looks like he knows exactly where he's going. This quest has to be nearing the grand finale. Roland points toward the horizon, swearing his sword is buried in the very same camp they just fought their way out of. Barnaby hits the nail on the head, asking if this is a secret marksman's trial. Roland just starts spiraling, totally lost between the war in his head and the reality in front of him. The old man's constant rambling is driving them both insane, but then the ground begins to glow a sickly purple. A zombie claws its way out of the dirt. And yeah, This is exactly why they told him to keep his mouth shut. Roland drops the first monster with a clean shot and tells the boys he'll handle the skeletons while Alistair mops up the rest. He even gives Barnaby a pro tip: aim for the legs. A stray zombie lunges for Alistair. He's sweating bullets because his ammo's gone, so he does the only thing left. He charges in with a bayonet, knowing he can't afford to miss. Finally, the kid puts the last one down. Across the field, Barnaby finishes off his side of the scrap, too. But the peace doesn't last. A group of thugs arrives, bragging they've finally cornered the lizard. And surprise, surprise, they're wearing the crest of the Crimson Sun Guild. Barnaby tells Alistair to run while he still can, but there's a catch: he has to get the old veteran out of there safely. Plus, Alistair has his own score to settle with those snakes. Barnaby knows this isn't ending peacefully, so they quickly split the roles. The guild members don't even care about their notoriety levels. They charge in, but one of them gets a face full of lead immediately. Total panic. The guy who just got dropped. Yeah, that was their leader. Barnaby coats their arms in burning venom, but then a level 60 knight steps up with a massive claymore. Alistair starts getting nervous. He can't keep his distance with the old man in the way. One thug tries to rush the shooter, so Alistair triggers a bayonet strike. But damn, this guy is way tougher than those zombies. Another mercenary breaks off to deal with the veteran, too. It looks like the mission is a total bust. But then, Sir Roland steps through the dust, calm as can be, asking who invited these guests. Alistair yells that they're enemies. A bald mercenary lunges in to cut the old man down, but Roland answers with a single legendary move: the coup d'etat. The thugs freak out and try to dogpile the old man, but Roland just laughs. These attacks are a joke compared to the demon legions. He starts sending them straight to the grave with god-tier martial arts. And remember, he's doing all of this without even having his sword. He wipes the floor with them in a single, blurring strike. Alistair can't believe his eyes. This guy is way more than just some quest NPC. But then, the legend actually kneels and thanks our hero. He says if Alistair hadn't intervened, he would have died as nothing more than a forgotten madman. And his sword, he would have lost it forever, when all he really had to do was call its name to summon it back. Mission accomplished. Alistair's reputation in the kingdom of Wessex skyrockets. As for the mystery, Roland explains it was all a memory curse. The reason he was mind-wiped was because of them, and the one who cast the spell, none other than the royal advisor, Archmage Rothwell. Talk about a twist. The proof is locked in the royal archives, but only the king has the keys. Alistair can't just waltz in there, and he certainly can't go back empty-handed. Roland apologizes, explaining that the spell is basically a way for the elites to delete people without getting blood on their robes. He can't show his face in the capital or even stay in the kingdom. If Rothwell finds out he's alive, the king's own knights will be sent to finish the job. But he doesn't leave Alistair empty-handed. He hands over an ancient coin, absolute proof that the war hero still draws breath. Then he says he's going after the two who betrayed him. He thanks Alistair one last time, and Barnaby gives him a nod of respect, too. Since Alistair is heading back to the capital, Barnaby tells him one thing: get strong and get strong fast. Our hero is just confused why he's getting all this top-tier info for free. Barnaby just smiles. He sees potential. He knows he'll need a favor from Alistair one day. It's an investment. After all, Alistair is already rank 23. They say their goodbyes, and that's that. But as they leave, Alistair tells Barnaby he saw him swipe that dagger from the Crimson Sun guys. Boom! Quest complete for taking down a villain and surviving a high-level ambush. He banks 22 prestige points, but honestly, the real nightmare was only just beginning. Alistair tries to play it cool as he heads back, but the second he opens the door to the barracks, he almost gets his head blown off. Captain Brom isn't buying any of it. He looks Alistair dead in the eye and tells him he better have the proof to back up a claim of high treason. The moment Leo hands over that coin, everything shifts. Master Boren's face goes pale as he realizes one thing: Sir Alaric is actually still alive. See, this isn't just pocket change. It's a mana-tracking token used to identify allies, prevent friendly fire, and keep soldiers on track during high-stakes missions. This specific piece belongs to a knight from the Third Company, but Boren's mind is already racing elsewhere. He looks Leo in the eye and asks the big question: was Archmage Ravenwood behind the whole conspiracy? The pieces start clicking into place. Boren knows they need more intel, so he asks if the king is free for a late-night stroll through the palace grounds. Just like that, the Lost Legends quest takes a wild turn. Now, Leo has to help the old veteran sneak into the restricted royal archives. Talk about high stakes. If Leo messes this up and doesn't make it out in one piece, his reputation across the entire kingdom of 𝒂𝒔𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓 drops by 50% instantly. Leo tries to play it safe, suggesting Boren go in solo since Leo doesn't have clearance. But here's the kicker: if the court is hiding secrets from Boren, even he can't just walk through the front door. They need someone Boren trusts implicitly to smuggle those records out. Seeing no other choice, our hero takes a deep breath and agrees to the mission. The plan is simple but gutsy. Boren gets a warm welcome at the castle gates, using the excuse that he's there to talk business with the Arcane Syndicate, bringing Leo along as his assistant. But there's a catch. Leo is warned to hit the East Wing first before even touching the West Wing. One wrong step in this place, you're a dead man. They've got a strict deadline, out by 9 o'clock sharp. With the clock ticking, the two of them head toward a mysterious, glowing mana stone. Master Boren whispers that they've only got one shot at this. Suddenly, the stone flares with a blinding, magical light. That's the signal. Leo dives behind a massive decorative vase just as the head scribe, Master Clarence, walks in, looking thrilled to see his old comrade again. Clarence doesn't waste time. He asks Boren what he's really doing there, admitting that if it were anyone else, he wouldn't have even bothered to show up. Boren plays it cool, claiming it's just a social call. Clarence buys it for now, but he drops a chilling warning: the assistant isn't allowed to touch a single thing. The tension is thick. Clarence mentions the whole visit feels suspicious because, let's be honest, Boren isn't exactly a high-ranking noble anymore. He's being incredibly paranoid, eyeing the room like he knows someone is crouching right behind that vase. But when he finds nothing, he gets visibly flustered. To cover his embarrassment, he starts rambling about how great it is to be the big boss of the archives. While they're distracted, Leo makes a break for the stairs. But wait, the steps just keep going, curving into a never-ending spiral until he's suddenly standing in a surreal, magical dimension. He can feel the solid ground beneath his feet, but everything else is pure arcane chaos. Leo's sweating now. He really wishes the old man had warned him about the infinite staircase, because he has no idea how he's supposed to find specific records in just 2 hours. He spots a single glowing section on the shelves filled with maps and settlement reports. Taking the hint, he starts frantically tearing through the books. The first volume he grabs is a massive continental map, detailing every inch of the explored world. It's basically a master strategy guide, listing monster types and levels for every region. The author, a legendary figure named Sir Ferdinand, the adventurer king himself. But then he strikes gold, a hidden document titled Exploration Plan for the New Continent. The moment he touches it, a new mission triggers. Leo has to find a way to bring this legendary explorer back to the kingdom. Looking at the rewards, this is clearly a massive chain quest. The only way to start it is to actually set foot on that mysterious new continent. The records reveal a sad truth. The king ignored Ferdinand's vision until the man disappeared. With only 30 minutes left, Leo finally finds what he came for: the secret war journals of Sir Alaric. He finds details on a mission called Operation Fragment, a specialized strike meant to take out the enemy commander first. There's no time to read the fine print, so Leo pulls out a director's mirror to record the entire text so he can study it later. Suddenly, a portal rips open. Leo hears voices. They're coming to check the Great War records because Archmage Ravenwood just put in a frantic request for them. Ravenwood is on high alert. He's convinced an intruder has breached the palace and wants to see if any forbidden files have been tampered with. The subordinate thinks the Archmage is just being paranoid, but he follows orders anyway. But when the guard reaches the first Great War section, he lets out a scream. The documents are a mess, specifically the records regarding the Battle of the Marching Fields. Just then, the heavy thud of a door echoing through the chamber tells Leo his time is officially up. By some absolute miracle, our hero sprints back to the stairs and escapes the magical archives just as the net starts closing in. He's safe for now, but the palace is in an uproar. He can hear the guards shouting, hunting for the little thief who broke into the vault. Orders are out to arrest anyone suspicious on sight. Leo tries to take the shortest route to the wall, but he runs headfirst into a high-ranking knight. It's Sir Sterling. He's ready to snap, but then both of them freeze as they recognize each other. Before they can even speak, a mage points a finger, screaming that Leo is the intruder. Leo has to think fast and plays the clueless commoner card. Sterling steps in, shutting them down. He reminds everyone that you can't just go around arresting people without a shred of proof. He backs Leo up, reminding the mages that this is the same man who took down the kobold chief. When Clarence keeps yelling, Sterling tells him it's pathetic to baselessly accuse his friend like this. Leo is practically ready to propose to this guy for the save. Clarence realizes he's beat, so he tries one last thing, asking if Leo knows a man named Master Boren. Leo doesn't blink. Every sharpshooter in the land knows that name, he says, playing it perfectly cool. With no evidence to hold them, they're free to go. Leo can't thank Sterling enough, while the knight just gives a nod, glad his useful friend lived to fight another day. So why are they here? Simple. Grandmaster Cedric arrives, claiming he's just visiting an old friend with his apprentice in tow. Captain Thorne offers his sincere thanks to the royal guard. Alastair asks to be dismissed, and just like that, the group parts ways. Cedric didn't actually find Lord Roderick, but hey, Alastair did his job. Mission accomplished on his end. Back at his quarters, Alastair hasn't even touched the Royal Archive files yet. Time to gear up and review them with his mentor. 9 o'clock. A sentry spots two shadows heading straight for the Legion of Blight. He shouts, then bang. One shot, silence. 8 o'clock the next morning. The squad sent to hunt them down, found in pieces, limbs shattered, absolutely brutal. 10 o'clock. They hit an entire battalion. Not a single soldier returned unscathed. Word is they've joined the demons. Now, the Black Pass Chronicles begin. 11 at night. The pair reaches the 67th Regiment, loots the supplies, and vanishes into the night with a dark elf. But before disappearing, they left one chilling warning. Everyone, keep your eyes on Roderick. Our hero thought the Grand Mage was just being secretive, but this goes way deeper than he ever imagined. Another witness drops a bombshell. Lady Isabella is pregnant. Cedric slams the table in a total rage. Absurd, he bellows. Dead silence. He's fuming, literally biting his lip. They were called the Three Lions of the Realm, but clearly the bond was a lie. Still, the Grandmaster breathes a sigh of relief. At the very least, they're still drawing breath. Thorne chuckles that he's still called Grandmaster after everything. Alastair knows there's a reason. He offers his thanks. Mission complete. The old man looks at Alastair and admits it. You're the only one I can trust now. Boom, new quest. The solitude of the last lion. Alastair has never seen Cedric this shaken. No time for distractions now. Problem is he's broke. No gold. Suddenly, a roar from the crowd. An auction is in full swing nearby. People are gathered, bartering rare loot. The catch? A 5% tax on every single deal. That's when it hits him. He's still got that legendary spear from the Cobalt Overlord. He hates waiting around and paying fees, but then he sees it. A basic rare item going for 60 gold crowns. He loses his mind. He screams with pure joy. Meanwhile, back in reality, some jerk is hounding his mother, Eleanor, to finish an order. It's the evening rush. Her phone rings, and she's already exhausted from getting chewed out by her boss. Then comes a text from Alastair. He's worried. asking for her account details because he actually made some serious cash. She sends it, not expecting much. Then she opens the app, 10,000 gold sovereigns. Alistair just banked 110 gold crowns. For a rookie, that is an insane haul. It's all thanks to the game, and honestly, he's feeling pretty damn grateful. He takes a second to look back at all the big moments. Every battle, every close call. It's all led to this. He's got 3 days until his next meeting with Cedric. It's early yet. Why not enjoy the medieval life a bit longer? That night, Kalen dreams of his fight with the Berserker. He got absolutely demolished. He wakes up screaming, total nightmare fuel. Just looking at his VR rig makes the poor kid tremble. It pisses him off how much that loss got to him. Suddenly, Alistair calls. "You just chilling." He invites Kalen over to his place for a massive steak dinner. Dinner at 8. Hearing meat is all Kalen needs. He knows Alistair must have hit the absolute jackpot. He's not even surprised. Alistair has been crushing it lately. Seeing his friend succeed, that's the motivation he needs to play again. Alistair isn't slowing down. He's got a lunch box worth 100,000 sovereigns, and he needs to know if it's legit. But there is only one person who can verify the value, Lady Rosaline's sister, Jessica. He finds her house and knocks. The door swings open to a tall, very annoyed girl. "Who's bothering me at this hour?" Alistair introduces himself, sweating bullets. Then it hits him. He has absolutely no plan for why he's actually there. Thinking fast, he shoves some smoked rabbit meat toward her. "Your sister, wanted you to taste this." He's in, barely, but hey, it worked. Now the girl is looking at him with actual curiosity. He realizes these residents are sharp. To get a real reaction, you need the right keyword. What was Lady Rosaline's secret word? Alistair mentions the eternal lunchbox. Boom, the sister's eyes light up immediately. Bullseye, she mentions she got a letter about it ages ago, but then, nothing. Total radio silence until now. Alistair asks about opening a shop in the capital. Turns out, Rosaline skipped over a lot of the important details. Why is this box a big deal? Simple. The ingredients come from the legendary beast of Castle Ember. The high nobility would kill for a taste. It's destined for whoever holds the most power in the kingdom. Alistair's first thought, the king himself, but the girl just shrugs. She only follows her sister's orders. Switching topics, Lady Jess reveals that's where the most elite knights and mages in the realm congregate. Having the entire high society in one tavern, that's how you build real prestige. Liam gets a sudden flash of inspiration and bolts out with a quick excuse. Lady Jess doesn't mind one bit. She thinks the lad is just as intriguing as her sister promised. Stepping back into reality after logging out of the simulation, Liam is stunned that these supposedly simple village folk have such deep, hidden histories. Then, out of nowhere, his mother appears with his friend and pulls him into a desperate hug. She's crying, terrified his gold came from some dark deed, but his friends manage to calm her down by explaining the truth. Once they finish their meal, Liam brings up the mysterious lunchbox quest. But instead of selling the valuable item for a quick fortune, he declares he's going to see the quest through to the end. His friend, Sir Arthur, can't believe his ears. Sir Arthur is practically in tears until Liam reveals Reuben's true plan. A massive intelligence network hidden behind the facade of a simple restaurant. To make sure he's on the right track, Liam asks Sir Arthur for some veteran player wisdom. The seasoned knight explains that while rare, he's seen games take this path before, but it's notoriously expensive. Still, the intel you get is top tier. Since the guide is an actual resident of the world, it's basically a shortcut to victory. Information is scarce in the capital due to the king's strict privacy, which is exactly why that lunch box was destined for the royal palace. The prize, an invitation to the grand opening. Sir Arthur warns it smells like a trap. Who would actually pass up a fortune for a party invite? An item of that caliber could be sold for a king's ransom, and Liam admits the whole thing is suspicious. But there's a chance the reward is just the beginning, a spark that triggers a massive butterfly effect in the kingdom. Fueled by that hunch, he makes his way back to the noble sister's manor. She remembers him as the courier from a few days back, and Liam gets straight to the point. He's the one who was meant to deliver that lunch box. Plot twist, she already knew, and now she's even more fascinated by him. Lady Jess offers a drink, but Liam is only there for one thing: information. Honestly, he expected this. He finished that delivery specifically to see what the real payout was. Liam tries to play it cool, but Lady Jess doesn't care. Her sister warned that most people would just steal the delivery. But if someone actually delivered it, they'd either be a total fool or a genius looking for a bigger edge. A normal person wouldn't have made it this far. This quest was designed for someone hunting for power, not just coin. Here's the catch. Her sister also gave orders to kill whoever showed up with that lunch box. Suddenly, an attack. Liam barely sidesteps a gleaming steel spear. He demands to know what's going on, while the lady simply admires his reflexes. But before he can even draw his weapon, a squad of masked assassins floods the room, all aiming for Liam's head. Good thing he kept his musket loaded. He drops one in an instant, then follows up with a brutal kick to another assassin's gut. He levels his gun at Lady Jess and shouts for everyone to freeze. If they move, she's dead and the lunch box goes with her. Even with a barrel pointed at her, she just laughs. She calls him a real rogue for being so rude to a lady. Liam warns that the royal knights will be here any second, but Jess just smirks. The guards, already bought and paid for. She explains that anyone looking to stir trouble in the capital prepares for everything. She admits her sister gave him a 10, but she's only giving him an 8. Then she drops a bombshell. It was all a test. Her score plummeting to a 5, she declares the game over. For a second, Liam thinks about just walking away and calling it even, but no, he's taking charge of this situation. He keeps his musket trained on her, feeling betrayed. Since this was a test, he demands compensation from the future leader of the Shadows. Lady Jess bursts into a fit of laughter. She can't believe how shameless he is, the exact quality a leader needs. That was the final answer needed to clear the quest. Just like that, Jess agrees to share the secrets he's looking for. Fast forward 2 days to the Stormcliff Ravine. Liam finds a hidden stash of rare herbs exactly where Jess said they'd be. After mowing down 1,000 monsters from his perfect sniper perch, he earns a new title, the Goblin Scourge. Now it's time to report back to Master Silas. Back at the training hall, Liam announces his return. The old master looks him over and notices the boy has changed. Master Silas asks if he's been training, which catches Liam off guard. But hey, the old man's an expert for a reason. He's jumped up 12 whole levels. Liam breaks down everything that happened on his journey. The master nods. This growth means he's ready to be forged into the next generation of the legendary Three Musketeers. It turns out those basic missions weren't standard at all. Every single step was a calculated trial to prepare him for greatness. There's still the mystery of the missing people and the old man's secrets, but Liam figures he'll cross that bridge later. His next task, slaying a massive golem. Liam never faced one, and he's warned it's going to be way deadlier than the stone sentinel. Alistair looks so pale you'd think he was about to faint, but at the last second, he bites the bullet and accepts the perilous oath. High up on the Iron Peaks, squads of mercenaries are already banding together to take down the stone titans. They're desperate for fire and frost mages, exactly what our hero read about in the ancient scrolls. Usually, it's just golems and man-eating briars up there. The archers stay far away from the stone beasts, while the knights absolutely loathe the vines. It's a balanced hell for everyone involved. Honestly, if you weren't a specialized marksman, trying to solo this route would be straight-up suicide. Turns out, this contract only appears for the first 3 people to pass the old master's trial. Alistair says a quick prayer to his mother, sees a group clashing with a titan, and just starts sprinting. Golems, they're predictable, just heavy slams and ground-shattering swings. At least that's what he thought, until a pebble he kicks merges with the surrounding earth and erupts into a massive mountain golem. He quickly primes his flintlock, knowing that with the right focus, This next shot is going to hit like a cannonball. The wind is whipping southeast, so he compensates and fires a perfect headshot. Only problem, the monster doesn't even stumble. Alistair realizes he's in over his head. He reloads and fires again, but the beast is already closing in, ready to crush the poor kid into the dirt. Right then, the kid finds his calm. Instead of turning tail and running, he rams his final silver slug into the barrel and lets out a blast that literally shatters the golem into a million pieces. He starts to walk away thinking 3 shots did the trick, but the monster's core was already knitting back together. It nearly takes his head off with a surprise swing. With zero time to overthink, he uses his steady hand technique to keep firing until he finally spots the golem's glowing heart. He gets a surge of confidence. There's the weak spot. But the monster immediately layers more rock over its chest, making him look like a total amateur. Alistair retreats, barely clinging to half his life force. Lucky for him, his vigor hasn't run out yet, so he checks the contract one more time. It says he needs to see what others miss, the heart, but just shooting it blindly isn't going to end this fight. He heads back out to gather intel, and suddenly hears a massive commotion echoing through the crags. That same squad from before is still at it, but unlike Alistair, they actually crack the shell and beat the heart to a pulp. Curious, he asks if that little glowing ball is the secret. One of the veterans explains it's simple. Land one solid hit on that core, and the beast is history. Some of the guys call it the stone's nut, which makes sense since taking it out drops the thing for good. You just have to time your shot for when it's exposed. But the warrior gives him a stern warning. Get lost, kid, unless you're looking for an early grave. To make matters worse, our hero asks about the bronze warden, and the veteran says when that boss shows up, it's a total frantic bloodbath. The talk ends abruptly when another rock golem rumbles to life. They say their goodbyes, with the warrior convinced the little shooter is a dead man walking. Alistair realizes the trick is hitting that core before the armor reforms, but he's so distracted by the thought that he almost walks right off a 1,000-foot cliff. Marksmen aren't built for smashing rocks, so he's stuck thinking, until a body flies from the sky and lands right next to him. The bronze warden, Sir Tyron, has officially arrived. A massive curse hits everyone in the vicinity. Word spreads like wildfire through the valley, and the local knights rush in to engage. It takes 10 minutes for a proper squad to gather. If Alistair wants to solo this boss, he has to finish it before the crowd arrives. Suddenly, a commander screams at a mage to stop, but the kid doesn't hear. When the lightning strikes the golem, the beast lets out a deafening roar. But the ones who really feel it are the players. The bronze armor reflects the spell and fries the entire group in an instant. A few days later, back in the capital city, a recruiter is trying to fill out a hunting party. He runs into our hero but sighs in disappointment. Great, just what I needed, another greenhorn. The recruiter follows him, convinced Alistair is about to get devoured by man-eating vines. But then he's totally baffled when they end up back in golem territory. Before he can even process what's happening, flash, a gunshot rings out and Alistair just smiles. Told you it would work. 9 days later at the Iron Peaks, the hero waits for the boss to return, surrounded by the remains of players who got caught in the vine's traps. He doesn't fall for the decoys. After 10 long days of waiting, the bronze warden finally shows its face again. Alistair gets slammed with every debuff in the book. While others would panic, he just chugs a purifying elixir, focuses his mind, and activates true aim. The first shot does absolutely 0 damage to its life bar, but at least he managed to graze the thing. Then Alistair tosses a black powder bomb. Boom! The explosion leaves the cores wide open, and he starts wiping the floor with the competition. He'd recently figured out how to craft these explosives using just a bit of coin and some raw gunpowder. The monster goes into a rage and charges. Alistair realizes there's a new phase where his bombs won't do a thing. On top of that, the smaller golems start swarming him from all sides, but he stands his ground. I'm the one walking away from this fight. After the smoke clears from the shootout, Alistair is feeling the sting of pride. He can't die and he can't quit. It's time for one last desperate gamble. Liam knows the beast is already on its last legs. He just needs to land one more hit, one final strike to end this nightmare. But then, a massive swing comes crashing down. He barely avoids getting flattened, forced to retreat as far as his legs can carry him. He tries to dodge those heavy area of effect strikes, but it's no use. He gets slammed, hard right into a cold stone wall. His health bar is flashing red, and he's nearly done for. But wait, the monster's core is exposed. Liam triggers his shield aura instantly. This 3-meter barrier keeps everything at bay. Using that tiny window, Liam aims and fires his final shot straight into the beast's glowing orb. And in that moment, history was made. The first time a shotgun blast echoed through this medieval kingdom. Even the vulture waiting to scavenge his corpse was stunned. But hey, a win for Liam means a payday for the bird, so it's not complaining. Back at the High Watch Tower, Liam appears right in the middle of a crowd of knights. He doesn't even care about the stairs. He just lets out a massive victory roar. He soloed a brass automaton. Against all odds, his weapon held together. But now, he needs to find a smithy to fix his mangled musket. But first, he's got rewards to check. A massive list of achievements is just waiting for him to claim them. He earned Stellar Craftsman because his insane weapon hack actually worked. Talk about absolute luck. He also grabbed Master of Lone Wolves, though apparently some players found an even better version by crafting something even crazier than his bomb. When he opens his stats, 82 points to spend. Master Brown's quests are legendary, and Liam knows he only survived because of his high dexterity. Still, he decides to split the points with intelligence. Why? Because he figures it'll make him a god-tier crafter later on. Speaking of crafting, he can now name his inventions, summon them, and even power them up. Huge win for our guy. He tries to name his bomb something flashy to make a fortune. He wants a name that screams luxury and power. Problem is, the system totally trolls him. It auto-names it Fuse Wire. Absolutely brutal. After a bit of a cry, Liam finally logs off for some sleep. But while he's dreaming, that payday he wanted is already coming. A replay of his epic boss fight is blowing up all over the realm's network. 12 hours later, Liam wakes up starving. He checks the kitchen, but it's just medicinal herbs his mother bought. Reality hits hard. He needs more sovereigns, and fast. He sits down, hyped to do some research before jumping back into the kingdom. He starts by checking the rankings, but then, boom, a video of him fighting the automaton is the top trending clip. Someone leaked his gameplay without permission. Naturally, Liam wants it taken down immediately to keep his secrets. But here's the catch: if he complains, he reveals his identity. And what's crazier? People are offering cold, hard cash to find out who the mystery marksman is. His friend Arthur messages him. Looks like people who know him have already figured it out. Anyway, Liam puts a rare shield up for auction. It's the prize from the automaton fight. Arthur starts drooling over it while Liam brags just a little bit about his loot. Liam admits that while it's great for night duels, it's not his style. It's wild, though the thing is worth 180 gold sovereigns. Arthur thanks him for the tip and heads off to quest. Liam thinks about his friend and his mom who have supported him so much. He heads back in, motivated to pay them back every cent. The auction price hits 188, but Liam spent a fortune on items and trying to repair his musket. Nothing worked, and to top it off, his cloak got snagged and torn on a branch. And it gets even worse. He spent so much time rolling in the dirt fighting that beast that he looks like a total beggar. He's going to be a hobo until that auction closes. He planned to treat his friend, but ended up asking for a favor instead. Luckily, he used his silver tongue skill to score a new outfit with a 3-sovereign discount. Now, it's time to see Master Brown and finally finish that quest. When he arrives, they trade greetings, and the old man notes that Liam looks different. Stronger, more capable. Master Brown admits the boy has talent. He unlocks a new skill, Eagle Eye. It's the kind of power that makes you want to go out and test it immediately. See, the last mission was a mess because Liam couldn't see far enough. Their job is sniping, and you can't do that with bad eyes. Now, the hunt changes to a true sniper quest. Collect 5 feathers from the legendary swiftbeaks. But the second Liam remembers those birds, a cold chill runs down his spine. He asks if they're like the gilded raptor at the Citadel of Light. Master Brown says they're way worse. Liam is officially freaked out. At least failure isn't death. But then, a new legendary quest appears. Lady 𝑬𝒊𝒍𝒊𝒕𝒂𝒓𝒚. To finish it, he has to hit a target from 444 meters away. Elizabeth always said the one who could make that shot would be her true successor. Liam is hyped. He asks if he has to do it now, but the old man says no. However, if he succeeds, the legendary weapon on the wall is his. That was the lady's own musket. The other 2 legendary guns already belong to powerful masters. The powers of the 3 musketeers have been passed down. Now Liam needs to focus on absolute accuracy to join their ranks. He thinks hard about accepting the mission right away, but decides to tackle those swiftbeaks first, one step at a time. Deep in the whispering wastes where those lethal beasts prowl, Alistair tracks his first target from a distance, just waiting for the right moment to strike. He triggers eagle vision, and suddenly his accuracy is rock solid, like he's looking through a master-crafted scope. No zoom, but man, the precision is unreal. He takes the shot, but the beast, fast as lightning. It vanishes into the dunes, leaving Alistair standing there completely baffled and unable to even track it. Whenever one of these creatures prowls, hunters usually just pack it up. After 3 straight days of grinding, our boy is absolutely exhausted, just wrecked. Still not a single feather to show for it. And the worst part? Those birds won't let him get anywhere near them. Talk about frustrating. Alistair is practically begging for a break, but then he catches a strange rhythm in the sound of their footsteps. Something off. The wastes are so wide open he finally sees it. These swift striders, they have a pattern, a predictable rhythm, and now he's got it. He fires with that pattern in mind. Suddenly, a knight patrolling nearby wanders over to investigate what all the noise was about. Talk about timing. Boom, Alistair lands a 200-meter shot and bags an achievement. His theory actually worked. After that discovery, it's smooth sailing and the hunt is finally on. He finally gets what being a sharpshooter is all about. It's not just shooting, it's sending that projectile exactly where you want it to go. A hunter lives for the chase, but a sniper lives for the wait. Patience is everything in this game. That's why he's got 20 days for this quest, and thank God, he cracked the code just in time. Close call, honestly. Out of nowhere, some noble starts screaming at Alistair. Insults, threats, you name it. This guy demands his ring back like he owns the place. Yep, Baron Thorn is back to be a total pain, and this time he's brought the House Morningstar thugs with him. Great. Alistair figured they'd be too embarrassed to show their faces again after that last disaster. But honestly, out of these 10 guys, he's probably the strongest. Thorn wants everything, the gear, the golem shield, all of it. Then their mage rips a scroll that blocks all escape magic. No running now. Trapped, Alistair calls his buddy Cedric for backup. Cedric agrees to help but says it's going to be a while. Time to stall. To make it out, he's got to buy time. Alistair pretends he's actually going to settle things by giving up the ring. Classic distraction play. Thorn isn't totally buying the act, but Alistair doesn't care. During the distraction, he takes a shot right at the leader's head. The only reason it failed, the shield bearer jumped in front of the boss. Thorn actually thanked him. The guy seriously thought he was a dead man. The Baron is livid. He swears he's going to hunt Alistair down and kill him at the town gates every single time he spawns. Pure salt. No time to reload, so Alistair has to fight dirty. He pulls out a homemade explosive, tosses it over the assassins, and kaboom. While everyone is scrambling around trying to find their mage, Alistair finally manages to reload his weapon. Just a few seconds of breathing room. But then out of nowhere, a swordsman throws out this air slice attack. 𝑴𝒊𝒍𝒊 barely blocks it using the ring's magic barrier. That was way too close. He didn't expect a heavy hitter like this in House Morningstar. The guy's name is Vayne, and he's clearly Thorn's superior. Thorn is busy kissing Vayne's boots, but then another bomb from 𝒊𝒍𝒊 goes off and knocks both of them flat on their faces. Like trash. Unfortunately, his plan to finish Vayne off didn't work. To make matters worse, that magic barrier only has about 5 minutes left. Tick-tock. 𝒊𝒍𝒊 doesn't know if he's going to make it, but before Cedric arrives, that knight from earlier walks over. She wants to know what's going on. She sees the House Morningstar crest and realizes exactly what's happening. They're out here hunting players for sport. She notices 𝒊𝒍𝒊 is a marksman and asks about the sleeping boy legend, but 𝒊𝒍𝒊 just yells at her to run for her life. Thorn orders his men to fire on her, so 𝒊𝒍𝒊 throws himself in front of the stranger to save her. Talk about bad luck. The arrow bites deep into his shoulder. When they fall, 𝒊𝒍𝒊 ends up seriously hurt. This is looking really bad. He tells the knight to get the hell out of here, but the second she steps outside the barrier, Vayne strikes with an explosive fragmented slash. But the knight tells 𝒊𝒍𝒊 to stay back. Instead of dying, she completely shuts down the enemy's power, just like that. Surprise, the knight is actually a woman, and she's had enough. She says she can't stand bullies who go around attacking people. She notices 𝒊𝒍𝒊's got a potion and gets interested. The shield guy tries to block her, but she shoves 𝒊𝒍𝒊 back and lands a massive long-range thrust. Miller goes down screaming as his health gets wiped out completely. He's dead before he even hits the ground. Now Vayne is completely stunned. He didn't even see his underling get taken off the board. The speed was unreal. Because 𝒊𝒍𝒊 got hurt trying to protect her, the girl gives him a high-grade health potion. He's back to normal instantly. She doesn't want to fight, but these guys are way out of line. Vayne knows he should retreat, but his noble pride won't let him. So, he orders the rest of his goons to finish the two of them off. Big mistake. Realizing there's no avoiding it, she charges. 𝒊𝒍𝒊 doesn't even need to help. The goons weren't weak, but she's a goddamn monster. 𝒊𝒍𝒊 wants to know who she is. When it's over, he tries to give the potion back, but she lets him keep it since he tried to protect her. There's even a bit of a moment between them, a little spark, but they both get awkward and quickly change the subject. Before she leaves, he thanks her and asks for a name. And right then, Cedric finally shows up, running in to save the day. Little late, buddy. Leo tries to signal that the fight's already over, but his buddy is completely oblivious and isn't checking his messages. Suddenly, he charges in, swinging his blade at the girl like she's his worst nightmare. He even triggers his ultimate saintly guardian stance, but she deflects the entire impact in a split second like it is nothing. Total silence for a moment before she calmly asks if they can finally just talk this out. Kay's jaw hits the floor. He demands to know why Leo is hanging out with the 6th highest-ranked warrior in the entire realm. That is when it finally clicks for Leo. This girl is the legendary fencer, Lady Alina. We are talking about a world-class duelist here, a gold medalist who wields a rapier with a terrifyingly fast style known as the Lapont thrust. Kay asks if they are actually friends, so Alina breaks it down for him. Our hero saved her life, and now she is returning the favor by wiping out some local bandits. They finally swap names and introduce the crew, but everyone is curious why she is using such a strange, specialized weapon. Alina explains that she is currently on a massive journey, searching far and wide for a fabled magic blade. Leo asks if she is looking for something small like a brooch, and she basically snaps. She asks if he has any clue how hard this quest is, but honestly, he is totally clueless. He has heard rumors about the quest, sure, but just pinpointing it near the Ironreach border is a huge win for her. She says her goodbyes, thanking them for everything, but she slides Leo a private whisper telling him to add her and keep their meeting a total secret. As they head out, Kay cannot stop teasing Leo about his awkward face, reminding him he has never even had a girlfriend. Then, he drops the bomb that back in the capital, Alina is actually a revered holy knight. She was the first to ever earn that title, making her a total celebrity. But once Leo explains the drama with the Crimson Sun Guild, Kay loses his cool. Kay warns him that he needs to stay off the radar and keep his head down until he hits level 100 at the very least. But Leo is not having it. He wants blood. He says he wants payback, though deep down, he knows taking on a massive guild alone is basically a suicide mission. Back at the forest cabin, Master Thorn sees that his student has truly leveled up and praises him for finishing the trial so incredibly fast. Leo finally unlocks his hunter's mark skill, but Thorn warns him that he still has to learn how to distinguish between true threats and innocent targets. Next up, a test of pure wit and skill. The target is the notorious bandit king, Lord 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓. The gang is holed up in the Southeast Territories, and Thorn hands over a wanted poster so Leo knows exactly who he is hunting. Still, Leo has his doubts. If he takes out the king, won't another monster just take the throne? Thorn shrugs it off, saying the bandits might scatter, but who knows? It is like flipping a coin. You only see the result once it lands. With his mind clear, Leo sets off, fired up and ready to hunt 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 in the searing wastes, a wide-open desert that is a sniper's paradise. Fast forward several days into the scorching heat of the dunes. 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 is living it up, shouting for more ale while his men drink themselves into a stupor surrounded by girls. Only the poor guards are left standing watch. Leo realizes his chance of getting caught is almost zero. He had already used his marking skill on the boss, and since he can only track 3 people at once, he had to be precise. That is how he tracked them through the shifting sands for 10 straight hours without losing the trail. He had spent 17 days mapping their patrol routes, but there was a catch. The fortress is protected by anti-teleportation circles. Escaping with a return scroll is impossible, so his only shot is to strike while they are all completely wasted during the party. He waits patiently for 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 to show his face, and after the bandit leader finally stumbles out to sober up, Leo takes the breath. Everything is set. Leo pulls the trigger, boom, the target drops. But wait, the guards are screaming that the decoy is dead. That makes no sense. Panic erupts as they scramble to find the hidden killer. The real leader steps out of the shadows, ordering his mages to crank the magic detection to the max. After 17 days of stalking, Leo finally realizes the truth. The real Lord 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 is not the man in the poster. He is just a terrifyingly clever kid. The whole camp swarms out to hunt him down, and Leo realizes he is in deep trouble. With no other way out, he chucks a massive explosive right into the middle of the crowd. He barely manages to vanish into the dust, but the young 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 is absolutely seething, swearing he will find whoever dared to strike his camp. Back in the city of Highcrest, Leo is reeling. The wanted photo was a total plant from the very beginning. The moment he used his mark, they had both spotted each other. Now he is a marked man. Even inside the city walls, the bandits' henchmen suddenly appear, setting buildings ablaze in a desperate hunt for him. 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 corners the local crime lord, demanding to know every single new arrival in the city. When the guy cannot give him names, 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 orders a total slaughter. This kid is a survivor of a dozen assassinations. He is always 3 steps ahead of everyone. A massive explosion rocks a nearby alley, making the bandits think they finally cornered our hero. But then more blasts go off across the city. It is chaos. The bandits are losing it, but 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 realizes it is just a diversion. Leo has already slipped through his fingers. They eventually retreat, but Leo is stunned. He never imagined they would torch an entire city just to smoke him out. That is it. The kid has to go. Leo vows to make him pay, even after searching through 3 different villages without a trace. But the young leader knows he is still being hunted. He orders his elite group to follow him so they can move their entire fortress to a new location. It is a massive undertaking, but 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 knows staying is pointless now that their secret base has been compromised. With the base abandoned, he leaves 2 grunts behind to clear out the warehouse and burn whatever they cannot carry. Mid-sentence, the bandit chief gets absolutely decked, sniped right off his horse by a perfect shot. Someone's lurking in the woods, but honestly, that doesn't even matter right now because they're definitely the next targets on the list. Mission accomplished. After wrapping things up, Leo's name starts ringing out across the entire kingdom as his reputation takes a serious jump. And yeah, it's only a D+ rank mission, but choosing to head back to the fortress. Turns out that was exactly the right call to make. Angela was actually pretty impressive for a local, but our boy Leo isn't easily distracted. He's got his eyes locked on the mission rewards and that new description. Here's the thing. Since he couldn't save those villagers before, he's not going to be satisfied until he absolutely crushes it the next time around. Back at the old cabin, the mentor already knows everything that went down, leaving Leo feeling pretty embarrassed about the villages that burned. To save face, he claims Angela wasn't actually the target in the photograph. He took out a decoy, and 3 villages paid the price in fire. Leo feels like total trash about it, but the old man reveals the person who sent that photo actually wanted to offer an apology. Sir Brown doesn't see what the big deal is, though. As far as he's concerned, the mission was a simple assassination, and that's that. Sure, saving the villages would have been the hero move, but at least Leo walked away with a gold coin and the legendary sniper skill. This new skill is built for serious long-range kills, but Leo's still playing hard to get and refuses to take on Bethany's next request. It's time for some solo grinding, but before he heads out, Leo asks the old man if he's heard anything about a certain sleeping child. The old man clearly knows something. He starts talking like he's about to spill the beans, but then, silence. He just shuts down the conversation. No time to waste. Leo dumps every single one of his stat points into dexterity and heads out to see what this new skill can actually do. Beginner Sniper is a beast. It upgrades the gunpowder, protects the weapon's firing chamber, and boosts his effective range by 30% for a full minute. Thanks to that, Leo actually nails a test shot from 455 meters away. Talk about luck, but we've got to switch gears because the grand opening of the Silver Chalice is almost here. It's just like Leo predicted. Nobody in town realizes it's actually a high-end restaurant. Even the veteran adventurers have no clue what the place is for. Leo's planning to get a head start on the competition, but there's a problem. This weirdo who's been stalking him looks like he's brewing up a really shady plan. High up in the cinder peaks near the orc territory, things go sideways. Leo doesn't account for the wind and ends up hitting a mining monster's weapon instead of his target. He was aiming right for the orc's head, so yeah, missing that shot is a massive disaster. He's got the range now, but the projectile speed is just too slow. The sound of the blast reaches the monsters before the lead does, giving them plenty of time to dodge. Of course, the mission was designed to screw him over, and to make things even worse, the Solaris Knight crew finally tracks him down again. The second he realizes he's cornered, he rips a teleportation scroll back to Verhaven, but the hunters are right on his heels. Back in Verhaven, Leo's racking his brain trying to figure out how they found him, finally realizing he's been tagged with a tracker mark. He can't see the mark himself, so he bolts for the capital, shouting that he doesn't care what it costs to get there. Their leader orders the mages to seize Leo before he can vanish. It's a literal race against time, but luckily the transport triggers, and he's gone just a split second before the magic can pin him down. Leo thinks it's absolutely insane that they'd fire off magic in the middle of a village, but he's burning through gold way too fast just trying to stay alive. He has to send a desperate message to Kyan explaining the mess. Leo's flying blind. He doesn't even know how many of them there are or what levels he's facing. For now, the capital is the only safe zone. If he steps 1 foot outside those walls, that tracker mark is going to bring the whole pack down on him. He tells his friend not to come help, and then, like a total madman, declares he's going to end this by wiping out the entire Solaris Guild himself. Kyan fires back with a massive wall of text, basically screaming that this is a suicide mission. But Leo remembers his mentor's words about taking the first step. Seeing that fire in his eyes, his friend realizes there's absolutely no stopping him. Still, Kyan gives him one last piece of advice. Register a guild, Leo. If you just go on a killing spree without a war declaration, the kingdom will brand you a criminal. Even with a formal war, he'll only be safe inside the capital. Kian warns him to really think about the hell he's about to unleash. Leo just thanks him and tells him not to worry. Why? Because before he was a player, he was a real-world marksman. Over at the Solaris Knights banquet hall, they're busy celebrating. The host announces the Best Field Manager award, and the 𝒊𝒊𝒂𝒓𝒚 squad takes the trophy. They head up to the stage through a sea of fake smiles and loud applause, and the ceremony moves on to the Best Battle Agent category. Suddenly, a massive system alert pops up. A random guild has just declared total war. The name, the Twilight Bandits, the leader, someone named Leo. One of the members laughs it off, saying it's pretty gutsy to pick a name so similar to theirs. But then the realization hits. Leo is the exact guy they've been hunting. On the opening day of the Silver Chalice, the crowd realizes it's just a way too expensive restaurant, and everyone starts walking out. The receptionists are turning every single customer away, but then they spot Leo and let him right in. The crowd is absolutely floored. It's so bizarre that people start whispering that he must be a secret quest NPC. Leo's not taking any chances, though he's wearing a mask so his enemies won't spot him. He's here for one thing, a payoff. When Jessica finds him, he gives her a quick congrats on the opening but immediately pivots to demanding information. He's being incredibly blunt, but Jessica just smirks and tells him to follow her. Leo expected some dark, underground den, but the place is actually breathtakingly luxurious. Since it's a front for a legit business, they don't mind showing off. They head to a private table on the top floor, but Leo can feel it. Hidden assassins are tucked away in the shadows, and these guys are the real deal. Lady Jessica cuts right to the chase, warning Arthur not to waste her time with vague questions. He takes the hint and asks something specific about House Solis. Jessica's impressed, spilling the beans with a sharp grin. Honestly, she's basically handing him a cheat sheet for the entire war. Then she offers to introduce him to the big players at the gala. Powerful connections are everything, so Arthur says yes in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, at the enemy's stronghold, Baron Don is absolutely fuming. He calls Sir Cedric a total disgrace for losing to a lone marksman. But Cedric plays it smart. HQ is still in the dark, meaning they have one last shot to fix this mess and claim the glory. The Baron agrees to cook the reports later, planning to launch the hunt once the royal guards arrive. Then chaos. A messenger bursts in, shouting that the guards were ambushed on the road. The Baron's wheels start turning, and he realizes exactly what's happening. If it's that damn marksman, he screams, then this is the perfect time to end him for good. He orders Cedric to go hunting, but it's a total nightmare. The guild members are being picked off one by one, unable to even group up. Cedric's flying blind. One soldier tries to make a break for it, sprinting 50 paces into the open, only to take a lead present right between the shoulder blades. Gunfire echoes through the trees. The Baron can hear it. It's not magic, it's pure, cold steel. Cedric wonders if they're fighting a ghost. I mean, if the guy is shooting, he should be visible, right? He can't wrap his head around one man doing all this. Suddenly, crack! A shot nearly takes Baron Don's head off as he steps from his cabin. Cedric finally gets it. Arthur is out there, lurking. He screams for everyone to run while the kid reloads his rifle. Everyone dives for cover in the cabin. Cedric spots smoke in the woods, but there's no way a rifle could hit from that distance. Arthur, he's impressed by their speed. He hasn't even learned their names yet, but he's already sent 10 of them to the grave. But here's the thing, flushing those rats into that cabin. That was the plan all along. Lady Juliana's intel was perfect, marking every outpost and sniper perch. Even alone, Arthur knows he has the positioning advantage. Inside, Cedric explains the situation. The Baron is losing his mind with fear. The grunts want to call for help, but Don snaps at them to stay cool. He thinks Arthur is just some noble brat playing at revenge. Catch him, and they'll be richer than kings. Cedric remembers Arthur only had 50 coins on him earlier. He tries to speak up, but the Baron shuts him up with the promise of a promotion. Classic villain move. He's faking it, planning to sacrifice everyone just to save his own skin. Back to our boy. He's realizing just how lethal a mountain ranger can be when nobody can see him coming. In a single day, Arthur hit the South Stronghold, the river outpost, the East Gate, and Iron Peak. Next stop, the verdant jungle. At this point, he's taken out 3 lords, 2 lieutenants, and at least 4 elite guards. Some idiots try to draw his fire with taunts. Bad move. One gets his head absolutely rung like a bell. The survivors finally spot him, but it doesn't matter. He's too far away for them to even touch him. At the High Council, the guild master nearly shatters his table in a rage. He drags the Baron in for a beating. Thanks to Arthur's little spree, their profits have tanked by 43%. Now Baron Don is starting to sweat for real. He waited all day for Arthur to show, but since he didn't, the big boss gave them 1 week to delete the kid's legacy. The boss is even coming down himself to investigate. Back to Arthur, hunting those Solar Order scumbags. They've stopped chasing him, which is weird. Finally, he finds a straggler and lands a perfect shot. He goes for the next kill, but trap. The target was bait. An entire combat squad is closing in. An arrow whistles past. Yeah, these guys actually know how to fight. The squad pushes past some curious travelers. Deep in the woods, visibility is 0. But Zaken's got it covered. He pops a light scroll, while Cedric brags about his reinforcements. Zaken lets him take the lead, and immediately, the message goes out to Baron Don. He summons 531 agents to the forest edge. 20 units, 25 men each. The great hunt begins. Cedric is finally ready to taste blood. They're still arguing over tactics, but Arthur hears the numbers and starts prepping. It's about to be one hell of a fight. The forest is massive. Even for low-level grunts, it's easy to get lost in this graveyard. Zaken yells for everyone to stay sharp. He's just one marksman, right? They spread out, ready to finish this. The Vanguard commander wants that bounty first, but one of his men just drops dead out of nowhere. Panic sets in. He dives for cover with the rest, terrified he's next. Through this thick fog, you can't see a thing, let alone where that shot came from. Cedric's losing it. He thinks it's some dark magic. He snaps, jumping up and slashing one of his own men just for telling everyone to stay quiet. Talk about unhinged. Pure desperation. And it's his literal downfall because the second he shows his face. Boom. A homemade explosive right to the teeth. Our hero's just chilling in the rafters. Rule number 1 of sniping: never stand in the light if you want to keep your head. He's been sticking to the western woods for a reason. First rule of war: pick the ground you're going to win on. This forest, it's his backyard. The enemies need torches to see, but the moment they light one, bang, dead. There's just one tiny problem. Leveling up from those kills makes him glow like a beacon. Now everyone knows exactly which tree he's hiding in. The assassins spot him. They grab a rope and start hauling themselves up, thinking they've finally got him. Wrong, it was a rigged trap. The whole thing goes up in flames. Outside the woods, Lord Hamilton is losing his mind trying to figure out what's happening. After the blast, nothing, just this eerie, heavy silence. Then a figure steps out of the smoke. And wouldn't you know it, it's our boy, alive and looking totally unfazed. Lady Alina mocks Hamilton for being too scared to enter, and his men. They're screaming for blood. Alina's ready to throw down, but then a voice tells everyone to freeze. Hamilton steps in, but he's not alone. Sir Arthur, the knight who used to party with our hero, is right there beside him. They only held their ground because of their numbers, but the tide is turning. Other adventurers are seeing this and suddenly finding their spine. They want payback too. Alina looks them dead in the eye. Are you sure about this? Because if Hamilton loses today, his head is on the chopping block. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster of the Solar Crest went to dig up some dirt on our hero from a high-level informant. He was told the info would cost a fortune, and he didn't care until he saw it. Alina didn't just have intel. She had the locations of every single one of their hideouts. To make it worse, the source was a rival shadow guild he'd never even heard of. Someone's playing a very dangerous game. And the kicker, They asked for 1,000 gold pieces just to take the hero off the map. Back at the woods, Hamilton slinks away in tears. He knows he's in for a world of hurt once he gets back home. Our hero doesn't give them a second thought. "No mercy," he says, as they all log out of the realm. The crowd goes wild. Everyone who hated those bullies is cheering, tossing our hero into the air like a king. Even a girl tries to get his contact info. But he doesn't even get a chance to be a flirt. The place gets absolutely swamped with fans. His crew has to literally drag him out. The tank rips a teleport scroll, and poof, there in a dusty old cabin in the middle of nowhere. First things first, our hero gives them a genuine thank you for having his back. Sir Arthur explains that everyone's calling him the Cloud Mage, now because of the thick smoke he leaves behind every time he wrecks a solar crest camp. Alina asks if those two are an item yet. They say no, not yet. Anyway, Hannah is dying to see that long-range weapon of his. Our hero is already planning his next move back to the capital, but then, without warning, his friends snap his musket right in half. It took some effort, but yeah, it's broken. Alina is horrified. "What are you doing?" Our hero's just staring, hoping this is some sick joke. It's not. Sir Arthur doesn't blink. He basically tells the kids to stay out of grown-up business, hinting they might be part of the Solar Crest too. Their leader is coming. Apparently, they made a deal with Duke Octavius to hand over the hero, even though our boy has no clue who that even is. Their first meeting was pure chance. Talk about rotten luck. Turns out they were enemies all along, likely under Octavius' orders. The hero tries to bolt, but Arthur draws his blade. He's smiling, too, because right then the guild leader walks through the door. It's clear the knight and the leader are old buddies. To our hero, it's official. He's been surrounded by vipers this whole time. He's looking for any way out, but then the leader throws a curveball. He wants the kid to join them. Everyone's confused, but the leader's logic is simple. Our hero is a weapon, a war dog to be used for their own ends. Alina tells him exactly where to shove that offer. The guy is livid. He was offering 10,000 gold coins a year. That kind of money would pay for the hero's leg surgery in 2 years. But he's got a soul. He's not selling it to these monsters. "Your guild is rock bottom," he says, lighting a fuse. They let their guard down for 1 second and kaboom, the whole place erupts. The blast sends him flying. He hits the ground running, clutching nothing but the barrel of his ruined gun. He's absolutely fuming at Arthur for the betrayal. But the worst part, he can't shake the guys on his tail. The enemy strategist hits him with a slow spell, pinning him down. And since he said no to the job, the leader is going to end Alina personally. Alone and outnumbered, not Alistair. He taps into his ancestral bond, ripping the soul of the great ember bear back from the abyss, and that beast wastes no time sending Duke Valerius flying across the battlefield. Just like that, the tables have turned. It is a 2-against-4 showdown now, and the odds are looking grim for the villains. Valerius absolutely loses his mind when a massive, flaming beast manifests out of thin air. It looks like a nightmare incarnate, but looks can be deceiving in this world. To Alistair, this monster is just a big, fiery puppy. As his ally Alina pets the beast, little Barnaby, they realize its power is astronomical. Time to save the cuddles for later, though. There are enemies to bury right now. The treacherous duo and their knights are suddenly paralyzed, hit with a wave of pure, bone-chilling dread from the bear's presence. Crashing into the dirt, the Duke snarls that only legendary beastmasters can summon such creatures. Alistair, he just plays dumb and keeps them guessing. The bear starts at level 66, but thanks to Alistair's buffs, it surges all the way to 112. With our hero sitting at 92, this isn't a fight, it's an execution. Seeing the ship sink, the betrayer Beatrice tries to bolt, but Alistair isn't having it. He gives Barnaby the word. End those 2 scumbags first. They beg, they plead, but tears don't stop you from being vaporized by magical fire. Once they're dealt with, Alistair walks over for a very rough chat with the leader of the Crimson Dawn. The Duke tries to keep his secrets, but a little pressure goes a long way. He eventually cracks and rats out the shadow network. Turns out this underground web has files on every major player, Alistair included. And the person pulling the strings, a mysterious woman named Lady Alara. Info secured, but Alistair isn't done yet. He asks the Duke what becomes of his brotherhood now. Since their reputation is in the gutter, it's time to shut down the guild for good. Alistair knows his exploits are already being whispered about in every tavern across the kingdom. He hasn't forgotten that because of these thugs, his custom-made arcane flintlock is now a pile of scrap. Valerius offers gold as compensation, but Alistair wants much more than a few coins. He suggests the Duke leave the guild, but there's a catch. They have to return every single gold piece they ever stole from other players, secured by a magically binding contract. They think the terms are steep? Fine. Alistair throws in a few more bone-breaking hits just to help them decide. In the end, violence makes everything work out perfectly. The bells toll across the realm as the system declares the war over. The Twilight Alliance stands as the undisputed victors. Even with his teeth kicked in, Valerius spits threats of revenge. Some people just never learn when they're beaten. Alistair turns to the Duke's former director and tells him to start his own house. The future doesn't belong to Valerius anymore, he says. The guy gets hyped and vanishes using a teleportation scroll. The broken Duke chases after his last loyal subject, leaving the battlefield in total disgrace. Finally, it's just our hero and his giant, flaming teddy bear. Barnaby gives him a massive victory hug to celebrate the win. Meanwhile, in a rugged frontier outpost in the colonies, a young smith shows an old veteran a magical recording of the battle. They watch Alistair go absolutely ballistic with that flintlock. The fire rate is slow, sure, but his accuracy, it is absolute god tier. At 9:30 sharp, the kid refuses to work a second longer for free. He clocks out, grabs a sidearm for protection, and heads into the night. At the same time, in the manner of the twin elemental archmages, the blue-haired sister tells the other to look at the news. Alistair just dismantled the Crimson Dawn Brotherhood single-handedly. Lady Seraphina is in total denial. She keeps telling people to move because she can't believe the Cloud Mage is actually this powerhouse. But the proof is right there in the crystal recordings. He's the master of the Twilight Alliance, and everyone can see it. When she sees the body count, she nearly faints. 500 men. He's grown stronger at a terrifying, almost impossible speed. It's not that she's desperate to have him back in her guild, but suddenly, he actually looks strong enough to lead. Seraphina tells her sister she wouldn't be against the idea, but the way she says it makes it obvious she's totally into him. With both sisters finally agreeing, the next step is clear. They're going to try and recruit Alistair. When our hero logs back into the game, his inbox is exploding. 873 messages from people begging to join his house. He reflects on the carnage. The original plan was to use that needle rifle as a stopgap, but losing it still feels like a massive loss. Even so, Alistair earns the legendary achievements, the unbiased judge and victory in the Great War. Those achievements alone net him 35 attribute points, plus another 16 from the Battlefield Avatar title. For wiping out 500 foes, he scores his first A-rank accolade. He pumps 20 points into intelligence and dumps the rest into dexterity. Feeling like a total genius, he decides it's time to visit the Royal Academy. He can already hear the old master's praise. Alistair heads to the secluded cabin with a smile, but notices someone else is already there. This stranger talks like an ally, but the hero has absolutely no clue who this person is. They mention a rival, likely Alistair himself, but the stranger claims they aren't about to help a competitor. He goes on, saying it wasn't hard to track him down, and that he's only speaking out loud because he knows Alistair is listening. Busted, Alistair jumps out and bolts toward them, eventually greeting the director and apologizing for the intrusion. But when the stranger looks at the hero's weapon, he's even more convinced that Alistair doesn't need any more help. He says he will return later, and the old man, Master Brahm, says he will be waiting. Brom cuts straight to the point. He's heard the news of the massacre. Alistair tries to deflect, saying he still hasn't passed Lady Guinevere's trial, but he has to ask, who was that mysterious man? Master Barnaby mentions the legend of the dormant heir. Hearing this, Arthur immediately sprints after the mysterious youth because he absolutely needs a word with him. But honestly, he doesn't even have to look that hard. The kid is just chilling right there, perched high up in a tree like it's nothing. Right away, Arthur thinks this guy looks like he walked straight out of a frontier legend. He also wonders if Elinor was looking for a boyfriend, but yeah, he decides to drop that thought pretty quick. Arthur offers a quick apology for being so nosy, then gets straight to the point. He asks if the guy is actually a legendary musketeer. The man just scoffs, noticing Arthur hasn't even taken Lady Elizabeth's trial yet. His level, way too low. In a real fight, Arthur would be toast, but it's not like our hero was looking for trouble anyway. Without another word, the man turns to leave. Arthur isn't giving up, though. He follows right behind him, practically begging to be heard. Suddenly, the musketeer delivers a sharp kick to the tree. He turns back and tells Arthur that right there. That was exactly how his own test was conducted. Arthur is totally lost at first, but the moment he focuses on the word trial, it all clicks. That's when the guy reveals his true identity. He's known throughout the frontier as 𝑏𝒊𝒖𝒔 the Swift. Turns out, he's the one who inherited Master Barnaby's legendary legacy. Honestly, looking at them, the resemblance is actually kind of striking. His exam was to shoot falling leaves, but there's a catch: he had to do it from only 2 meters away. Arthur is floored. At that distance, he'd have to hit a whole bunch of them simultaneously. Here's how it works. 13 leaves drop from the branches with a single kick. Master Barnaby's command to 𝒊𝒂𝒔: hit every single one before they even touch the grass. Those leaves only take 3 seconds to hit the ground. Hitting 13 targets in that window, that's not just fast, that's completely insane. Arthur notices something weird, though. 𝒊𝒂𝒔 isn't even holding a musket. And since you can't just shove a massive weapon into your magical inventory, Arthur is beyond confused. But 𝒊𝒂𝒔 just smirks. He tells Arthur he should already know the secret, especially since he spent so much time crafting explosive alchemy before. Since Arthur is still scratching his head, 𝒊𝒂𝒔 just tells him to follow. But first, Arthur has to know, why help? 𝒊𝒂𝒔 admits he actually needs the raw power of a master artificer. He starts explaining his plan, but it's all half-baked and vague. Honestly, it's a struggle just to keep up with what he's saying. Eventually, Arthur realizes 𝒊𝒂𝒔 is basically a Cinderella story in reverse. He desperately needs help, but he's way too embarrassed to just sit down and teach like a normal person. Either way, Arthur isn't backing down. He declares right then and there that he'll pass the trial soon and officially become the kingdom's greatest artificer. That statement makes 𝒊𝒂𝒔 react even weirder than before, but they eventually part ways with their little deal locked in place. Back at the forest cabin, Master Barnaby reveals the truth. 𝒊𝒂𝒔 cleared that impossible test in just 3 days. Because of that, Barnaby had no choice but to hand over the muskets. Arthur can't wrap his brain around how that's even humanly possible. Before he heads out, Master Barnaby tells him to stop being so close-minded, advice that Arthur actually takes to heart. Still, one thing is bugging him. Barnaby said muskets, plural. It feels like they're both playing some kind of elaborate prank on him. The weirdest part was 𝒊𝒂𝒔 not carrying a weapon at all. To Arthur, that's just asking for trouble in a world this dangerous. But then, the realization hits him like a lightning bolt. 𝒊𝒂𝒔 didn't carry them because he actually found a way to store those muskets inside his inventory. A bit later, the local blacksmith, 𝒔, greets Arthur with a grin. He asks if Arthur is back to mess with the mechanical drum again, but Arthur just hands him the component, now sliced perfectly in half. 𝒔 thinks it's a waste and suggests buying a new one, but Arthur has a wild idea. He asks 𝒔 to trust his vision, and the two of them end up putting on a legendary show of craftsmanship together. And believe it or not, it actually worked. They managed to forge a custom musket that fits perfectly in a travel bag, and honestly, it was worth every single coin. With the main build done, Arthur asks for one more thing, drilling specialized holes in the drum so it can rotate properly. 𝒔 holds up his hands, being humble for once. He admits that's beyond his skill and tells Arthur he'll need to track down a dwarf for a job that delicate. Now, dwarves are the ultimate smiths, famous for forging magical artifacts. They live deep within the massive iron peaks, far beyond the borders of the kingdom of Valoria. Later, alone in the woods, Arthur practices his speed. He manages to reload the entire weapon in just 10 seconds flat. Feeling confident, he takes aim at a single leaf and fires. The result? A total disaster. He misses by a mile, which makes zero sense considering how close he is. He moves in closer. Fires, still nothing. He keeps inching forward, shot after shot, until he finally manages to clip the target. But get this, he had to be within 25 meters. Arthur didn't realize the accuracy would be this pathetic. Since he's a sniper at heart, he decides to save this secret weapon for when some arrogant idiot gets too close. It hits him then. 𝒔 must have cleared his test using at least 4 of those rapid reloads. The skill level is just on another planet. Thinking about a high-speed fight, using only those compact pistols, makes Arthur seriously curious about how 𝒔 actually moves in combat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 𝒔 appears, screaming Arthur's name at the top of her lungs. She immediately starts scolding him, furious that he didn't send a single message once he arrived at the capital. She notices his new gear right away, so Arthur fills her in on the madness. But 𝒔, she's mostly hyped about the viral video of him, and she even pulls out her own new enchanted blade to show off. 𝒔 actually managed to shatter the seal on her magic sword. Now, her raw stats are reaching the level of a high-tier named knight. Arthur mentions he's not planning to stay with the local guild, so 𝒔 immediately tries to recruit him into the prestigious Order of the Holy Knights. They're close friends, and she promises to give him a personal recommendation. The Holy Knights are easily the strongest force in Valoria, but even so, Arthur turns her down. Deep down, he just doesn't feel like he's ready for that kind of spotlight yet. 𝒔 spots the weapon on his hip and asks about it. Arthur starts to explain, all excited, but the second he mentions 𝒔, she goes ballistic. The friendly mood vanishes instantly, so Arthur quickly claims he built the thing himself. In reality, those two had only crossed paths for a few brief moments back, when they were students at the academy. Lady 𝒔 is fuming. Why? Because a while back she challenged 𝒔 and lost. And get this, it wasn't even close. He absolutely humiliated her in that duel. Alistair tries to play it off with 1,000 excuses, but 𝒔's a high-ranked knight. He just can't wrap his head around it. They call him Dormant 𝒔 because rumors say he literally sleeps while playing. Once, when he found a rare relic, the Solar Order tried to jump him. 30 men cornered him. There's not even a record of the fight because it was over in a heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, 30 thugs were eating dirt. 𝒔, he didn't even bother to stand up from the tavern table. The only things moving were the blades beneath the table. When he finally woke up, he had no clue what happened. That's the legend. Fast, deadly, and hitting targets while he's literally dreaming. 𝒔 explains that levels aren't everything. In the realm, the system handles the rest. It paints a target on high-ranked knights, throwing them into the path of powerful outsiders who play by their own rules. It's all about unique attributes. You can boost those without grinding, just find rare achievements. Alistair knows that better than anyone. Apparently, killing a high-ranking knight grants a massive achievement. That's why the Midlands leaderboard shows everyone's level. It's basically a hit list. It forces everyone to be ruthless. It's why legendary weapons are never sold, if you're hunted down after losing your gear. You'll never see the top again. The world's economy is a brutal balance of coin and blood. 𝒔 warns Alistair that he'll be branded an outsider soon. Groups like the Templars will definitely be watching. She takes her leave. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, Lord Cedric is busy making threats. Duchess Gwendolyn tells him to back off. He's ruining the council meeting, and this doesn't feel like a negotiation for Blackwood Keep anymore. Cedric isn't talking deals. He's talking survival. He asks if she'll even live to see the next moon. He wants a guild war. He's broke but promises a cut of the keep's taxes to any knight who joins his banner. The Duchess is visibly shaken, but she stands tall and accepts the challenge. As Cedric storms out, the girls are ready for a fight, but Gwendolyn decides to bet on the outsiders instead. Walking through the city, Alistair receives a small token from a fan. He's starting to feel like a real local hero. Plus, he just made 100 gold coins selling that faction name. Now, he's got enough for a new musket until he finds the legendary one. At the war room, Cedric is screaming. He claims Duchess Gwendolyn spat on their offer. The nobles are absolutely livid. They've sunk 21,850 gold coins into that castle, and they aren't getting a copper back. The investors are losing their minds. The founding members realize there's no way to stop this tidal wave of anger. Cedric slams his fist down. The only answer, total war. He's already summoned the Draconic Knights and the Storm Guard. They aren't letting their gold vanish without a fight. People are terrified of the Duchess's faction, especially with a beast like Irongate on her side. But the prize, if they win, they'll be swimming in more treasure than they can carry. The plan is to use mercenaries like the Sterling Valkyries as a front line. They also want to recruit Sir Julian, the legendary knight ranked second in the kingdom. It's a hype-inducing plan, but Julian isn't the type to just follow orders. Cedric realizes he needs more firepower. He calls Tristan and tells him to bring the blonde squire, Arthur. He wants to pull Alistair into the Crimson Banner Guild at any cost. It would be huge, but Arthur already tried that. Alistair turned him down, thinking he was still too weak for the big leagues. Tristan insists they need that long-range support. Arthur sighs and says he'll give it one more shot. In the end, the leader tells Tristan the plan is a go, even if it means, unfortunately, that Arthur has to be the sacrificial lamb. Back in reality, Alistair's mom is at work. With his new wealth, he can finally afford a decent meal. The weapon problem is solved for now, too. He's thinking about hunting some mountain trolls until he sees the forums blowing up about the war for Blackwood Keep. It's official, a declaration of war over the castle's dungeon monopoly. Controlling those gates means infinite profit. Arthur calls. Alistair already knows what's up and tells him he's logging back into the realm immediately. They meet up. Arthur's got some shiny new plate armor and Alistair. He's holding a brand new, deadly musket. Kay doesn't beat around the bush. He asks Arthur point blank, is he joining the order or not? He apologizes for the heavy question given the circumstances, but then he lays it all out. Honestly, Arthur isn't thrilled about crossing the Sisters of the Crimson Rose, but Kay says even the Grand Master has requested his help personally, this time. But before Arthur can even think, a shadow bolts from a nearby thicket. They spot the sigil of the Crimson Rose. A spy was listening in, and damn it, the rat managed to vanish before they could grab him. It's a mess, but Arthur still tells him he needs some time to clear his head before joining any side. Kay sees this war as a shot at legendary fame, but Arthur, he's worried about the body count. If he fights, it's only for his friend. Kay heads back to tell the leader, and Arthur swallows his words as they say their goodbyes. He wanted to tell him he'd keep that savage berserker off his back. Later, in the Whispering Woods, Arthur starts grinding through trolls with two-shot precision. His new flintlock is tricky. It's way too light, and he nearly jumps out of his skin when someone sneaks up on him out of nowhere. Luckily, it's just Lady Scarlet and her sister, and she's actually impressed by his new short-range weapon. Arthur knew they'd come sniffing around ever since that footage of his stand at Ember Keep went viral. Scarlet doesn't play games. She invites him to join the Crimson Rose right then and there. Arthur isn't convinced they can win, though. But the lady has a plan. You don't need a grand strategy when a parasite can kill a lion from the inside. She knows the rival order is losing control of its knights, because a traitor over there is singing like a bird. Back at the keep, Kay finally shows up late, and the Lord Alaric tells him to never keep him waiting again. He tells the kid to sit, but the air is thick, Everyone in the room looks absolutely livid for some reason. Then, with a cold apology, the leader binds Kay in magic prison chains that kill his teleporting for 30 minutes. Kay thinks it's some twisted joke until Scarlet shows him a photo. Him, smiling right next to a Crimson Rose operative. Kay screams that he was just trailing the guy, but Sir Garrick isn't buying that smiling is a recon technique. The reality, the context was cropped out, but how do you prove a smile is a lie? Kay offers to answer anything, but then Sir Hyde drops a bomb. Maybe Arthur is the real reason for all this mess. Kay yells that the photo is a fake, but the room is convinced those sisters have already corrupted the kid. He thinks it's just a misunderstanding, but the redhead reminds him this war could sink the entire order. They pull up a video, hoping it'll finally open his eyes to the truth of what they're dealing with. It's the Ember Keep incident. Common sense says no random marksman should be able to pull off a miracle like that. That class is supposed to be trash, yet he took on 500 men. Unbelievable. Still, Sir Tristan tells them to let the boy speak. Tristan doesn't believe Arthur is a rat, so they agree to find him and prove his innocence since nobody objects. The two of them warp out immediately, though the stakes are high. Lord Alaric warns them, if they can't prove it, they'll be the ones paying for the fallout. Meanwhile, Lady Scarlet notices something's off. She tries a bit of flirting to sweeten her offer, but Arthur freezes as Kay and Tristan suddenly materialize. They drop right into the middle of the tension, the sisters scream, and Arthur tries to explain. But Scarlet strikes first. Tristan's flaming sword rings out as he blocks the blow, leaving Kay stunned. Arthur yells for everyone to just back off. The moment things pause, Tristan grabs Kay, and they vanish before Arthur can even get a word in. Arthur is kicking himself for not speaking up sooner. He turns to Scarlet, demanding to know where she got her intel. She mentioned a parasite, a traitor, but won't say who, so Arthur levels his gun right at her face. He's not going to let this drama destroy his reputation or his friends. Scarlet couldn't care less about his feelings. She tells him that since he thinks he's so special, she actually has no clue who the rat is. The informant was completely masked, and honestly, it could have been a double agent for all she knows. She wasn't trying to split them up. Instead, she offers a new deal. They both join her. Arthur would be her personal sniper and elite bodyguard. 3,000 gold sovereigns a year, plus bonuses. That kind of money pays for the surgery in 4 years flat. It's a golden ticket. He could sign his life away and figure things out with Kay later. But Arthur isn't built like that. He refuses. Kay might not be his blood, but he's the one who saved him from the dark. He'd rather face her entire army than betray his brother, and Scarlet. She actually finds that pretty damn cool. Turns out, it was all a test of character. The offer is still real, though, and she tells him the door is always open. With those two finally gone, the knights were left scratching their heads on the next move, while over at the Blackwood Guild HQ, the Grandmaster was putting the squeeze on Cedric to take the entire fall for the disaster. Back at the manor, our hero Leon tries reaching out to his old allies. But he gets ghosted. Cedric and Silas completely blocked his number. Meanwhile, over at the Blonde Knight's estate, the stinging cold of betrayal was really starting to sink in. Since there was zero proof to clear the heroes' names, the Grandmaster forced Cedric's hand, making him sign a devastating contract that essentially signed his life away. One wrong move in this war, and Cedric goes completely bankrupt, facing a debt of 2.6 billion gold crowns. Over at the Holy Grail Tavern, the atmosphere was electric as everyone placed bets on who'd actually survive the coming conflict. But then, the waitress leans in, and Lady Lyra drops the secret code word. She and Leon meet up in the shadows because he needs intel, and he needs it fast. Besides the dirt, he already wanted on the Blackwood Syndicate. Leon is also hunting for info on Victor the Butcher, convinced that the monster is going to crash the war sooner or later. A few days later, at House Thorn, the general director gets a high-priority summons. Julian reveals the real power dynamic. Lady Isabella is just a figurehead leader on paper, while the sharp-tongued Lady Alara is the one actually pulling all the strings. Then the war council begins. In the first clash, the enemy hit them with overwhelming numbers and pure, unbridled aggression. It was a total slaughter. They lost the entire engagement in under 60 minutes. Their secret hideouts weren't secret at all. Blackwood knew exactly where to strike, hitting 9 different locations at the exact same time with perfect precision. To flip the script, Ilara brought in a wild card, the legendary rogue alchemist, Alistair the Mad Commander. He only showed up because he heard Blackwood was summoning the dark sorcerer Mordred, and he wanted a piece of that legendary fight. Poor Isabella has to keep shooting down his advances over and over, though. Anyway, the guy smashes a potion on the cobblestones and summons a horde of blood golems that absolutely tear through the enemy lines and wipe them out. That carnage goes down at Ironwood Pass, but even then, the victory feels hollow. House Valerius is still on the back foot and at a massive disadvantage, losing ground they can't afford to give up as the meeting finally breaks. Watching from a distance, Leon thinks it's a genius move to hire the alchemist and the golden dragon. But then he spots something off, men in Valerius-style camo cloaks, but they're missing a guild crest. These are the spies haunting the capital. He managed to piece some clues together from a hidden emblem he recognized. And since Ilara had no clue Leon was working with Cedric, our hero used his tracking markers to hunt down those nosy intruders. That night, a hideout trap went south fast, and House Valerius took a brutal hit, losing 4 good knights in the process. Those losses were stacking up, and a week after Ironwood Pass, Blackwood still hadn't even shown his face, yet House Valerius was already being exposed. Every time they moved with 10 men, the Blackwood Syndicate would hit them right in the back when they least expected it. Ilara was left reeling, trying to find the exact moment the tide turned against them. During the initial push, all 3 units had been winning, which had the Grandmaster grinning with greed. But even with all that spending, House Valerius is drowning, and Blackwood is set to reclaim everything once they take the castle. Sebastian promises to handle the tactical strategy for the next phase, and after a quick goodbye, Ilara gives him her thanks. Since Blackwood was dominating the war, the betting odds shifted completely in their favor. That same rival guild kept poking the bear, eventually revealing they'd be waiting for a showdown at Raven's Crag. A few days later, right on schedule at the designated spot, the 2 armies finally met face to face. House Valerius is outnumbered, but General Percival brings 888 of his elite guard, while the alchemist takes a key position on the flank. On the command side, a mage is sweating the timing, but the problem is their entire strategy is stuck on a defensive loop. Sebastian's only order is to keep the master safe. That's when Lady Seraphina screams that they need to kill the witches and storm the castle gates right now. 600 Blackwood soldiers march forward, but the way they start this fight feels like a massive, looming trap. Seraphina doesn't care. She says this isn't a game of chess and calls on her sister to unleash a massive Arctic tornado spell. The ice storm starts ripping through the ranks, forcing the Archmage Enshin to beg the master for help with their own countertrap. He throws up a storm barrier that stops the sisters' magic from getting through, but even with 4 ancient totems, Enshin is barely holding the line. The mages use that window to combine their spells, and to make sure the blast doesn't just slam into the barrier, Seraphina rips open a wormhole for House Valerius. That magic sandwich hits Lady Ilara right in the face, and the shockwave blows everyone back, everyone except Cedric, who's just standing there with a completely blank expression. The alchemist is clearly livid, unleashing an endless stream of blood golems, and the guy looks like he's on the verge of a total breakdown. Victory was right there in their grasp, until everyone turned around and saw General Percival's reinforcements looming on the mountain ridge. Seraphina finally stops playing around and offers a mock thanks, while the enemy soldiers start shaking in their boots. She gives the command to surround the survivors, and the soldiers start pouring down the mountainside like an unstoppable avalanche. The founding members of the guild are getting nervous now because, in a heartbeat, they lost their entire numbers advantage. You couldn't even count how many reinforcements there were, So Seraphina starts mocking the enemy leader, telling her she's not fit to rule a single stone of that castle. She casually mentions she didn't block the escape route, and Seraphina gets the message instantly. It's game over for Percival, who gets slammed with a forced teleportation spell. And just like that, the noble sisters' ultimate play is neutralized. Lord Alistair is left standing all by himself. The rift is sealed tight. Sir Julian has vanished, lost to the void. Even if he is still within the kingdom, he is not getting back in time to save anyone. Now, it is up to young Lord Arthur to step up. He is rallying the Golden Crest's remaining 88 vanguard to hold the line. House Blackwood only brought 400 men. Nobody, not the sisters, not the knights, expected Lord Mordred to come charging in like a literal demon. Anyone who has heard of the Iron Berserker is absolutely terrified. He is a blur of steel and rage, tearing through ranks like they are nothing but parchment. Lord Alistair grits his teeth, ready to surrender. But wait, there is a lone marksman hiding in the brush nearby who has other plans. In the first heartbeat of the clash, Mordred wipes out a dozen men. Even the noble sisters are caught in the carnage. The Blackwood commander is singing his master's praises. They secured Mordred, sure, but the real mastermind? That is Silas. He is the one who orchestrated this whole nightmare. Alistair just wants it to be over. He asks Mordred to deliver the final blow, but the berserker. He almost takes the Lord's head off for fun. Silas steps in with a sharp rebuke. It makes zero sense, but you can feel the entire power dynamic shift in an instant. Whoever arrived with Mordred is acting like they own the place. And Silas, he is standing right in the center of this web of betrayal. Out comes a scroll, a contract to seize the castle itself. Silas never respected the Scarlet Knight as his master. Alistair's biggest mistake, trusting a snake. Just before the final stroke falls on the old commander, Silas reveals he has been draining the guild's coffers and framing Alistair for it. He tells him to sign the parchment or die a traitor's death. Turns out, the parasites were Silas's own mercenaries from the Southern Isles. In a flash, he uses a dark enchantment to bring Alistair to heel. Sir Cedric tries to intervene, but gets shut down instantly. Sir Julian's squire tries to shout a warning about the trap, but Silas silences her with the same dark spell. Cedric finally puts the pieces together. Silas is the one who sparked this entire civil war. He is absolutely livid. But here is the problem. He has no proof. And technically, Alistair did try to manipulate Cedric first. Sure, Silas was the one who whispered the idea in his ear, but that does not change the facts. Everyone was blinded by greed. Now, Cedric just wants to save what is left of his order. Silas sighs and tells Mordred to take care of the shield bearer. Mordred laughs. He remembers Cedric as that trembling page from the last crusade. But Cedric, he is not that scared little boy anymore. Mordred activates his blood burst. Sir Gawain sees the danger and rushes in to pull his friend out of the fire. But then, crack, a bullet catches the berserker square in the forehead. Cedric sees the shape of the lead and starts crying. He knows Percival has returned to help. Mordred is stunned. He thinks the noble sisters cast a spell on him, so he turns his rage toward them to finish them off. Then another shot rings out, right in the leg. Silas is panicking. He did not warn him because he did not even know there was a hidden third party on the field. Mordred needs to mend his wounds, so he starts butchering anyone nearby to fuel his dark recovery. This was not the plan. Gawain steps up to face his former comrade. He is usually neutral, but he trusts Cedric's heart more than he trusts Mordred's blade. The two of them clash with everything they have got. And the soldiers who still have not realized the betrayal are just standing there, completely baffled by the chaos. Mordred figures he just needs to kill the Lord to get that signature. Cedric stands in his way, and the berserker just grins. He is ready for round 2. Mordred enters a full frenzy. Cedric starts a calm countdown, and the berserker thinks it is a joke, but the joke is on him. Because it takes Percival exactly 25 seconds to reload his rifle. Right on time, Percival's shot shatters Mordred's shoulder. Cedric seizes the opening, channeling his holy light to rip the beast's stomach wide open. The berserker hits the dirt, but Cedric's blade gets caught in the dense muscle. Mordred lets out a howl, triggering his final, monstrous werewolf transformation. Alistair screams for his friend to flee, but Cedric needs to buy a few more seconds. He uses every bit of his magic to freeze the beast's jaws shut. The squire was in bad shape, but she managed to lend the blonde just enough strength to hold on. The Scarlet Knight still does not trust them, but Cedric does not care. He has faith in his brother-in-arms. Just as the wolf is about to tear Cedric apart, bang, a shot pierces its skull. Percival's power level skyrockets. Leveling up this fast without a guild, it is unheard of. Our hero looks back at the moments that forced his hand, the split-second decisions that led to this. He has just relieved his patience paid off, and Mordred is finally down. But he cannot celebrate yet, not with the northern warlords hunting him. Percival does not stick around. He sprints for the edge and dives headfirst off the cliffside. Cedric and Alistair nearly have a heart attack, but the Lord uses his last bit of mana to conjure a portal, catching the hero and setting him safely on the ground. The Northerners are foaming at the mouth, screaming for blood. Alistair just stares after him, wondering who this boy is to turn the tide of an entire war. The moment Mordred fell, his soul vanished, escaping by logging out or whatever dark magic these outsiders use. Percival brushes himself off, claiming he just happened to be passing by. He offers a quick apology for not mentioning he was friends with the noble sisters earlier. Silas didn't want to betray his brother, but Cedric felt terrible for shutting him out without a single word. They finally patch things up, and before the Valerius leader can speak, our hero steps into the spotlight. He shouts for everyone's attention, revealing the massive lie. The Seven Spears Guild was just a puppet for the Shadow Order to bleed everyone dry. Their leader was a ghost, and today, Malachar was playing the part. He's the snake who forged the evidence against the Blonde Knight, plotting to crush the noble houses and sell the wreckage to the Northern Legion. Still, Lady Gwendolen demands to know 𝒔𝒊𝒂𝒓 is sticking his nose into this bloody feud. A dragon knight snaps, ready to claim victory, but the red-haired lady warns that the legendary Alaric is coming if they don't stop now. Meanwhile, Silas is over it. He just wants to end this pointless war once and for all. But Gwendolen is furious. She tried to negotiate for peace so many times, or so she thought. The catch: she had no idea Malachar was sabotaging every single meeting, lying through his teeth that no deal was on the table. Heartbroken by the betrayal, the red-haired lady agrees to step down and leave her own house behind. But wait, our hero jumps in with a better idea. He's done his homework and both sides have way too much to lose. His plan: Gwendolen keeps the fortress but hires the Valerius survivors as her new protectors. Thanks to Silas, the rival knights and the Glimmering Order unite. Gwendolen resigns, handing the mantle of leadership to Cedric. It's a heavy crown, but the Blonde Knight is the only one the people actually trust. He shreds the old contracts, vows to pay the war debts from his own pockets, and swears to hunt Malachar down. In the end, Gwendolen admits that the protagonist's timing was absolutely perfect. She praises his wit, but pushes to know where he got his secrets. Even though he dodges, she figures out an NPC was involved. She's impressed, thinking he did it all for his sister, but when Silas says he did it for her, she turns bright red and can't even look at him. And just like that, the siege ended with Gwendolen's house standing tall. Only 2 players caught the whole thing on tape. One of them hated the hero's old title and wanted something way more legendary. His friend, a bard in the city, remembered a story about a master marksman called the Arcane Sniper. A few days later, Silas is pacing around the capital of Eldenstock, sweating because since the war, everyone is hunting for him. He needs a plan, but first, he checks the massive rewards he earned from the slaughter. The biggest prize, Igor's legacy. Silas gets a massive power boost, 213 attribute points, as long as he stays alive. He dumps everything into his dexterity, hitting the 1,000 cap and saving the rest for later. Then there's Igor's pendant, a heroic artifact. It grants total respect from the dark elves and negates dark magic entirely. Swapping out his old gear, he unlocks the Forbidden Fury skill. Elsewhere, Malachor begs for forgiveness, but his mistress is cold as ice. The game has changed now that the rival guilds have formed an alliance. Malachor wanted to fix it, but the boss already summoned foreign mercenaries from across the sea. In a much darker corner of the world, a mysterious figure realizes he's in the wrong place. He's surrounded by demons, but he's not scared. When hellhounds lunge at him, one shot sends the beasts and their master straight to the grave. Unsatisfied with his findings, the killer decides it's time to track down this arcane sniper. Near the walls of Ironhold Castle, adventurers are desperate for a team. Silas knows this is where the real gold is. Flashback for a second. The red-haired lady offered him a high-ranking title and a fortune just to stay by her side. She wanted him close, but our hero preferred helping Cedric find his feet first. Silas suggested a small fee for his help, but she surprised him, offering 10% of the entire castle's tax income. Back in the present, Silas bumps into a stranger in the street and offers a quick apology. But one look is all it takes for the guy to realize who he's standing next to. He screams it out. It's the arcane sniper. A mob of fans rushes him instantly, and Silas is losing his mind, until a voice booms through the crowd. It's a royal guard, and he's not there to arrest him. He actually needs the hero's help. He's whisked away to a secret meeting with Lord Thorn. It feels like an interrogation, and the old man doesn't deny it. But as the old man keeps digging, Silas finally loses his cool. Here's the kicker. Without even realizing it, Silas had stumbled into the middle of the Great Council's shadow war. Silas mentions he wouldn't mind taking down both sides, but that kind of talk, it didn't sit well with the old lord at all. Things were looking grim for Alaric. He'd bolted just to avoid being burned alive, and honestly, smart move. Lady Alara shows up with a bunch of excuses, but he just brushes her off. She asks if he really only came to scout the sunken crypts of Oakhaven. He'd packed enough bolts and elixirs for a small army. He didn't want anyone getting in his way. But then, Alara just hands him a stack of legendary gear. No explanation, no why, just take it. Finally, they made it to the gates of the sunken crypts. Clara is still terrified Alaric's going to try a solo clear at his current level, but he heads right in. Alara, she's calm. She knows what he's capable of. Days pass. Alaric is still down there, deep in the dark. Master Thorn notes the kids got serious grit. Seeing Clara so worried, the old man starts poking fun until she nearly snaps. The truth, Alara knows his numbers are solid because her sister did some digging. Donations for the cities of Oakhaven and Raven's Reach are done, but trouble's brewing. Her sister spotted 3 shadows near Stirling Castle. They're from the Imperial Legion, meaning Duke Roland might be close. When Clara asks about them, Thorn explains they're basically the Northern Empire's personal hit squad. It's no secret the Empire backs Roland. Last time the Crown got involved, it turned into a total bloodbath. As for the others, one's that sleeping boy Alaric knows. He might be hunting for Alaric, but Alara mentions another name that carries way more weight, Silas. Yeah, that's Silas, a cold-blooded mercenary and a total combat pro who only cares about the gold. Thorn never met him, but the rumors are terrifying. They call him the Draconic Soldier because he actually traded blows with the legendary Draconic Knight, Sir Alexander. Inside the crypts, Alaric scavenges loot from a pile of dead swamp beasts he's carved through. He spots one playing dead and puts another bolt through it. Just like that, he's jumped 26 levels in a few days. Easy work. Sleep, forget it. He's been in the zone 24/7, and now he's hit level 144. To have his kind of reflexes, you'd normally need to be level 180 and dump every single point into dexterity. Plus, his new Forbidden Fury skill trades 40% of his health for 20% more damage. Putting points into vitality, total waste of time. Alaric keeps pumping strength and dexterity until a sudden message from Bastion stops him cold. He answers, but the kid is being cryptic again. Alaric has to haul it over there to see what the hell is happening. At the south wall of the castle, Alaric calls out, but Bastian just tells him to shut his mouth. He sends his location, and when Alaric finds him, he loses it. Bastian is lying there, practically at death's door. Alaric tries to shove a potion down his throat, but Bastian gasps that he needs a temple. He's been cursed. The wound looks like a void-pierced hole. There's only one man who could do that, 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 the Piercer, and he's coming. Alaric quickly parties up with Bastian, but time's up. 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 drops from a rift in the sky, and he didn't come for a chat. Bastian screams at him to fire immediately. No talking, no negotiating, just kill him. Alaric's livid that nobody told him anything earlier. Still, 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 is on high alert. He knows anyone who can hang with Bastian must be a monster. From 250 meters away, Alaric thinks he has the shot. But suddenly, pure panic, he dives for cover. He felt it in his gut. If he'd pulled that trigger, he would have been the one to die first. Bastian knows his friend isn't ready for this level yet. He stands up to stall 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓, and they clash once more. 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 praises his guts, then fires an attack that triggers a massive explosion. Bastian survives, trying to play off Alaric's title as a fluke. 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓, he's just confused at this point. But Alaric finds his opening and aims straight for the piercer's leg. Bastian screams for him to shoot, and Alaric vanishes into the shadows. That's all 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 needs to see. He knows he's facing the arcane sniper. 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 aims lower than Alaric expects, screaming for his friend to stay still. Luckily, Bastian listens and just barely dodges the strike. 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 saw this trick back at the Royal War College, but he's adapted some crazy siege tech from the Iron Wastes. It's a bomb with a delayed fuse. Alaric realizes it, sprints to Bastian, and throws up his protective barrier. They both survive, but the barrier actually cracks. This is insane. Not even a bronze golem's strike could scratch it. Bastian's alive, but his vision is fading fast. Alaric's going to have to carry him out of this hellhole. He sets him down for a second, eyes locked on 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓, who's already lining up his next shot. With things looking desperate, Alaric activates Soul Link. His small bear charm erupts into a massive monster form. 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓 knows it's not an arcane bullet, so he just blasts the thing out of the sky. He figures it was just a distraction to hide Alaric in the smoke. But then, bam, Alaric fires through the fog and hits 𝑏𝒊𝒂𝒓's leg. Every time that man fires his heavy cannon, he has to brace with his legs. Now, he can't stand. Alaric grabs Bastian and takes the chance to vanish into the night. Landing a hit through all that thick smoke, Luger was actually impressed. Our boys got skills. Back at the Dale Sanctuary, Alistair is fuming. He's looking at a long, sleepless stretch ahead and really regrets not finishing Luger off when he had the chance. Still, survival came first. His life and Caleb's were the priority. In the end, a solid handshake was enough to settle the score between them. Once they're outside, they finally catch their breath. That's when Caleb reveals the real deal. Luger was actually hunting for clues about the legendary Arcane Ranger. Sounds like a wild coincidence, I know, but honestly, there's some serious truth to it. Is it a title? An ancient blessing? Caleb isn't sure, but whoever holds it can fire a mystic bolt, and the kicker is, you can steal that power just by taking the current holder's life. So yeah, Luger wasn't there for a chat. He came specifically to rip that power away from Lee. Before they part, Caleb warns Alistair to stay sharp. Once he officially joins the Royal Marksmen, they'll be able to track each other's positions on the magical map. Changing gears, Alistair thanks him for the lead Luger left behind. Then, after apologizing a million times to Catherine, he finally asks to get a good look at Caleb's custom rifle. And that's a wrap on this part of the story. If you want to see what happens in the next chapter, make sure to hit that notification bell. See you next time.